This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Kirsten Ferreri, Los Angeles, California, July 2006. The Leavenworth Case, by Anna Katharine Green. Book 1, The Problem. Chapter 1, A Great Case. A Deed of Dreadful Note. Macbeth. I had been a junior partner in the firm of Veeley, Carr & Raymond, attorneys and counselors at law, for about a year, when one morning, in the temporary absence of both Mr. Veeley and Mr. Carr, there came into our office a young man whose whole appearance was so indicative of haste and agitation that I involuntarily rose at his approach, and impetuously inquired, "What is the matter? You have no bad news to tell, I hope." "I have come to see Mr. Veeley. Is he in?" "No," I replied. "He was unexpectedly called away this morning to Washington, cannot be home before tomorrow. But if you will make your business known to me—" "To you, sir?" he repeated, turning a cold but steady eye on mine. Then, seeming to be satisfied with his scrutiny, continued, "There is no reason why I shouldn't. My business is no secret. I came to inform him that Mr. Leavenworth is dead." "Mr. Leavenworth!" I exclaimed, falling back a step. Mr. Leavenworth was an old client of our firm, to say nothing of his being the particular friend of Mr. Veeley. "Yes, murdered. Shot through the head by some unknown person while sitting at his library table." "Shot? Murdered?" I could scarcely believe my ears. "How? When?" I gasped. "Last night. At least, so we suppose. He was not found till this morning. I am Mr. Leavenworth's private secretary," he explained, "and live in the family. It was a dreadful shock," he went on, "especially to the ladies." "Dreadful," I repeated. "Mr. Veeley will be overwhelmed by it." "They are all alone," he continued, in a low, businesslike way I afterwards found to be inseparable from the man. "The Misses Leavenworth, I mean, Mr. Leavenworth's nieces, and as an inquest is to be held there to-day, it is deemed proper for them to have some one present capable of advising them. As Mr. Veeley was their uncle's best friend, they naturally sent me for him, but he being absent, I am at a loss what to do or where to go." "I am a stranger to the ladies," was my hesitating reply, "but if I can be of any assistance to them, my respect for their uncle is such—" The expression of the secretary's eye stopped me. Without seeming to wander from my face, its pupil had suddenly dilated till it appeared to embrace my whole person with its scope. "I don't know," he finally remarked, a slight frown testifying to the fact that he was not altogether pleased with the turn affairs were taking. "Perhaps it would be best. The ladies must not be left alone." "Say no more. I will go." And, sitting down, I dispatched a hurried message to Mr. Veeley, after which, and the few other preparations necessary, I accompanied the secretary to the street. "Now," said I, "tell me all you know of this frightful affair." "All I know? A few words will do that. I left him last night sitting as usual at his library table, and found him this morning seated in the same place, almost in the same position, but with a bullet hole in his head as large as the end of my little finger." "Dead?" "Stone dead." "Horrible!" I exclaimed. Then, after a moment, "Could it have been suicide?" "No, the pistol with which the deed was committed is not to be found." "But if it was a murder, there must have been some motive. Mr. Leavenworth was too benevolent a man to have enemies, and if robbery was intended—" "There was no robbery," he again interrupted. "The whole affair is a mystery." "A mystery?" "An utter mystery." Turning, I looked at my informant curiously. The inmate of a house in which a mysterious murder had occurred was rather an interesting object. But the good-featured and yet totally unimpressive countenance of the man beside me offered but little basis for even the wildest imagination to work upon, and glancing almost immediately away, I asked, "Are the ladies very much overcome?" He took at least half a dozen steps before replying. "It would be unnatural if they were not." And whether it was the expression of his face at the time, or the nature of the reply itself, I felt that in speaking of these ladies to this uninteresting, self-possessed secretary of the late Mr. Leavenworth, I was somehow treading upon dangerous ground. As I had heard they were very accomplished women, I was not altogether pleased at this discovery. It was therefore with a certain consciousness of relief that I saw a Fifth Avenue stage approach. "We will defer our conversation," said I. "Here's the stage." But once seated within it, it was soon discovered that all intercourse upon such a subject was impossible. Employing the time, therefore, in running over in my mind what I knew of Mr. Leavenworth, I found that my knowledge was limited to the bare fact of his being a retired merchant of great wealth and fine social position, who, in default of possessing children of his own, had taken into his home 2 nieces, one of whom had already been declared his heiress. To be sure, I had heard Mr. Veeley speak of his eccentricities, giving, as an instance, this very fact of his making a will in favour of one niece to the utter exclusion of the other, but of his habits of life and connection with the world at large I knew little or nothing. There was a great crowd in front of the house when we arrived there, and I had barely time to observe that it was a corner dwelling of unusual depth, when I was seized by the throng, and carried quite to the foot of the broad stone steps. Extricating myself, though with some difficulty, owing to the importunities of a boot-black and butcher-boy, who seemed to think that by clinging to my arms they might succeed in smuggling themselves into the house, I mounted the steps, and finding the secretary, by some unaccountable good fortune, close to my side, hurriedly rang the bell. Immediately the door opened, and a face I recognized as that of one of our city detectives appeared in the gap. "Mr. Gryce!" I exclaimed. "The same," he replied. "Come in, Mr. Raymond." And drawing us quietly into the house, he shut the door with a grim smile on the disappointed crowd without. "I trust you're not surprised to see me here," said he, holding out his hand, with a side glance at my companion. "No," I returned. Then, with a vague idea that I ought to introduce the young man at my side, continued, "This is Mr. Excuse me, I do not know your name," I said inquiringly to my companion. "The private secretary of the late Mr. Leavenworth," I hastened to add. "Oh," he returned, "the secretary. The coroner has been asking for you, sir." "The coroner is here, then?" "Yes, the jury have just gone upstairs to view the body. Would you like to follow them?" "No, it is not necessary. I have merely come in the hope of being of some assistance to the young ladies. Mr. Veeley is away." "And you thought the opportunity too good to be lost," said he. "Just so. Still, now that you are here, and as the case promises to be a marked one, I should think that, as a rising young lawyer, you would wish to make yourself acquainted with it in all its details. But follow your own judgment." I made an effort and overcame my repugnance. "I will go," said I. "Very well, then, follow me." But just as I set foot on the stairs I heard the jury descending, so, drawing back with Mr. Gryce into a recess between the reception-room and the parlour, I had time to remark, "The young man says it could not have been the work of a burglar." "Indeed?" fixing his eye on a door-knob near by. "That nothing has been found missing, and that the fastenings to the house were all found secure this morning. Just so." "He did not tell me that. In that case," and I shuddered, "the murderer must have been in the house all night." Mr. Gryce smiled darkly at the door-knob. "It has a dreadful look," I exclaimed. Mr. Gryce immediately frowned at the door-knob. And here let me say that Mr. Gryce the detective was not the thin, wiry individual with the piercing eye you are doubtless expecting to see. On the contrary, Mr. Gryce was a portly, comfortable personage, with an eye that never pierced, that did not even rest on you. If it rested anywhere, it was always on some insignificant object in the vicinity, some vase, inkstand, book, or button. These things he would seem to take into his confidence, make the repositories of his conclusions. But as for you, you might as well be the steeple on Trinity Church for all connection you ever appeared to have with him or his thoughts. At present, then, Mr. Gryce was, as I have already suggested, on intimate terms with the door-knob. "A dreadful look," I repeated. His eye shifted to the button on my sleeve. "Come," he said, "the coast is clear at last." Leading the way, he mounted the stairs, but stopped on the upper landing. "Mr. Raymond," said he, "I am not in the habit of talking much about the secrets of my profession, but in this case everything depends upon getting the right clue at the start. We have no common villainy to deal with here. Genius has been at work. Now, sometimes an absolutely uninitiated mind will intuitively catch at something which the most highly trained intellect will miss. If such a thing should occur, remember that I am your man. Don't go round talking, but come to me, for this is going to be a great case, mind you, a great case. Now come on." "But the ladies?" "They're in the rooms above, in grief, of course, but tolerably composed for all that, I hear." And advancing to a door, he pushed it open and beckoned me in. All was dark for a moment, but presently, my eyes becoming accustomed to the place, I saw that we were in the library. "It was here he was found," said he, "in this room and upon this very spot." And advancing, he laid his hand on the edge of a large baize-covered table that, together with its attendant chairs, occupied the centre of the room. You see for yourself that it is directly opposite this door." And crossing the floor, he paused in front of the threshold of a narrow passageway, opening into a room beyond. "As the murdered man was discovered sitting in this chair, and consequently with his back towards the passageway, the assassin must have advanced through the doorway to deliver his shot, pausing, let us say, about here." And Mr. Gryce planted his feet firmly upon a certain spot in the carpet, about a foot from the threshold before mentioned. "But," I hastened to interpose. "There is no room for but," he cried. "We have studied the situation." And without deigning to dilate upon the subject, he turned immediately about, and stepping swiftly before me, led the way into the passage named. "Wine closet, clothes closet, washing apparatus, towel rack," he explained, waving his hand from side to side as we hurried through, finishing with "Mr. Leavenworth's private apartment," as that room of comfortable aspect opened upon us. Mr. Leavenworth's private apartment! It was here, then, that it ought to be, the horrible, blood-curdling it that yesterday was a living, breathing man. Advancing to the bed that was hung with heavy curtains, I raised my hand to put them back, when Mr. Gryce, drawing them from my clasp, disclosed lying upon the pillow a cold, calm face, looking so natural that I involuntarily started. "His death was too sudden to distort the features," he remarked, turning the head to one side in a way to make visible a ghastly wound in the back of the cranium. "Such a hole as that sends a man out of the world without much notice. The surgeon will convince you it could never have been inflicted by himself. It is a case of deliberate murder." Horrified, I drew hastily back, when my glance fell upon a door situated directly opposite me in the side of the wall toward the hall. It appeared to be the only outlet from the room, with the exception of the passage through which we had entered, and I could not help wondering if it was through this door the assassin had entered on his roundabout course to the library. But Mr. Gryce, seemingly observant of my glance, though his own was fixed upon the chandelier, made haste to remark, as if in reply to the enquiry on my face, "Found locked on the inside. May have come that way and may not. We don't pretend to say." Observing now that the bed was undisturbed in its arrangement, I remarked, "He had not retired, then?" "No, the tragedy must be 10 hours old. Time for the murderer to have studied the situation and provided for all contingencies." "The murderer? Whom do you suspect?" I whispered. He looked impassively at the ring on my finger. "Every one and no one. It is not for me to suspect, but to detect." And dropping the curtain into its former position, he led me from the room. The coroner's inquest being now in session, I felt a strong desire to be present; so requesting Mr. Gryce to inform the ladies that Mr. Veeley was absent from town, and that I had come as his substitute, to render them any assistance they might require on so melancholy an occasion, I proceeded to the large parlour below, and took my seat among the various persons there assembled. End of Chapter 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Kirsten Ferreri, Los Angeles, California, July 2006. The Leavenworth Case, by Anna Katharine Green. Chapter 2. The Coroner's Inquest. The baby figure of the giant mass of things to come. Trollos and Cressida. For a few minutes I sat dazed by the sudden flood of light greeting me from the many open windows. Then, as the strongly contrasting features of the scene before me began to impress themselves upon my consciousness, I found myself experiencing something of the same sensation of double personality which years before had followed an enforced use of ether. As at that time, I appeared to be living 2 lives at once, in 2 distinct places, with 2 separate sets of incidents going on. So now I seemed to be divided between 2 irreconcilable trains of thought: the gorgeous house, its elaborate furnishing, the little glimpses of yesterday's life as seen in the open piano, with its sheet of music held in place by a lady's fan, occupying my attention fully as much as the aspect of the throng of incongruous and impatient people huddled about me. Perhaps one reason of this lay in the extraordinary splendour of the room I was in, the glow of satin, glitter of bronze, and glimmer of marble meeting the eye at every turn. But I am rather inclined to think it was mainly due to the force and eloquence of a certain picture which confronted me from the opposite wall. A sweet picture, sweet enough and poetic enough to have been conceived by the most idealistic of artists, simple too, the vision of a young, flaxen-haired, blue-eyed coquette, dressed in the costume of the First Empire, standing in a wood-path, looking back over her shoulder at some one following, yet with such a dash of something not altogether saint-like in the corners of her meek eyes and baby-like lips, that it impressed me with the individuality of life. Had it not been for the open dress, with its waist almost beneath the armpits, the hair cut short on the forehead, and the perfection of the neck and shoulders, I should have taken it for a literal portrait of one of the ladies of the house. As it was, I could not rid myself of the idea that one, if not both, of Mr. Leavenworth's nieces looked down upon me from the eyes of this entrancing blonde with the beckoning glance and forbidding hand. So vividly did this fancy impress me that I half shuddered as I looked, wondering if this sweet creature did not know what had occurred in this house since the happy yesterday, and if so, how she could stand there smiling so invitingly, when suddenly I became aware that I had been watching the little crowd of men about me with as complete an absorption as if nothing else in the room had attracted my attention, that the face of the coroner, sternly intelligent and attentive, was as distinctly imprinted upon my mind as that of this lovely picture, or the clearer cut and more noble features of the sculptured Psyche, shining in mellow beauty from the crimson-hung window at his right; yes, even that the various countenances of the jurymen clustered before me, commonplace and insignificant as most of them were, the trembling forms of the excited servants crowded into a far corner, and the still more disagreeable aspect of the pale-faced, seedy reporter, seated at a small table, and writing with a ghoul-like avidity that made my flesh creep, were each and all as fixed an element in the remarkable scene before me as the splendour of the surroundings which made their presence such a nightmare of discord and unreality. I have spoken of the coroner. As fortune would have it, he was no stranger to me. I had not only seen him before, but had held frequent conversation with him, in fact, knew him. His name was Hammond, and he was universally regarded as a man of more than ordinary acuteness, fully capable of conducting an important examination, with the necessary skill and address. Interested as I was, or rather was likely to be, in this particular enquiry, I could not but congratulate myself upon our good fortune in having so intelligent a coroner. As for his jurymen, they were, as I have intimated, very much like all other bodies of a similar character, picked up at random from the streets, but from such streets as Fifth and Sixth Avenues. They presented much the same appearance of average intelligence and refinement as might be seen in the chance occupants of one of our city stages. Indeed, I marked but one amongst them all who seemed to take any interest in the enquiry as an enquiry. All the rest appeared to be actuated in the fulfilment of their duty by the commoner instincts of pity and indignation. Dr. Maynard, the well-known surgeon of 36th Street, was the first witness called. His testimony concerned the nature of the wound found in the murdered man's head. As some of the facts presented by him are likely to prove of importance to us in our narrative, I will proceed to give a synopsis of what he said. Prefacing his remarks with some account of himself, and the manner in which he had been summoned to the house by one of the servants, he went on to state that, upon his arrival, he found the deceased lying in a bed in the second-story front room, with the blood clotted about a pistol wound in the back of the head, having evidently been carried there from the adjoining apartment some hours after death. It was the only wound discovered on the body, and having probed it, he found and extracted the bullet which he now handed to the jury. It was lying in the brain, having entered at the base of the skull, passed obliquely upward, and at once struck the medulla oblongata, causing instant death. The fact of the ball having entered the brain in this peculiar manner he deemed worthy of note, since it would produce not only instantaneous death, but an utterly motionless one. Further, from the position of the bullet-hole and the direction taken by the bullet, it was manifestly impossible that the shot should have been fired by the man himself, even if the condition of the hair about the wound did not completely demonstrate the fact that the shot was fired from a point some 3 or 4 feet distant. Still further, considering the angle at which the bullet had entered the skull, it was evident that the deceased must not only have been seated at the time, a fact about which there could be no dispute, but he must also have been engaged in some occupation which drew his head forward, for in order that a ball should enter the head of a man sitting erect at the angle seen here, of 45 degrees, It would be necessary not only for the pistol to be held very low down, but in a peculiar position; while if the head had been bent forward, as in the act of writing, a man holding a pistol naturally with the elbow bent might very easily fire a ball into the brain at the angle observed. Upon being questioned in regard to the bodily health of Mr. Leavenworth, he replied that the deceased appeared to have been in good condition at the time of his death, but that, not being his attendant physician, he could not speak conclusively upon the subject without further examination, and to the remark of a juryman, observed that he had not seen pistol or weapon lying upon the floor, or indeed anywhere else in either of the above-mentioned rooms. I might as well add here what he afterwards stated, that from the position of the table, the chair, and the door behind it, the murderer, in order to satisfy all the conditions imposed by the situation, must have stood upon, or just within, the threshold of the passage-way leading into the room beyond; also that the ball was small, and from a rifled barrel, and thus especially liable to deflections while passing through bones and integuments. It seemed to him evident that the victim had made no effort to raise or turn his head when advanced upon by his destroyer, the fearful conclusion being that the footstep was an accustomed one, and the presence of its possessor in the room either known or expected. The physician's testimony being ended, the coroner picked up the bullet which had been laid on the table before him, and for a moment rolled it contemplatively between his fingers; then, drawing a pencil from his pocket, hastily scrawled a line or two on a piece of paper, and calling an officer to his side, delivered some command in a low tone. The officer, taking up the slip, looked at it for an instant knowingly, then catching up his hat left the room. Another moment and the front door closed on him, and a wild halloo from the crowd of urchins without told of his appearance in the street. Sitting where I did, I had a full view of the corner. Looking out, I saw the officer stop there, hail a cab, hastily enter it, and disappear in the direction of Broadway. End of Chapter 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Kirsten Ferreri, Los Angeles, California, July 2006. The Leavenworth Case, by Anna Katharine Green. Chapter 3. Facts and Deductions. Confusion now hath made his masterpiece, most sacrilegious murder hath broke open the Lord's anointed temple, and stolen thence the life of the building. Macbeth. Turning my attention back to the room where I was, I found the coroner consulting a memorandum through a very impressive pair of gold eyeglasses. "Is the butler here?" he asked. Immediately there was a stir among the group of servants in the corner, and an intelligent-looking, though somewhat pompous Irishman stepped out from their midst and confronted the jury. Ah, thought I to myself, as my glance encountered his precise whiskers, steady eye, and respectfully attentive though by no means humble expression, here is a model servant, who is likely to prove a model witness. And I was not mistaken. Thomas, the butler, was in all respects 1 in 1,000. And he knew it. The coroner, upon whom, as upon all others in the room, he seemed to have made the like favourable impression, proceeded without hesitation to interrogate him. "Your name, I am told, is Thomas Dougherty?" "Yes, sir." "Well, Thomas, how long have you been employed in your present situation?" "It must be a matter of 2 years now, sir." "You are the person who first discovered the body of Mr. Leavenworth?" "Yes, sir, I and Mr. Harwell." "And who is Mr. Harwell?" "Mr. Harwell is Mr. Leavenworth's private secretary, sir, the one who did his writing." "Very good. Now at what time of the day or night did you make this discovery?" "It was early, sir, early this morning, about 8. "And where?" "In the library, sir, off Mr. Leavenworth's bedroom. We had forced our way in, feeling anxious about his not coming to breakfast." "You forced your way in? The door was locked, then?" "Yes, sir." "On the inside?" "That I cannot tell. There was no key in the door." "Where was Mr. Leavenworth lying when you first found him?" "He was not lying, sir. He was seated at the large table in the centre of the room, his back to the bedroom door, leaning forward, his head on his hands." "How was he dressed?" "In his dinner suit, sir, just as he came from the table last night." "Were there any evidences in the room that a struggle had taken place?" "No, sir." "Any pistol on the floor or table?" "No, sir." "Any reason to suppose that robbery had been attempted?" "No, sir. Mr. Leavenworth's watch and purse were both in his pockets." Being asked to mention who were in the house at the time of the discovery, he replied, "The young ladies, Miss Mary Leavenworth and Miss Eleanor, Mr. Harwell, Kate the cook, Molly the upstairs girl, and myself." "The usual members of the household?" "Yes, sir." "Now tell me whose duty it is to close up the house at night." "Mine, sir." "Did you secure it as usual last night?" "I did, sir." "Well, who unfastened it this morning?" "I did, sir." "How did you find it?" "Just as I left it." "What, not a window open, or a door unlocked?" "No, sir." By this time you could have heard a pin drop. The certainty that the murderer, whoever he was, had not left the house, at least until after it was opened in the morning, seemed to weigh upon all minds. Forewarned as I had been of the fact, I could not but feel a certain degree of emotion at having it thus brought before me, and moving so as to bring the butler's face within view, searched it for some secret token that he had spoken thus emphatically in order to cover up some failure of duty on his own part. But it was unmoved in its candour, and sustained the concentrated gaze of all in the room like a rock. Being now asked when he had last seen Mr. Leavenworth alive, he replied, "At dinner last night." "He was, however, seen later by some of you?" "Yes, sir. Mr. Harwell says he saw him as late as 10:30 in the evening." "What room do you occupy in this house?" "A little one on the basement floor." "And where do the other members of the household sleep?" "Mostly on the third floor, sir. The ladies in the large back rooms, and Mr. Harwell in the little one in front. The girls sleep above." "There was no one on the same floor with Mr. Leavenworth?" "No, sir." "At what hour did you go to bed?" "Well, I should say about 11. "Did you hear any noise in the house, either before or after that time, that you remember?" "No, sir." "So that the discovery you made this morning was a surprise to you?" "Yes, sir." Requested now to give a more detailed account of that discovery, he went on to say that it was not until Mr. Leavenworth failed to come to his breakfast at the call of the bell that any suspicion arose in the house that all was not right. Even then they waited some little time before doing anything, but as minute after minute went by and he did not come, Miss Eleanor grew anxious, and finally left the room saying she would go and see what was the matter, but soon returned looking very much frightened, saying she had knocked at her uncle's door, and had even called to him, but could get no answer, at which Mr. Harwell and himself had gone up and together tried both doors, and finding them locked, burst open that of the library, when they came upon Mr. Leavenworth, as he had already said, sitting at the table, dead. "And the ladies?" "Oh, they followed us up, and came into the room, and Miss Eleanor fainted away." "And the other one, Miss Mary, I believe they call her?" "I don't remember anything about her. I was so busy fetching water to restore Miss Eleanor, I didn't notice." "Well, how long was it before Mr. Leavenworth was carried into the next room?" "Almost immediate, as soon as Miss Eleanor recovered, and that was as soon as ever the water touched her lips." "Who proposed that the body should be carried from the spot?" "She, sir. As soon as ever she stood up, she went over to it, and looked at it and shuddered, and then calling Mr. Harwell and me, bade us carry him in and lay him on the bed and go for the doctor, which we did." "Wait a moment. Did she go with you when you went into the other room?" "No, sir." "What did she do?" "She stayed by the library table." "Doing what?" "I couldn't see. Her back was to me." "How long did she stay there?" "She was gone when we came back." "Gone from the table?" "Gone from the room." "When did you see her again?" "In a minute. She came in at the library door as we went out." "Anything in her hand?" "Not as I see." "Did you miss anything from the table?" "I never thought to look, sir. The table was nothing to me. I was only thinking of going for the doctor, though I knew it was of no use." "Whom did you leave in the room when you went out?" "The cook, sir, and Molly, sir, and Miss Eleanor." "Not Miss Mary?" "No, sir." Very well. Have the jury any questions to put to this man?" A movement at once took place in that profound body. "I should like to ask a few," exclaimed a weazen-faced, excitable little man whom I had noticed before shifting in his seat in a restless manner strongly suggestive of an intense but hitherto repressed desire to interrupt the proceedings. "Very well, sir," returned Thomas. But the juryman, stopping to draw a deep breath, a large and decidedly pompous man who sat at his right hand, seized the opportunity to inquire in a round, listen-to-me sort of voice, "You say you've been in the family for 2 years. Was it what you might call a united family?" "United?" "Affectionate, you know, on good terms with each other." And the juryman lifted the very long and heavy watch-chain that hung across his vest, as if that, as well as himself, had a right to a suitable and well-considered reply. The butler, impressed perhaps by his manner, glanced uneasily around. "Yes, sir, so far as I know." "The young ladies were attached to their uncle?" "Oh, yes, sir." "And to each other?" "Well, yes, I suppose so. It's not for me to say." "You suppose so. Have you any reason to think otherwise?" And he doubled the watch-chain about his fingers, as if he would double its attention as well as his own. Thomas hesitated a moment, but just as his interlocutor was about to repeat his question, he drew himself up into a rather stiff and formal attitude and replied, "Well, sir, no." The juryman, for all his self-assertion, seemed to respect the reticence of a servant who declined to give his opinion in regard to such a matter, and drawing complacently back, signified with a wave of his hand that he had no more to say. Immediately the excitable little man before mentioned slipped forward to the edge of his chair and asked, this time without hesitation, "At what time did you unfasten the house this morning?" "About 6, sir." "Now, could any one leave the house after that time without your knowledge?" Thomas glanced a trifle uneasily at his fellow-servants, but answered up promptly and as if without reserve, "I don't think it would be possible for any one to leave this house after 6 in the morning without either myself or the cooks knowing of it. Folks don't jump from second-story windows in broad daylight, and as to leaving by the doors, the front door closes with such a slam all the house can hear it from top to bottom. As for the back door, no one that goes out of that can get clear of the yard without going by the kitchen window, and no one can go by our kitchen window without the cooks a-seeing to them. That I can just swear to." And he cast a half-quizzing, half-malicious look at the round, red-faced individual in question, strongly suggestive of late and unforgotten bickerings over the kitchen coffee-urn and castor. This reply, which was of a nature calculated to deepen the forebodings which had already settled upon the minds of those present, produced a visible effect. The house found locked, and no one seen to leave it? Evidently, then, we had not far to look for the assassin. Shifting on his chair with increased fervour, if I may so speak, the juryman glanced sharply around. But perceiving the renewed interest in the faces about him, he declined to weaken the effect of the last admission by any further questions. Settling therefore comfortably back, he left the field open for any other juror who might choose to press the inquiry. But no one seeming to be ready to do this, Thomas in his turn evinced impatience, and at last, looking respectfully around, inquired, "Would any other gentleman like to ask me anything?" No one replying, he threw a hurried glance of relief towards the servants at his side. Then, while each one marvelled at the sudden change that had taken place in his countenance, withdrew with an eager alacrity and evident satisfaction, for which I could not at the moment account. But the next witness proving to be none other than my acquaintance of the morning, Mr. Harwell, I soon forgot both Thomas and the doubts his last movement had awakened, in the interest which the examination of so important a person as the secretary and right-hand man of Mr. Leavenworth was likely to create. Advancing with the calm and determined air of one who realized that life and death itself might hang upon his words, Mr. Harwell took his stand before the jury with a degree of dignity not only highly prepossessing in itself, but to me, who had not been over and above pleased with him in our first interview, admirable and surprising. Lacking, as I have said, any distinctive quality of face or form, agreeable or otherwise, being what you might call, in appearance, a negative sort of person, his pale, regular features, dark, well-smoothed hair, and simple whiskers, all belonging to a recognized type, and very commonplace, There was still visible, on this occasion at least, a certain self-possession in his carriage, which went far towards making up for the want of impressiveness in his countenance and expression. Not that even this was in any way remarkable. Indeed, there was nothing remarkable about the man, any more than there is about 1,000 others you meet every day on Broadway, unless you except the look of concentration and solemnity which pervaded his whole person, a solemnity which at this time would not have been noticeable, perhaps, if it had not appeared to be the habitual expression of one who in his short life had seen more of sorrow than of joy, less of pleasure than care and anxiety. The coroner, to whom his appearance one way or the other seemed to be a matter of no moment, addressed him immediately and without reserve. "Your name?" "James Truman Harwell." "Your business?" "I have occupied the position of private secretary and amanuensis to Mr. Leavenworth for the past 8 months." "You are the person who last saw Mr. Leavenworth alive, are you not?" The young man raised his head with a haughty gesture which well nigh transfigured it. "Certainly not, as I am not the man who killed him." This answer, which seemed to introduce something akin to levity or badinage into an examination the seriousness of which we were all beginning to realize, produced an immediate revulsion of feeling toward the man who, in face of facts revealed and to be revealed, could so lightly make use of it. A hum of disapproval swept through the room, and in that one remark James Harwell lost all that he had previously won by the self-possession of his bearing and the unflinching regard of his eye. He seemed himself to realize this, for he lifted his head still higher, though his general aspect remained unchanged. "I mean," the coroner exclaimed, evidently nettled that the young man had been able to draw such a conclusion from his words, "that you were the last one to see him previous to his assassination by some unknown individual." The secretary folded his arms, whether to hide a certain tremble which had seized him, or by that simple action to gain time for a moment's further thought, I could not then determine. "Sir," he replied at length, "I cannot answer yes or no to that question. In all probability I was the last to see him in good health and spirits, but in a house as large as this I cannot be sure even of so simple a fact as that." Then, observing the unsatisfied look on the faces around, added slowly, "It is my business to see him late." "Your business? Oh, as his secretary, I suppose." He gravely nodded. "Mr. Harwell," the coroner went on, "the office of private secretary in this country is not a common one. Will you explain to us what your duties were in that capacity? In short, what use Mr. Leavenworth had for such an assistant, and how he employed you?" "Certainly. Mr. Leavenworth was, as you perhaps know, a man of great wealth, connected with various societies, clubs, institutions, etc. Besides being known far and near as a giving man, he was accustomed every day of his life to receive numerous letters, begging and otherwise, which it was my business to open and answer, his private correspondence always bearing a mark upon it which distinguished it from the rest. But this was not all I was expected to do. Having in early life been engaged in the tea trade, he had made more than one voyage to China, and was consequently much interested in the question of international communication between that country and our own. Thinking that in his various visits there he had learned much which, if known to the American people, would conduce to our better understanding of the nation, its peculiarities, and the best manner of dealing with it, he has been engaged for some time in writing a book on the subject, which same it has been my business for the last 8 months to assist him in preparing, by writing at his dictation 3 hours out of the 24, the last hour being commonly taken from the evening, say from 9:30 to 10:30, Mr. Leavenworth being a very methodical man, and accustomed to regulate his own life and that of those around him with almost mathematical precision." "You say you were accustomed to write at his dictation evenings. Did you do this as usual last evening?" "I did, sir." "What can you tell us of his manner and appearance at the time? Were they in any way unusual?" A frown crossed the secretary's brow. As he probably had no premonition of his doom, why should there have been any change in his manner? This giving the coroner an opportunity to revenge himself for his discomfiture of a moment before, he said somewhat severely, "It is the business of a witness to answer questions, not to put them." The secretary flushed, and the account stood even. "Very well then, sir. If Mr. Leavenworth felt any forebodings of his end, he did not reveal them to me. On the contrary, he seemed to be more absorbed in his work than usual. One of the last words he said to me was, "In a month we will have this book in press, eh, Truman?" I remember this particularly, as he was filling his wine-glass at the time. He always drank one glass of wine before retiring, it being my duty to bring the decanter of sherry from the closet the last thing before leaving him. I was standing with my hand on the knob of the hall door, but advanced as he said this, and replied, "I hope so indeed, Mr. Leavenworth." "Then join me in drinking a glass of sherry," said he, motioning to me to procure another glass from the closet. I did so, and he poured me out the wine with his own hand. I am not especially fond of sherry, but the occasion was a pleasant one, and I drained my glass. I remember being slightly ashamed of doing so, for Mr. Leavenworth set his down half full. It was half full when we found him this morning. Do what he would, and being a reserved man, he appeared anxious to control his emotion. The horror of his first shock seemed to overwhelm him here. Pulling his handkerchief from his pocket, he wiped his forehead. "Gentlemen, that is the last action of Mr. Leavenworth I ever saw. As he set the glass down on the table, I said good night to him and left the room." The coroner, with a characteristic imperviousness to all expressions of emotion, leaned back and surveyed the young man with a scrutinizing glance. "And where did you go then?" he asked. "To my own room." "Did you meet anybody on the way?" "No, sir." "Hear anything or see anything unusual?" The secretary's voice fell a trifle. "No, sir." "Mr. Harwell, think again. Are you ready to swear that you neither met anybody, heard anybody, nor saw anything which lingers yet in your memory as usual?" His face grew quite distressed. Twice he opened his lips to speak, and as often closed them without doing so. At last, with an effort, he replied, "I saw one thing, a little thing, too slight to mention, but it was unusual, and I could not help thinking of it when you spoke." "What was it?" "Only a door half open." "Whose door?" "Miss Eleanor Leavenworth's." His voice was almost a whisper now. "Where were you when you observed this fact?" "I cannot say exactly. Probably at my own door, as I did not stop on the way. If this frightful occurrence had not taken place, I should never have thought of it again." "When you went into your room, did you close your door?" "I did, sir." "How soon did you retire?" "Immediately." "Did you hear nothing before you fell asleep?" Again that indefinable hesitation. "Barely nothing." "Not a footstep in the hall?" "I might have heard a footstep." "Did you?" "I cannot swear I did." "Do you think you did?" "Yes, I think I did. To tell the whole, I remember hearing, just as I was falling into a doze, a rustle and a footstep in the hall, but it made no impression upon me, and I dropped asleep." "Well?" "Some time later I woke suddenly, as if something had startled me, but what, a noise or a move, I cannot say. I remember rising up in my bed and looking around, but hearing nothing further, soon yielded to the drowsiness which possessed me and fell into a deep sleep. I did not wake again until morning." Here requested to relate how and when he became acquainted with the fact of the murder, he substantiated in all particulars the account of the matter already given by the butler, which subject being exhausted, the coroner went on to ask if he had noted the condition of the library table after the body had been removed. "Somewhat, yes, sir." "What was on it?" "The usual properties, sir. Books, paper, a pen with the ink dried on it, besides the decanter and the wine-glass from which he drank the night before." "Nothing more?" "I remember nothing more." "In regard to the decanter and glass," broke in the juryman of the watch and chain, "did you not say that the latter was found in the same condition in which you saw it at the time you left Mr. Leavenworth sitting in his library?" "Yes, sir, very much." "Yet he was in the habit of drinking a full glass?" "Yes, sir." "An interruption must then have ensued very close upon your departure, Mr. Harwell." A cold bluish pallor suddenly broke out upon the young man's face. He started, and for a moment looked as if struck by some horrible thought. "That does not follow, sir," he articulated with some difficulty. "Mr. Leavenworth might—" but suddenly stopped, as if too much distressed to proceed. "Go on, Mr. Harwell, let us hear what you have to say." "There's nothing," he returned faintly, as if battling with some strong emotion. As he had not been answering a question, only volunteering an explanation, the coroner let it pass, but I saw more than one pair of eyes roll suspiciously from side to side, as if many there felt that some sort of clue had been offered them in this man's emotion. The coroner, ignoring in his easy way both the emotion and the universal excitement it had produced, now proceeded to ask, "Do you know whether the key to the library was in its place when you left the room last night?" "No, sir, I did not notice." "The presumption is it was." "I suppose so." "At all events, the door was locked in the morning, and the key is gone." "Yes, sir." "Then whoever committed this murder must have locked the door on passing out, and took away the key." "It would seem so." The coroner, turning, faced the jury with an earnest look. "Gentlemen," said he, "there seems to be a mystery in regard to this key which must be looked into." Immediately a universal murmur swept through the room, testifying to the acquiescence of all present. The little juryman, hastily rising, proposed that an instant search should be made for it, but the coroner, turning upon him with what I should denominate as a quelling look, decided that the inquest should proceed in the usual manner, till the verbal testimony was all in. "Then allow me to ask a question," again volunteered the irrepressible. "Mr. Harwell, we are told that upon the breaking in of the library door this morning, Mr. Leavenworth's two nieces followed you into the room." "One of them, sir, Miss Eleanor." "Is Miss Eleanor the one who is said to be Mr. Leavenworth's sole heiress?" the coroner here imposed. "No, sir, that is Miss Mary." "That she gave orders," pursued the juryman, "for the removal of the body into the further room?" "Yes, sir." "And that you obeyed her by helping to carry it in?" "Yes, sir." "Now, in thus passing through the rooms, did you observe anything to lead you to form a suspicion of the murderer?" The secretary shook his head. "I have no suspicion," he emphatically said. Somehow I did not believe him, whether it was the tone of his voice, the clutch of his hand on his sleeve, and the hand will often reveal more than the countenance. I felt that this man was not to be relied upon in making this assertion. "I should like to ask Mr. Harwell a question," said a juryman who had not yet spoken. "We have a detailed account of what looks like the discovery of a murdered man. Now, murder is never committed without some motive. Does the secretary know whether Mr. Leavenworth had any secret enemy?" "I do not." "Every one in the house seemed to be on good terms with him?" "Yes, sir," with a little quaver of dissent in the assertion, however. "Not a shadow lay between him and any other member of the household, so far as you know?" "I am not ready to say that," he returned, quite distressed. "A shadow is a very slight thing. There might have been a shadow—" "Between him and whom?" A long hesitation. "One of his nieces, sir." "Which one?" Again that defiant lift of the head. "Miss Eleanor." "How long has this shadow been observable?" "I cannot say." "You do not know the cause?" "I do not." "Nor the extent of the feeling?" "No, sir." "You open Mr. Leavenworth's letters?" "I do." "Has there been anything in his correspondence of late calculated to throw any light upon this deed?" It actually seemed as if he would never answer. Was he simply pondering over his reply, or was the man turned to stone? "Mr. Harwell, did you hear the juryman?" inquired the coroner. "Yes, sir, I was thinking." "Very well, now answer." "Sir," he replied, turning and looking the juryman full in the face, and in that way revealing his unguarded left hand to my gaze, "I have opened Mr. Leavenworth's letters as usual for the last 2 weeks, and I can think of nothing in them bearing in the least upon this tragedy." The man lied. I knew it instantly. The clenched hand pausing irresolute, then making its mind up to go through with the lie firmly, was enough for me. "Mr. Harwell, this is undoubtedly true according to your judgment," said the coroner, "but Mr. Leavenworth's correspondence will have to be searched for all that." "Of course," he replied carelessly. "That is only right." This remark ended Mr. Harwell's examination for the time. As he sat down, I made note of 4 things: that Mr. Harwell himself, for some reason not given, was conscious of a suspicion which he was anxious to suppress even from his own mind; that a woman was in some way connected with it, a rustle as well as a footstep having been heard on the stairs; that a letter had arrived at the house, which, if found, would be likely to throw some light upon this subject, and that Eleanor Leavenworth's name came with difficulty from his lips, this evidently unimpressible man manifesting more or less emotion whenever he was called upon to utter it. End of chapter 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Kirsten Ferreri, Los Angeles, California, July 2006. The Leavenworth Case, by Anna Katharine Green. Chapter 4. A Cuts. Something is rotten in the state of Denmark. Hamlet. The cook of the establishment being now called, that portly, ruddy-faced individual stepped forward with alacrity, displaying upon her good-humoured countenance such an expression of mingled eagerness and anxiety that more than one person present found it difficult to restrain a smile at her appearance. Observing this, and taking it as a compliment, being a woman as well as a cook, she immediately dropped a curtsy, and opening her lips was about to speak, when the coroner, rising impatiently in his seat, took the words from her mouth by saying sternly, "Your name?" "Catherine Malone, sir." "Well, Catherine, how long have you been in Mr. Leavenworth's service?" "Sure 'tis a good 12 month now, sir, since I came, on Mrs. Wilkins's recommendation, to that very front door." "Never mind the front door, but tell us why you left this Mrs. Wilson." "Sure, and it was she as left me, bein' as she went sailing to the old country the same day, when on her recommendation I came to the very front door—" "Well, well, no matter about that. You have been in Mr. Leavenworth's family a year?" "Yes, sir." "And liked it? Found him a good master?" "Och, sir, never have I found a better, worse luck to the villain as killed him. He was that free and generous, sir, that many's the time I've said to Hannah—" She stopped, with a sudden comical gasp of terror, looking at her fellow-servants like one who had incautiously made a slip. The coroner, observing this, inquired hastily, "Hannah? Who is Hannah?" The cook, drawing her roly-poly finger up into some sort of shape in her effort to appear unconcerned, exclaimed boldly, "She? Oh, only the lady's maid, sir." "But I don't see anyone here answering to that description. You didn't speak of anyone by the name of Hannah as belonging to the household," he said, turning to Thomas. "No, sir," the latter replied, with a bow and a sidelong look at the red-cheeked girl at his side. "You asked me who were in the house at the time the murder was discovered, and I told you." "Oh," cried the coroner satirically, "used to police courts, I see." Then turning back to the cook, who had all this while been rolling her eyes in a vague fright about the room, inquired, "And where is this Hannah?" "Sure, sir, she's gone." "How long since?" The cook caught her breath hysterically. "Since last night." "What time last night?" "Troth, sir, and I don't know. I don't know anything about it." "Was she dismissed?" "Not as I knows. Her clothes is here." "Oh, her clothes are here. At what hour did you miss her?" "I didn't miss her. She was here last night, and she isn't here this morning, and so I says she's gone." "Humph!" cried the coroner, casting a slow glance down the room, while everyone present looked as if a door had suddenly opened in a closed wall. "Where did this girl sleep?" The cook, who had been fumbling uneasily with her apron, looked up. "Sure, we all sleeps at the top of the house, sir." "In one room?" Slowly, "Yes, sir." "Did she come up to the room last night?" "Yes, sir." "At what hour?" "Sure, it was 10 when we all come up. I heard the clock a-striking." "Did you observe anything unusual in her appearance?" "She had a toothache, sir." "Oh, a toothache. What then? Tell me all she did." But at this the cook broke into tears and wails. "Sure, she didn't do nothin', sir. It wasn't her, sir, as did anything. Don't you believe it. Hannah's a good girl, and honest, sir, as you ever see. I'm ready to swear on the book as how she never put her hand to the lock of his door. What should she for? She only went down to Miss Eleanor for some toothache drops. Her face was paining her that awful. And oh, sir—" "There, there," interrupted the coroner. "I am not accusing Hannah of anything. I only asked you what she did after she reached your room. She went downstairs, you say. How long after you went up?" "Truth, sir, I couldn't tell. But Molly says—" "Never mind what Molly says. You didn't see her go down?" "No, sir." "Nor see her come back?" "No, sir." "Nor see her this morning?" "No, sir. How could I when she's gone?" "But you did see last night that she seemed to be suffering with toothache?" "Yes, sir." "Very well. Now tell me how and when you first became acquainted with the fact of Mr. Leavenworth's death." But her replies to this question, while over garrulous, contained but little information; and seeing this, the coroner was on the point of dismissing her, when the little juror, remembering an admission she had made of having seen Miss Eleanor Leavenworth coming out of the library door a few minutes after Mr. Leavenworth's body had been carried into the next room, asked her if her mistress had anything in her hand at the time. "I don't know, sir. Oh, faith!" she suddenly exclaimed, "I believe she did have a piece of paper. I recollect now seeing her put it in her pocket." The next witness was Molly, the upstairs girl. Molly O'Flanagan, as she called herself, was a rosy-cheeked, black-haired, pert girl of about 18, who under ordinary circumstances would have found herself able to answer, with a due degree of smartness, any question which might have been addressed to her. But fright will sometimes cower the stoutest heart, and Molly, standing before the coroner at this juncture, presented anything but a reckless appearance, her naturally rosy cheeks blanching at the first word addressed to her, and her head falling forward on her breast, in confusion too genuine to be dissembled, and too transparent to be misunderstood. As her testimony related mostly to Hannah, and what she knew of her and her remarkable disappearance, I shall confine myself to a mere synopsis of it. As far as she, Molly, knew, Hannah was what she had given herself out to be, an uneducated girl of Irish extraction, who had come from the country to act as a lady's maid and seamstress to the two Misses Leavenworth. She had been in the family for some time, before Molly herself, in fact, and though by nature remarkably reticent, refusing to tell anything about herself or her past life, she had managed to become a great favourite with all in the house. But she was of a melancholy nature, and fond of brooding, often getting up nights to sit and think in the dark. "As if she was a lady!" exclaimed Molly. This habit being a singular one for a girl in her station, an attempt was made to win from the witness further particulars in regard to it. But Molly, with a toss of her head, confined herself to the one statement. She used to get up nights and sit in the window, and that was all she knew about it. Drawn away from this topic, during the consideration of which a little of the sharpness of Molly's disposition had asserted itself, she went on to state, in connection with the events of the past night, that Hannah had been ill for 2 days or more with a swelled face, that it grew so bad after they had gone upstairs the night before, that she got out of bed, and dressing herself, Molly was closely questioned here, but insisted upon the fact that Hannah had fully dressed herself, even to arranging her collar and ribbon, lighted a candle, and made known her intention of going down to Miss Eleanor for aid. "Why Miss Eleanor?" a juryman here asked. "Oh, she is the one who always gives out medicines and such like to the servants." Urged to proceed, she went on to state that she had already told all she knew about it. Hannah did not come back, nor was she to be found in the house at breakfast time. "You say she took a candle with her," said the coroner. "Was it in a candlestick?" "No, sir, loose like." "Why did she take a candle? Does not Mr. Leavenworth burn gas in his halls?" "Yes, sir, but we put out the gas as we go up, and Hannah is afraid of the dark." "If she took a candle, it must be lying somewhere about the house. Now, has any one seen a stray candle?" "Not as I knows on, sir." "Is this it?" exclaimed a voice over my shoulder. It was Mr. Gryce, and he was holding up into view a half-burned paraffin candle. "Yes, sir. Lord, where did you find it?" "In the grass of the carriage yard, half-way from the kitchen door to the street," he quietly returned. Sensation! A clue at last! Something had been found which seemed to connect this mysterious murder with the outside world. Instantly the back door assumed the chief position of interest. The candle found lying in the yard seemed to prove, not only that Hannah had left the house shortly after descending from her room, but had left it by the back door, which we now remembered was only a few steps from the iron gate opening into the side street. But Thomas, being recalled, repeated his assertion that not only the back door, but all the lower windows of the house, had been found by him securely locked and bolted at 6 o'clock that morning. Inevitable conclusion: someone had locked and bolted them after the girl. But who? Alas, that had now become the very serious and momentous question. End of chapter 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Kirsten Ferreri, Los Angeles, California, July 2006. The Leavenworth Case, by Anna Katharine Green. Chapter 5. Expert Testimony. And oftentimes, to win us to our balm, the instruments of darkness tell us truths, win us with honest trifles, to betray us in deepest consequence. Macbeth. In the midst of the universal gloom thus awakened, there came a sharp ring at the bell. Instantly all eyes turned toward the parlor door, just as it slowly opened, and the officer who had been sent off so mysteriously by the coroner an hour before entered, in company with a young man, whose sleek appearance, intelligent eye, and general air of trustworthiness seemed to proclaim him to be what in fact he was, the confidential clerk of a responsible mercantile house. Advancing without apparent embarrassment, though each and every eye in the room was fixed upon him with lively curiosity, he made a slight bow to the coroner. "You have sent for a man from Bone & Co.?" he said. Strong and immediate excitement. Bone & Co. was the well-known pistol and ammunition store of Broadway. "Yes, sir," returned the coroner. "We have here a bullet, which we must ask you to examine. You are fully acquainted with all matters connected with your business?" The young man, merely elevating an expressive eyebrow, took the bullet carelessly in his hand. "Can you tell us from what make of pistol that was delivered?" The young man rolled it slowly round between his thumb and forefinger, then laid it down. "It is a number 32 ball, usually sold with the small pistol made by Smith & Wesson." "A small pistol!" exclaimed the butler, jumping up from his seat. "Master used to keep a little pistol in his stand drawer. I've often seen it. We all knew about it." Great and irrepressible excitement, especially among the servants. "That's so!" I heard a heavy voice exclaim. "I saw it once myself. Master was cleaning it." It was the cook who spoke. "In his stand drawer?" the coroner inquired. "Yes, sir, at the head of his bed." An officer was sent to examine the stand drawer. In a few moments he returned, bringing a small pistol which he laid down on the coroner's table, saying, "Here it is." Immediately everyone sprang to his feet, but the coroner, handing it over to the clerk from Bones, inquired if that was the make before mentioned. Without hesitation he replied, "Yes, Smith & Wesson, you can see for yourself," and he proceeded to examine it. "Where did you find this pistol?" asked the coroner of the officer. "In the top drawer of a shaving table standing near the head of Mr. Leavenworth's bed. It was lying in a velvet case together with a box of cartridges, one of which I bring as a sample." And he laid it down beside the bullet. "Was the drawer locked?" "Yes, sir, but the key was not taken out." Interest had now reached its climax. A universal cry swept through the room. "Is it loaded?" The coroner, frowning upon the assembly, with a look of great dignity, remarked, "I was about to ask that question myself, but first I must request order." An immediate calm followed. Everyone was too much interested to interpose any obstacle in the way of gratifying his curiosity. "Now, sir," exclaimed the coroner. The clerk from Bones, taking out the cylinder, held it up. "There are 7 chambers here, and they are all loaded." A murmur of disappointment followed this assertion. "But," he added quietly after a momentary examination of the face of the cylinder, "they have not all been loaded long. A bullet has recently been shot from one of these chambers." "How do you know?" cried one of the jury. "How do I know? Sir," said he, turning to the coroner, "will you be kind enough to examine the condition of this pistol?" And he handed it over to that gentleman. "Look first at the barrel. It is clean and bright, and shows no evidence of a bullet having passed out of it very lately. That is because it has been cleaned. But now observe the face of the cylinder. What do you see there?" "I see a faint line of smut near one of the chambers." "Just so. Show it to the gentleman." It was immediately handed down. "That faint line of smut on the edge of one of the chambers is the telltale, sirs. A bullet passing out always leaves smut behind. The man who fired this, remembering the fact, cleaned the barrel, but forgot the cylinder." And stepping aside, he folded his arms. "Jerusalem!" spoke out a rough, hearty voice. "Isn't that wonderful?" This exclamation came from a countryman who had stepped in from the street, and now stood agape in the doorway. It was a rude, but not altogether unwelcome interruption. A smile passed round the room, and both men and women breathed more easily. Order being at last restored, the officer was requested to describe the position of the stand, and its distance from the library table. "The library table is in one room, and the stand in another. To reach the former from the latter, one would be obliged to cross Mr. Leavenworth's bedroom in a diagonal direction, pass through the passageways separating that one apartment from the other, and— Wait a moment. How does this table stand in regard to the door which leads from the bedroom into the hall? One might enter that door, pass directly round the foot of the bed to the stand, procure the pistol, and cross halfway over to the passageway, without being seen by anyone sitting or standing in the library beyond." "Holy Virgin!" exclaimed the horrified cook, throwing her apron over her head as if to shut out some dreadful vision. "Hannah never would have had the pluck for that. Never, never!" But Mr. Gryce, laying a heavy hand on the woman, forced her back into her seat, reproving and calming her at the same time, with a dexterity marvellous to behold. "I beg your pardons," she cried deprecatingly to those around, "but it never was Hannah, never!" The clerk from Bones here being dismissed, those assembled took the opportunity of making some change in their position, after which the name of Mr. Harwell again was called. That person rose with manifest reluctance. Evidently the preceding testimony had either upset some theory of his, or indubitably strengthened some unwelcome suspicion. "Mr. Harwell," the coroner began, "we are told of the existence of a pistol belonging to Mr. Leavenworth, and upon searching we discover it in his room. Did you know of his possessing such an instrument?" "I did." "Was it a fact generally known in the house?" "So it would seem." "How was that? Was he in the habit of leaving it around where anyone can see it?" "I cannot say. I can only acquaint you with the manner in which I myself became aware of its existence." "Very well. Do so." "We were once talking about firearms. I have some taste that way, and have always been anxious to possess a pocket pistol. Saying something of the kind to him one day, he rose from his seat, and, fetching me this, showed it to me." "How long ago was this?" "Some few months since." "He has owned this pistol, then, for some time?" "Yes, sir." "Is that the only occasion on which you have ever seen it?" "No, sir," the secretary blushed. "I have seen it once since." "When?" "About 3 weeks ago." "Under what circumstances?" The secretary dropped his head, a certain drawn look making itself suddenly visible on his countenance. "Will you not excuse me, gentlemen?" he asked, after a moment's hesitation. "It is impossible," returned the coroner. His face grew even more pallid and deprecatory. "I am obliged to introduce the name of a lady," he hesitatingly declared. "We are very sorry," remarked the coroner. The young man turned fiercely upon him, and I could not help wondering that I had ever thought him commonplace. "Of Miss Eleanor Leavenworth," he cried. At that name, so uttered, everyone started but Mr. Gryce. He was engaged in holding a close and confidential confab with his finger-tips, and did not appear to notice. Surely it is contrary to the rules of decorum and the respect we all feel for the lady herself to introduce her name into this discussion," continued Mr. Harwell. But the coroner still insisting upon an answer, he refolded his arms, a movement indicative of resolution with him, and began in a low, forced tone to say, "It is only this, gentlemen. One afternoon, about 3 weeks since, I had the occasion to go to the library at an unusual hour. Crossing over to the mantelpiece for the purpose of procuring a penknife which I had carelessly left there in the morning, I heard a noise in the adjoining room. Knowing that Mr. Leavenworth was out, and supposing the ladies to be out also, I took the liberty of ascertaining who the intruder was, when what was my astonishment to come upon Miss Eleanor Leavenworth, standing at the side of her uncle's bed, with his pistol in her hand. Confused at my indiscretion, I attempted to escape without being observed, but in vain, for just as I was crossing the threshold, she turned, and calling me by name, requested me to explain the pistol to her. Gentlemen, in order to do so, I was obliged to take it in my hand, and that, sirs, is the only other occasion upon which I ever saw or handled the pistol of Mr. Leavenworth." Drooping his head, he waited in indescribable agitation for the next question. "She asked you to explain the pistol to her. What do you mean by that?" "I mean," he continued faintly, catching his breath in a vain effort to appear calm, "how to load, aim, and fire it." A flash of awakened feeling suddenly shot across the faces of all present. Even the coroner showed sudden signs of emotion, and sat staring at the bowed form and pale countenance of the man before him, with a peculiar look of surprised compassion, which could not fail of producing its effect, not only upon the young man himself, but upon all who saw him. "Mr. Harwell," he at length inquired, "have you anything to add to the statement you have just made?" The secretary sadly shook his head. "Mr. Gryce," I here whispered, clutching that person by the arm, and dragging him down to my side, "assure me, I entreat you—" But he would not let me finish. "The coroner is about to ask for the young ladies," he quickly interposed. "If you desire to fulfil your duty towards them, be ready. That's all." Fulfil my duty! The simple words recalled me to myself. What had I been thinking of? Was I mad? With nothing more terrible in mind than a tender picture of the lovely cousins bowed in anguish over the remains of one who had been dear as a father to them, I slowly rose, and upon demand being made for Miss Mary and Miss Eleanor Leavenworth, advanced and said that, as a friend of the family, a petty lie, which I hope will not be laid up against me, I begged the privilege of going for the ladies and escorting them down. Instantly a dozen eyes flashed upon me, and I experienced the embarrassment of one who, by some unexpected word or action, has drawn upon himself the concentrated attention of a whole room. But the permission sought being almost immediately accorded, I was speedily enabled to withdraw from my rather trying position, finding myself almost before I knew it in the hall, my face aflame, my heart beating with excitement, and these words of Mr. Gryce ringing in my ears: "3rd floor, rear room, first door at the head of the stairs. You'll find the young ladies expecting you." End of chapter 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Kirsten Ferreri, Los Angeles, California, August 2006. The Leavenworth Case, by Anna Katharine Green. Chapter 6. Sidelights. Oh, she has beauty might ensnare a conqueror's soul, and make him leave his crown at random to be scuffled for by slaves. Otway. 3rd floor, rear room, first door at the head of the stairs. What was I about to encounter there? Mounting the lower flight, and shuddering by the library wall, which to my troubled fancy seemed written all over with horrible suggestions, I took my way slowly upstairs, revolving in my mind many things, among which an admonition uttered long ago by my mother occupied a prominent place. "My son, remember that a woman with a secret may be a fascinating study, but that she can never be a safe, nor even satisfactory companion." A wise saw, no doubt, but totally inapplicable to the present situation. yet it continued to haunt me till the sight of the door to which I had been directed put every other thought to flight save that I was about to meet the stricken nieces of a brutally murdered man. Pausing only long enough on the threshold to compose myself for the interview, I lifted my hand to knock, when a rich, clear voice rose from within, and I heard distinctly uttered these astounding words: "I do not accuse your hand, though I know of none other which would or could have done this deed; but your heart, your head, your will, these I do and must accuse, in my secret mind at least, and it is well that you should know it." Struck with horror, I staggered back, my hands to my ears, when a touch fell on my arm, and turning, I saw Mr. Gryce standing close beside me, with his finger on his lip, and the last flickering shadow of a flying emotion fading from his steady, almost compassionate countenance. "Come, come," he exclaimed, "I see you don't begin to know what kind of a world you're living in. Rouse yourself. Remember, they are waiting down below." "But who is it? Who was it that spoke?" "That we shall soon see." And without waiting to meet, much less answer, my appealing look, he struck his hand against the door and flung it wide open. Instantly a flush of lovely colour burst upon us. Blue curtains, blue carpets, blue walls. It was like a glimpse of heavenly azure in a spot where only darkness and gloom were to be expected. Fascinated by the sight, I stepped impetuously forward, but instantly paused again, overcome and impressed by the exquisite picture I saw before me. Seated in an easy-chair of embroidered satin, but rousing from her half-recumbent position, like one who was in the act of launching a powerful invective, I beheld a glorious woman. Fair, frail, proud, and delicate, looking like a lily in the thick, creamy-tinted wrapper that alternately clung to and swayed from her finely moulded figure, with her forehead, crowned with the palest of pale tresses, lifted and flashing with power, one quivering hand clasping the arm of her chair, the other outstretched and pointing towards some distant object in the room. Her whole appearance was so startling, so extraordinary, that I held my breath in surprise, actually for the moment doubting if it were a living woman I beheld, or some famous Pythoness conjured up from an ancient story, to express, in one tremendous gesture, the supreme indignation of outraged womanhood. "Miss Mary Leavenworth," whispered that ever-present voice over my shoulder. Ah, Mary Leavenworth! What a relief came with this name! This beautiful creature, then, was not the Eleanor who could load, aim, and fire a pistol. Turning my head, I followed the guiding of that uplifted hand, now frozen into its place by a new emotion, the emotion of being interrupted in the midst of a direful and pregnant revelation, and saw—but no, here description fails me. Eleanor Leavenworth must be painted by other hands than mine. I could sit half the day and dilate upon the subtle grace, the pale magnificence, the perfection of form and feature which make Mary Leavenworth the wonder of all who behold her; but Eleanor, I could as soon paint the beatings of my own heart. Beguiling, terrible, grand, pathetic, that face of faces flashed upon my gaze, and instantly the moonlight loveliness of her cousin faded from my memory, and I saw only Eleanor from that moment on for ever. When my glance first fell upon her, she was standing by the side of a small table, with her face turned toward her cousin, and her two hands resting, the one upon her breast, the other upon the table, in an attitude of antagonism. But before the sudden pang which shot through me at the sight of her beauty had subsided, her head had turned, her gaze had encountered mine, all the horror of the situation had burst upon her, and instead of a haughty woman, drawn up to receive and trample upon the insinuations of another, I beheld, alas! a trembling, panting, human creature, conscious that a sword hung above her head, and without a word to say why it should not fall and slay her. It was a pitiable change, a heart-rending revelation. I turned from it as from a confession. But just then her cousin, who had apparently regained her self-possession at the first betrayal of emotion on the part of the other, stepped forward, and holding out her hand, inquired, "Is not this Mr. Raymond? How kind of you, sir! And you," turning to Mr. Gryce, "you have come to tell us we are wanted below, is it not so?" It was the voice I had heard through the door, but modulated to a sweet, winning, almost caressing tone. Glancing hastily at Mr. Gryce, I looked to see how he was affected by it. Evidently much, for the bow with which he greeted her words was lower than ordinary, and the smile with which he met her earnest look both deprecatory and reassuring. His glance did not embrace her cousin, though her eyes were fixed upon his face with an enquiry in their depths more agonizing than the utterance of any cry would have been. Knowing Mr. Gryce as I did, I felt that nothing could promise worse, or be more significant, than this transparent disregard of one who seemed to fill the room with her terror. And struck with pity, I forgot that Mary Leavenworth had spoken, forgot her very presence, in fact, and turning hastily away, took one step toward her cousin, when Mr. Gryce's hand, falling on my arm, stopped me. "Miss Leavenworth speaks," said he. Recalled to myself, I turned my back upon what had so interested me even while it repelled, and forcing myself to make some sort of reply to the fair creature before me, offered my arm, and led her toward the door. Immediately the pale, proud countenance of Mary Leavenworth softened almost to the point of smiling; and here let me say, there never was a woman who could smile and not smile like Mary Leavenworth. Looking in my face, with a frank and sweet appeal in her eyes, she murmured, "You are very good. I do feel the need of support. The occasion is so horrible, and my cousin there," here a little gleam of alarm nickered into her eyes, "is so very strange to-day." Humph! I thought to myself, where is the grand indignant Pythoness, with the unspeakable wrath and menace in her countenance, whom I saw when I first entered the room? Could it be that she was trying to beguile us from our conjectures by making light of her former expressions? Or was it possible she deceived herself so far as to believe us unimpressed by the weighty accusation overheard by us at a moment so critical? But Eleanor Leavenworth, leaning on the arm of the detective, soon absorbed all my attention. She had regained by this time her self-possession also, but not so entirely as her cousin. Her step faltered as she endeavoured to walk, and the hand which rested on his arm trembled like a leaf. "Would to God I never entered this house," I said to myself. And yet, before the exclamation was half uttered, I became conscious of a secret rebellion against the thought, an emotion, shall I say, of thankfulness that it had been myself rather than another who had been allowed to break in upon their privacy, overhear that significant remark, and, shall I acknowledge it, follow Mr. Gryce and the trembling, swaying figure of Eleanor Leavenworth downstairs. Not that I felt the least relenting in my soul towards guilt. Crime had never looked so black; revenge, selfishness, hatred, cupidity, never seemed more loathsome. And yet—but why enter into the consideration of my feelings at that time? They cannot be of interest. Besides, who can fathom the depths of his own soul, or untangle for others the secret cords of revulsion and attraction which are, and ever have been, a mystery and wonder to himself? Enough that, supporting upon my arm the half-fainting form of one woman, but with my attention and interest devoted to another, I descended the stairs of the Leavenworth mansion, and re-entered the dreaded presence of those inquisitors of the law who had been so impatiently awaiting us. As I once more crossed that threshold, and faced the eager countenances of those I had left so short a time before, I felt as if ages had elapsed in the interval. So much can be experienced by the human soul in the short space of a few overweighted moments. End of chapter 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Kirsten Ferreri, Los Angeles, California, August of 2006. The Leavenworth Case, by Anna Katharine Green. Chapter 7. Mary Leavenworth. For this relief, much thanks. Hamlet. Have you ever observed the effect of sunlight bursting suddenly upon the earth from behind a mass of heavily surcharged clouds? If so, you can have some idea of the sensation produced in that room by the entrance of these two beautiful ladies. Possessed of a loveliness which would have been conspicuous in all places and under all circumstances, Mary, at least, if not her less striking, though by no means less interesting cousin, could never have entered any assemblage without drawing to herself the wondering attention of all present. But heralded as here by the most fearful of tragedies, what could you expect from a collection of men such as I have already described, but overmastering wonder and incredulous admiration? Nothing, perhaps, and yet, at the first murmuring sound of amazement and satisfaction, I felt my soul recoil in disgust. Making haste to seat my now trembling companion in the most retired spot I could find, I looked about for her cousin,
But Eleanor Leavenworth, weak as she had appeared in the interview above, showed at this moment neither hesitation nor embarrassment. Advancing upon the arm of the detective, whose suddenly assumed air of persuasion in the presence of the jury was anything but reassuring, she stood for an instant gazing calmly upon the scene before her. Then, bowing to the coroner with a grace and condescension which seemed at once to place him on the footing of a politely endured intruder in this home of elegance, she took the seat which her own servants hastened to procure for her, with an ease and dignity that rather recalled the triumphs of the drawing-room than the self-consciousness of a scene such as that in which we found ourselves. Palpable acting though this was, it was not without its effect. Instantly the murmurs ceased, the obtrusive glances fell, and something like a forced respect made itself visible upon the countenances of all present. Even I, impressed as I had been by her very different demeanour in the room above, experienced a sensation of relief, and was more than startled when, upon turning to the lady at my side, I beheld her eyes riveted upon her cousin with an enquiry in their depths that was anything but encouraging. Fearful of the effect this look might have upon those about us, I hastily seized her hand, which, clenched and unconscious, hung over the edge of her chair, and was about to beseech her to have care, when her name, called in a slow, impressive way by the coroner, roused her from her abstraction. Hurriedly withdrawing her gaze from her cousin, she lifted her face to the jury, and I saw a gleam pass over it which brought back my early fancy of the Pythoness. But it passed, and it was with an expression of great modesty she settled herself to respond to the demand of the coroner and answer the first few opening enquiries. But what can express the anxiety of that moment to me? Gentle as she now appeared, she was capable of great wrath, as I knew. Was she going to reiterate her suspicions here? Did she hate as well as mistrust her cousin? Would she dare assert in this presence and before the world what she found it so easy to utter in the privacy of her own room and the hearing of the one person concerned? Did she wish to? Her own countenance gave me no clue to her intentions, and in my anxiety I turned once more to look at Eleanor. But she, in a dread and apprehension I could easily understand, had recoiled at the first intimation that her cousin was to speak, and now sat with her face covered from sight, by hands blanched to an almost deathly whiteness. The testimony of Mary Leavenworth was short. After some few questions, mostly referring to her position in the house and her connection with its deceased master, she was asked to relate what she knew of the murder itself, and of its discovery by her cousin and the servants. Lifting up a brow that seemed never to have known till now the shadow of care or trouble, and a voice that, whilst low and womanly, rang like a bell through the room, she replied, "You ask me, gentlemen, a question which I cannot answer of my own personal knowledge. I know nothing of this murder, nor of its discovery, save what has come to me through the lips of others." My heart gave a bound of relief, and I saw Eleanor Leavenworth's hands drop from her brow like stone, while a flickering gleam, as of hope, fled over her face, and then died away like sunlight leaving marble. "For strange as it may seem to you," Mary earnestly continued, the shadow of a past horror revisiting her countenance, "I did not enter the room where my uncle lay. I did not even think of doing so. My only impulse was to fly from what was so horrible and heartrending. But Eleanor went in, and she can tell you—" "We will question Miss Eleanor Leavenworth later," interrupted the coroner, but very gently for him. Evidently the grace and elegance of this beautiful woman were making their impression. "What we want to know is what you saw. You say you cannot tell us of anything that passed in the room at the time of the discovery." "No, sir." "Only what occurred in the hall?" "Nothing occurred in the hall," she innocently remarked. "Did not the servants pass in from the hall, and your cousin come out there after her revival from her fainting fit?" Mary Leavenworth's violet eyes opened wonderingly. "Yes, sir, but that was nothing." "You remember, however, her coming into the hall?" "Yes, sir." "With a paper in her hand?" "Paper!" And she wheeled suddenly and looked at her cousin. "Did you have a paper, Eleanor?" The moment was intense. Eleanor Leavenworth, who at the first mention of the word paper had started perceptibly, rose to her feet at this naive appeal, and opening her lips, seemed about to speak, when the coroner, with a strict sense of what was regular, lifted his hand with decision and said, "You need not ask your cousin, miss, but let us hear what you have to say yourself." Immediately Eleanor Leavenworth sank back, a pink spot breaking out on either cheek, while a slight murmur testified to the disappointment of those in the room, who were more anxious to have their curiosity gratified than the forms of law adhered to. Satisfied with having done his duty, and disposed to be easy with so charming a witness, the coroner repeated his question. "Tell us, if you please, if you saw any such thing in her hand." "I? Oh, no, no, I saw nothing." Being now questioned in relation to the events of the previous night, she had no new light to throw upon the subject. She acknowledged her uncle to have been a little reserved at dinner, but no more so than at previous times when annoyed by some business anxiety. Asked if she had seen her uncle again that evening, she said no, that she had been detained in her room, that the sight of him, sitting in his seat at the head of the table, was the very last remembrance she had of him. There was something so touching, so forlorn and yet so unobtrusive in this simple recollection of hers, that a look of sympathy passed slowly around the room. I even detected Mr. Gryce softening towards the inkstand, but Eleanor Leavenworth sat unmoved. "Was your uncle on ill terms with anyone?" was now asked. "Had he valuable papers or secret sums of money in his possession?" To all these enquiries she returned an equal negative. "Has your uncle met any stranger lately, or received any important letter during the last few weeks, which might seem in any way to throw light upon this mystery?" There was the slightest perceptible hesitation in her voice, as she replied, "No, not to my knowledge. I don't know of any such." But here, stealing a side glance at Eleanor, she evidently saw something that reassured her, for she hastened to add, "I believe I may go further than that, and meet your question with a positive no. My uncle was in the habit of confiding in me, and I should have known if anything of importance to him had occurred." Question in regard to Hannah, she gave that person the best of characters, knew of nothing which could have led either to her strange disappearance or to her connection with the crime, could not say whether she kept any company or had any visitors, only knew that no one with any such pretensions came to the house. Finally, when asked when she had last seen the pistol which Mr. Leavenworth always kept in his stand drawer, she returned, not since the day he bought it, Eleanor, and not herself, having the charge of her uncle's apartments. It was the only thing she had said which, even to a mind frightened like mine, would seem to point to any private doubt or secret suspicion, and this, uttered in the careless manner in which it was, would have passed without comment if Eleanor herself had not directed at that moment a very much aroused and inquiring look upon the speaker. But it was time for the inquisitive juror to make himself heard again. Edging to the brink of the chair, he drew in his breath, with a vague awe of Mary's beauty almost ludicrous to see, and asked if she had properly considered what she had just said. "I hope so, sir. I consider all I am called upon to say at such a time as this," was her earnest reply. The little juror drew back, and I looked to see her examination terminate, when suddenly his ponderous colleague of the watch-chain, catching the young lady's eye, inquired, "Miss Leavenworth, did your uncle ever make a will?" Instantly every man in the room was in arms, and even she could not prevent the slow blush of injured pride from springing to her cheek, but her answer was given firmly, and without any show of resentment. "Yes, sir," she returned simply. "More than one?" "I never heard of but one." "Are you acquainted with the contents of that will?" "I am. He made no secret of his intentions to anyone." The juryman lifted his eyeglass and looked at her. Her grace was little to him, or her beauty, or her elegance. "Perhaps, then, you can tell me who is the one most likely to be benefited by his death?" The brutality of this question was too marked to pass unchallenged. Not a man in that room, myself included, but frowned with sudden disapprobation. But Mary Leavenworth, drawing herself up, looked her interlocutor calmly in the face, and restrained herself to say, "I know who would be the greatest losers by it. The children he took to his bosom in their helplessness and sorrow, the young girls he enshrined with the halo of his love and protection, when love and protection were what their immaturity most demanded, the women who looked to him for guidance when childhood and youth were past. These, sir, these are the ones to whom his death is a loss, in comparison to which all others which may hereafter befall them must seem ever trivial and unimportant." It was a noble reply to the basest of insinuations, and the juryman drew back rebuked. But here another of them, one who had not spoken before, but whose appearance was not only superior to the rest, but also almost imposing in its gravity, leaned from his seat, and in a solemn voice said, "Miss Leavenworth, the human mind cannot help forming impressions. Now have you, with or without reason, felt at any time conscious of a suspicion pointing towards any one person as the murderer of your uncle?" It was a frightful moment. To me and to one other, I am sure, it was not only frightful but agonizing. Would her courage fail? Would her determination to shield her cousin remain firm in the face of duty and at the call of probity? I dared not hope it. But Mary Leavenworth, rising to her feet, looked judge and jury calmly in the face, and without raising her voice, giving it an indescribably clear and sharp intonation, replied, "No, I have neither suspicion nor reason for any. The assassin of my uncle is not only entirely unknown to, but completely unsuspected by me." It was like the removal of a stifling pressure. Amid a universal outgoing of the breath, Mary Leavenworth stood aside, and Elinor was called in her place. End of chapter 7.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Kirsten Ferreri, Los Angeles, California. The Leavenworth Case, by Anna Katharine Green. Chapter 8. Circumstantial Evidence. Oh, dark, dark, dark. And now that the interest was at its height, that the veil which shrouded this horrible tragedy seemed about to be lifted, if not entirely withdrawn, I felt a desire to fly the scene, to leave the spot, to know no more. Not that I was conscious of any particular fear of this woman betraying herself. The cold steadiness of her now fixed and impassive countenance was sufficient warranty in itself against the possibility of any such catastrophe. But if indeed the suspicions of her cousin were the offspring not only of hatred but of knowledge, if that face of beauty was in truth only a mask, and Elinor Leavenworth was what the words of her cousin, and her own after behaviour would seem to imply, how could I bear to sit there, and see the frightful serpent of deceit and sin evolve itself from the bosom of this white rose? And yet such is the fascination of uncertainty, that, although I saw something of my own feelings reflected in the countenances of many about me, not a man in all that assemblage showed any disposition to depart, I least of all. The coroner, on whom the blonde loveliness of Mary had impressed itself to Elinor's apparent detriment, was the only one in the room who showed himself unaffected at this moment. Turning toward the witness with a look which, while respectful, had a touch of austerity in it, he began, "You have been an intimate of Mr. Leavenworth's family from childhood, they tell me, Miss Leavenworth." "From my 10th year," was her quiet reply. It was the first time I had heard her voice, and it surprised me. It was so like, and yet so unlike that of her cousin. Similar in tone, it lacked its expressiveness, if I may so speak, sounding without vibration on the ear, and ceasing without an echo. "Since that time you have been treated like a daughter, they tell me." "Yes, sir, like a daughter, indeed. He was more than a father to both of us." "You and Miss Mary Leavenworth are cousins, I believe. When did she enter the family?" "At the same time I did. Our respective parents were victims of the same disaster. If it had not been for our uncle, we should have been thrown, children as we were, upon the world. But he—" here she paused, her firm lips breaking into a half tremble. "But he, in the goodness of his heart, adopted us into the family, and gave us what we had both lost, a father and a home." "You say he was a father to you as well as to your cousin, that he adopted you. Do you mean by that he not only surrounded you with present luxury, but gave you to understand that the same should be secured to you after his death, in short, that he intended to leave any portion of his property to you?" "No, sir, I was given to understand from the first that his property would be bequeathed by will to my cousin." "Your cousin was no more nearly related to him than yourself, Miss Leavenworth. Did he never give you any reason for this evident partiality?" "None but his pleasure, sir." Her answers up to this point had been so straightforward and satisfactory that a gradual confidence seemed to be taking the place of the rather uneasy doubts which had from the first circled about this woman's name and person. But at this admission, uttered as it was in a calm, unimpassioned voice, not only the jury but myself, who had so much truer reason for distrusting her, felt that actual suspicion in her case must be very much shaken before the utter lack of motive which this reply so clearly betokened. Meanwhile the coroner continued, "If your uncle was as kind as you say, you must have become very much attached to him." "Yes, sir," her mouth taking a sudden determined curve. "His death, then, must have been a great shock to you." "Very, very great." "Enough of itself to make you faint away, as they tell me you did at the first glimpse you had of his body." "Enough, quite." "And yet you seemed to be prepared for it." "Prepared?" "The servants say you were much agitated at finding your uncle did not make his appearance at the breakfast table." "The servants!" Her tongue seemed to cleave to the roof of her mouth. She could hardly speak. "That when you returned from his room you were very pale." Was she beginning to realize that there was some doubt, if not actual suspicion, in the mind of the man who could assail her with questions like these? I had not seen her so agitated since that one memorable instant up in her room. But her mistrust, if she felt any, did not long betray itself. Calming herself by a great effort, she replied, with a quiet gesture, "That is not so strange. My uncle was a very methodical man. The least change in his habits would be likely to awaken our apprehensions." "You were alarmed, then?" "To a certain extent I was." "Miss Leavenworth, who is in the habit of overseeing the regulation of your uncle's private apartments?" "I am, sir." "You are doubtless, then, acquainted with a certain stand in his room containing a drawer?" "Yes, sir." "How long is it since you had occasion to go to this drawer?" "Yesterday," visibly trembling at the admission. "At what time?" "Near noon, I should judge." "Was the pistol he was accustomed to keep there in its place at the time?" "I presume so. I did not observe." "Did you turn the key upon closing the drawer?" "I did." "Take it out?" "No, sir." "Miss Leavenworth, that pistol, as you have perhaps observed, lies on the table before you. Will you look at it?" And lifting it up into view, he held it towards her. If he had meant to startle her by the sudden action, he amply succeeded. At the first sight of the murderous weapon she shrank back, and a horrified but quickly suppressed shriek burst from her lips. "Oh, no, no!" she moaned, flinging out her hands before her. "I must insist upon your looking at it, Miss Leavenworth," pursued the coroner. "When it was found just now, all the chambers were loaded." Instantly the agonized look left her countenance. "Oh, then—" She did not finish, but put out her hand for the weapon. But the coroner, looking at her steadily, continued, "It has been lately fired off for all that. The hand that cleaned the barrel forgot the cartridge chamber, Miss Leavenworth." She did not shriek again, but a hopeless, helpless look slowly settled over her face, and she seemed about to sink, but like a flash the reaction came, and lifting her head with a steady, grand action I have never seen equalled, she exclaimed, "Very well, what then?" The coroner laid the pistol down. Men and women glanced at each other. Every one seemed to hesitate to proceed. I heard a tremulous sigh at my side, and turning, beheld Mary Leavenworth staring at her cousin with a startled flush on her cheek, as if she began to recognize that the public, as well as herself, detected something in this woman calling for explanation. At last the coroner summoned up courage to continue. "You ask me, Miss Leavenworth, upon the evidence given, what then? Your question obliges me to say that no burglar, no hired assassin, would have used this pistol for a murderous purpose, and then taken the pains not only to clean it, but to reload it and lock it up again in the drawer from which he had taken it." She did not reply to this, but I saw Mr. Gryce make a note of it with that peculiar emphatic nod of his. Nor, he went on even more gravely, would it be possible for any one who was not accustomed to pass in and out of Mr. Leavenworth's room at all hours to enter his door so late at night, procure this pistol from its place of concealment, traverse his apartment, and advance as closely upon him as the facts show to have been necessary, without causing him at least to turn his head to one side, which, in consideration of the doctor's testimony, we cannot believe he did. It was a frightful suggestion, and we looked to see Eleanor Leavenworth recoil. But that expression of outraged feeling was left for her cousin to exhibit. Starting indignantly from her seat, Mary cast one hurried glance around her, and opened her lips to speak, but Eleanor, slightly turning, motioned her to have patience, and replied in a cold and calculating voice, "You are not sure, sir, that this was done. If my uncle, for some purpose of his own, had fired the pistol off yesterday, let us say, which is surely possible, if not probable, the like results would be observed, and the same conclusions drawn. Miss Leavenworth," the coroner went on, "the ball has been extracted from your uncle's head." "Ah." "It corresponds with those in the cartridges found in his stand drawer, and is of the number used with this pistol." Her head fell forward on her hands, her eyes sought the floor, her whole attitude expressed disheartenment. Seeing it, the coroner grew still more grave. "Miss Leavenworth," said he, "I have now some questions to put to you concerning last night. Where did you spend the evening?" "Alone in my own room." "You, however, saw your uncle or your cousin during the course of it?" "No, sir. I saw no one after leaving the dinner-table, except Thomas," she added, after a moment's pause. "And how came you to see him?" "He came to bring me the card of a gentleman who called." "May I ask the name of the gentleman?" "The name on the card was Mr. Leroy Robbins." The matter seemed trivial, but the sudden start given by the lady at my side made me remember it. "Miss Leavenworth, when seated in your room, are you in the habit of leaving your door open?" A startled look at this, quickly suppressed. "Not in the habit, no, sir." "Why did you leave it open last night?" "I was feeling warm." "No other reason?" "I can give no other." "When did you close it?" "Upon retiring." "Was that before or after the servants went up?" "After." "Did you hear Mr. Harwell when he left the library and ascended to his room?" "I did, sir." "How much longer did you leave your door open after that?" "A few minutes. I cannot say," she added hurriedly. "Cannot say? Why, do you forget?" "I forget just how long after Mr. Harwell came up I closed it." "Was it more than 10 minutes?" "Yes." "More than 20?" "Perhaps." How pale her face was, and how she trembled! "Miss Leavenworth, according to evidence, your uncle came to his death not very long after Mr. Harwell left him. If your door was open, you ought to have heard if any one went to his room, or any pistol shot was fired. Now, did you hear anything?" "I heard no confusion, no, sir." "Did you hear anything?" "Nor any pistol shot." "Miss Leavenworth, excuse my persistence, but did you hear anything?" "I heard a door close." "What door?" "The library door." "When?" "I do not know." She clasped her hands hysterically. "I cannot say. Why do you ask me so many questions?" I leaped to my feet. She was swaying, almost fainting, but before I could reach her she had drawn herself up again, and resumed her former demeanour. "Excuse me," said she. "I am not myself this morning. I beg your pardon." And she turned steadily to the coroner. "What was it you asked?" I asked, and his voice grew thin and high. Evidently her manner was beginning to tell against her. "When it was you heard the library door shut." "I cannot fix the precise time, but it was after Mr. Harwell came up, and before I closed my own." "And you heard no pistol shot?" "No, sir." The coroner cast a quick look at the jury, who almost to a man glanced aside as he did so. "Miss Leavenworth, we are told that Hannah, one of the servants started for your room late last night after some medicine. Did she come there?" "No, sir." "When did you first learn of her remarkable disappearance from this house during the night?" "This morning before breakfast. Molly met me in the hall and asked how Hannah was. I thought the enquiry a strange one, and naturally questioned her. A moment's talk made the conclusion plain that the girl was gone." "What did you think when you became assured of this fact?" "I did not know what to think." "No suspicion of foul play crossed your mind?" "No, sir." "You did not connect the fact with that of your uncle's murder?" "I did not know of this murder then." "And afterwards?" "Oh, some thought of the possibility of her knowing something about it may have crossed my mind. I cannot say." "Can you tell us anything of this girl's past history?" "I can tell you no more in regard to it than my cousin has done." "Do you not know what made her sad at night?" Her cheek flushed angrily. Was it at his tone, or at the question itself? "No, sir. She never confided her secrets to my keeping." "Then you cannot tell us where she would be likely to go upon leaving this house?" "Certainly not." "Miss Leavenworth, we are obliged to put another question to you. We are told it was by your order your uncle's body was removed from where it was found into the next room." She bowed her head. "Didn't you know it to be improper for you or anyone else to disturb the body of a person found dead, except in the presence and under the authority of the proper officer?" "I did not consult my knowledge, sir, in regard to the subject, only my feelings." "Then I suppose it was your feelings which prompted you to remain standing by the table at which he was murdered, instead of following the body in and seeing it properly deposited. Or perhaps," he went on, with relentless sarcasm, "you were too much interested just then in the piece of paper you took away to think much of the proprieties of the occasion." "Paper?" lifting her head with determination. "Who says I took a piece of paper from the table?" "One witness has sworn to seeing you bend over the table upon which several papers lay strewn; another, to meeting you a few minutes later in the hall, just as you were putting a piece of paper into your pocket. The inference follows, Miss Leavenworth." This was a home thrust, and we looked to see some show of agitation, but her haughty lip never quivered. "You have drawn the inference, and you must prove the fact." The answer was stateliness itself, and we were not surprised to see the coroner look a trifle baffled, but recovering himself, he said, "Miss Leavenworth, I must ask you again whether you did or did not take anything from that table." She folded her arms. "I decline answering the question," she quietly said. "Pardon me," he rejoined, "it is necessary that you should." Her lip took a still more determined curve. "When any suspicious paper is found in my possession, it will be time enough then for me to explain how I came by it." This defiance seemed to quite stagger the coroner. "Do you realize to what this refusal is liable to subject you?" She dropped her head. "I'm afraid that I do, yes, sir." Mr. Gryce lifted his hand and softly twirled the tassel of the window curtain. "And you still persist?" She absolutely disdained to reply. The coroner did not press it further. It had now become evident to all that Eleanor Leavenworth not only stood on her defence, but was perfectly aware of her position, and prepared to maintain it. Even her cousin, who until now had preserved some sort of composure, began to show signs of strong and uncontrollable agitation, as if she found it one thing to utter an accusation herself, and quite another to see it mirrored in the countenances of the men about her. "Miss Leavenworth," the coroner continued, changing the line of attack, "you have always had free access to your uncle's apartments, have you not?" "Yes, sir." "Might even have entered his room late at night, crossed it and stood at his side, without disturbing him sufficiently to cause him to turn his head?" "Yes," her hands pressing themselves painfully together. "Miss Leavenworth, the key to the library door is missing." She made no answer. "It has been testified to that, previous to the actual discovery of the murder, you visited the door of the library alone. Will you tell us if the key was then in the lock?" "It was not." "Are you certain?"
"I am."
"Now, was there anything peculiar about this key, either in size or shape?" She strove to repress the sudden terror which this question produced, glancing carelessly around at the group of servants stationed at her back, and trembled. "It was a little different from the others," she finally acknowledged. "In what respect?" "The handle was broken." "Ah, gentlemen, the handle was broken," emphasized the coroner, looking toward the jury. Mr. Gryce seemed to take this information to himself, for he gave another of his quick nods. "You would then recognize this key, Miss Leavenworth, if you should see it?" She cast a startled look at him, as if she expected to behold it in his hand, but seeming to gather courage at not finding it produced, replied quite easily, "I think I should, sir." The coroner seemed satisfied, and was about to dismiss the witness when Mr. Gryce quietly advanced and touched him on the arm. "One moment," said that gentleman, and stooping, he whispered a few words in the coroner's ear, then, recovering himself, stood with his right hand in his breast pocket, and his eye upon the chandelier. I scarcely dared to breathe. Had he repeated to the coroner the words he had inadvertently overheard in the hall above? But a glance at the latter's face satisfied me that nothing of such importance had transpired. He looked not only tired, but a trifle annoyed. "Miss Leavenworth," said he, turning again in her direction, "you have declared that you did not visit your uncle's room last evening. Do you repeat the assertion?" "I do." He glanced at Mr. Gryce, who immediately drew from his breast a handkerchief, curiously soiled. "It is strange, then, that your handkerchief should have been found this morning in that room." The girl uttered a cry. Then, while Mary's face hardened into a sort of strong despair, Elinor tightened her lips and coldly replied, "I do not see as it is so very strange. I was in that room early this morning." "And you dropped it then?" A distressed blush crossed her face. She did not reply. "Soiled in this way?" he went on. "I know nothing about the soil. What is it? Let me see." "In a moment. What we now wish is to know how it came to be in your uncle's apartment." "There are many ways. I might have left it there days ago. I have told you that I was in the habit of visiting his room. But first let me see if it is my handkerchief." And she held out her hands. "I presume so, as I am told it has your initials embroidered in the corner," he remarked, as Mr. Gryce passed it to her. But she, with horrified voice, interrupted him. "These dirty spots! What are they? They look like—" "What they are," said the coroner. "If you have ever cleaned a pistol, you must know what they are, Miss Leavenworth." She let the handkerchief fall convulsively from her hand, and stood staring at it, lying before her on the floor. "I know nothing about it, gentlemen," she said. "It is my handkerchief, but—" For some cause she did not finish her sentence, but again repeated, "Indeed, gentlemen, I know nothing about it." This closed her testimony. Kate the cook was now recalled, and asked to tell when she last washed the handkerchief. "This, sir? This handkerchief? Oh, sometime this week, sir," throwing a deprecatory glance at her mistress. "What day?" "Well, I wish I could forget, Miss Elinor, but I can't. It is the only one like it in the house. I washed it day before yesterday." "When did you iron it?" "Yesterday morning," half choking over the words. "And when did you take it to her room?" The cook threw her apron over her head. "Yesterday afternoon, with the rest of the clothes, just before dinner. Indade I could not help it, Miss Elinor. It was the truth." Elinor Leavenworth frowned. This somewhat contradictory evidence had very sensibly affected her, and when a moment later the coroner, having dismissed the witness, turned toward her, and inquired if she had anything further to say, in the way of explanation or otherwise, she threw up her hands almost spasmodically, slowly shook her head, and without word or warning, fainted quietly away in her chair. A commotion of course followed, during which I noticed that Mary did not hasten to her cousin, but left it for Molly and Kate to do what they could toward her resuscitation. In a few moments this was in so far accomplished that they were enabled to lead her from the room. As they did so, I observed a tall man rise and follow her out. A momentary silence ensued, soon broken, however, by an impatient stir, as our little juryman rose and proposed that the jury should now adjourn for the day. This seeming to fall in with the coroner's views, he announced that the inquest would stand adjourned until 3 o'clock the next day, when he trusted all the jurors would be present. A general rush followed, that in a few minutes emptied the room of all but Miss Leavenworth, Mr. Gryce, and myself. End of chapter 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Kirsten Ferreri, Los Angeles, California. The Leavenworth Case, by Anna Katharine Green. Chapter 9. A Discovery. His rolling eyes did never rest in place, but walked each where, for fear of hid mischance, holding a lattice still before his pace, through which he still did peep, as forward he did pace. The Fairy Queen. Miss Leavenworth, who appeared to have lingered from a vague terror of everything and everybody in the house not under her immediate observation, shrank from my side the moment she found herself left comparatively alone, and retiring to a distant corner, gave herself up to grief. Turning my attention, therefore, in the direction of Mr. Gryce, I found that person busily engaged in counting his own fingers, with a troubled expression upon his countenance, which may or may not have been the result of that arduous employment. But at my approach, satisfied perhaps that he possessed no more than the requisite number, he dropped his hands, and greeted me with a faint smile which was, considering all things, too suggestive to be pleasant. "Well," said I, taking my stand before him, "I cannot blame you. You had a right to do as you thought best, but how had you the heart? Was she not sufficiently compromised without your bringing out that wretched handkerchief, which she may or may not have dropped in that room, but whose presence there, soiled though it was with pistol grease, is certainly no proof that she herself was connected with this murder?" "Mr. Raymond," he returned, "I have been detailed as police officer and detective to look after this case, and I propose to do it." "Of course," I hastened to reply, "I am the last man to wish you to shirk your duty. But you cannot have the temerity to declare that this young and tender creature can by any possibility be considered as at all likely to be implicated in a crime so monstrous and unnatural. The mere assertion of another woman's suspicions on the subject ought not—" But here Mr. Gryce interrupted me. "You talk when your attention should be directed to more important matters. That other woman, as you are pleased to designate the fairest ornament of New York society, sits over there in tears. Go and comfort her." Looking at him in amazement, I hesitated to comply, but seeing he was in earnest, crossed to Miss Mary Leavenworth, and sat down by her side. She was weeping, but in a slow, unconscious way, as if grief had been mastered by fear. The fear was too undisguised, and the grief too natural, for me to doubt the genuineness of either. "Miss Leavenworth," said I, "any attempt at consolation on the part of a stranger must seem, at a time like this, the most bitter of mockeries. But do try and consider that circumstantial evidence is not always absolute proof." Starting with surprise, she turned her eyes upon me with a slow, comprehensive gaze wonderful to see in orbs so tender and womanly. "No," she repeated, "circumstantial evidence is not absolute proof. But Elinor does not know this. She is so intense. She cannot see but one thing at a time. She has been running her head into a noose, and oh—" Pausing, she clutched my arm with a passionate grasp. "Do you think there is any danger? Will they—" She could not go on. "Miss Leavenworth," I protested, with a warning look toward the detective, "what do you mean?" Like a flash her glance followed mine, an instant change taking place in her bearing. "Your cousin may be intense," I went on, as if nothing had occurred, "but I do not know to what you refer when you say she has been running her head into a noose." "I mean this," she firmly returned, "that wittingly or unwittingly she has so parried and met the questions which have been put to her in this room, that any one listening to her would give her the credit of knowing more than she ought to of this horrible affair. She acts," Mary whispered, but not so low but that every word could be distinctly heard in all quarters of the room, "as if she were anxious to conceal something. But she is not. I am sure she is not. Elinor and I are not good friends, but all the world can never make me believe she has any more knowledge of this murder than I have. Won't somebody tell her then, won't you, that her manner is a mistake, that it is calculated to arouse suspicion, that it has already done so? And oh, don't forget to add," her voice sinking to a decided whisper now, "what you have just repeated to me, that circumstantial evidence is not always absolute proof." I surveyed her with great astonishment. What an actress this woman was! "You request me to tell her this," said I. "Wouldn't it be better for you to speak to her yourself?" "Elinor and I hold little or no confidential communication," she replied. I could easily believe this, and yet I was puzzled. Indeed, there was something incomprehensible in her whole manner. Not knowing what else to say, I remarked, "That is unfortunate. She ought to be told that the straightforward course is the best by all means." Mary Leavenworth only wept. "Oh, why has this awful trouble come to me, who have always been so happy before?" "Perhaps for the very reason that you have always been so happy." "It was not enough for my dear uncle to die in this horrible manner, but she, my own cousin, had to—" I touched her arm, and the action seemed to recall her to herself. Stopping short, she bit her lip. "Miss Leavenworth," I whispered, "you should hope for the best. Besides, I honestly believe you to be disturbing yourself unnecessarily. If nothing fresh transpires, a mere prevarication or so of your cousin's will not suffice to injure her." I said this to see if she had any reason to doubt the future. I was amply rewarded. "Anything fresh? How could there be anything fresh when she is perfectly innocent?" Suddenly a thought seemed to strike her. Wheeling round in her seat till her lovely perfumed wrapper brushed my knee, she asked, "Why didn't they ask me more questions? I could have told them Elinor never left her room last night." "You could?" What was I to think of this woman? "Yes, my room is nearer the head of the stairs than hers. If she had passed my door, I should have heard her, don't you see?" "Ah, that was all." "That does not follow," I answered sadly. "Can you give no other reason?" "I would say whatever was necessary," she whispered. I started back. Yes, this woman would lie now to save her cousin, had lied during the inquest. But then I felt grateful, and now I was simply horrified. "Miss Leavenworth," said I, "nothing can justify one in violating the dictates of his own conscience, not even the safety of one we do not altogether love." "No?" she returned, and her lip took a tremulous curve, the lovely bosom heaved, and she softly looked away. If Elinor's beauty had made less of an impression on my fancy, or if her frightful situation awakened less anxiety in my breast, I should have been a lost man from that moment. "I did not mean to do anything wrong," Miss Leavenworth continued. "Do not think too badly of me." "No, no," said I, and there is not a man living who would not have said the same in my place. What more might have passed between us on this subject I cannot say, for just then the door opened, and a man entered whom I recognized as the one who had followed Elinor Leavenworth out, a short time before. "Mr. Gryce," said he, pausing just inside the door. "A word, if you please." The detective nodded, but did not hasten toward him. Instead of that, he walked deliberately away to the other end of the room, where he lifted the lid of an inkstand he saw there, muttered some unintelligible words into it, and speedily shut it again. Immediately the uncanny fancy seized me that if I should leap to that inkstand, open it, and peer in, I should surprise and capture the bit of confidence he had entrusted to it. But I restrained my foolish impulse, and contented myself with noting the subdued look of respect with which the gaunt subordinate watched the approach of his superior. "Well?" inquired the latter as he reached him. "What now?" The man shrugged his shoulders, and drew his principal through the open door. Once in the hall, their voices sank to a whisper, and as their backs only were visible, I turned to look at my companion. She was pale but composed. "Has he come from Elinor?" "I do not know. I fear so." "Miss Leavenworth," I proceeded, "can it be possible that your cousin has anything in her possession she desires to conceal?" "Then you think she is trying to conceal something?" "I do not say so, but there was considerable talk about a paper." "They will never find any paper, or anything else suspicious in Elinor's possession," Mary interrupted. "In the first place, there was no paper of importance enough," I saw Mr. Gryce's form suddenly stiffen, "for any one to attempt its abstraction and concealment." "Can you be sure of that? May not your cousin be acquainted with something?" "There was nothing to be acquainted with, Mr. Raymond. We lived the most methodical and domestic of lives. I cannot understand, for my part, why so much should be made out of this. My uncle undoubtedly came to his death by the hand of some intended burglar. That nothing was stolen from the house is no proof that a burglar never entered it. As for the doors and windows being locked, will you take the word of an Irish servant as infallible upon such an important point? I cannot. I believe the assassin to be one of a gang, who make their living by breaking into houses, and if you cannot honestly agree with me, do try and consider such an explanation as possible. If not for the sake of the family credit, why then—" and she turned her face with all its fair beauty upon mine, eyes, cheeks, mouth, all so exquisite and winsome, "why then, for mine." Instantly Mr. Gryce turned upon us. "Mr. Raymond, would you be kind enough to step this way?" Glad to escape from my present position, I hastily obeyed. "What has happened?" I asked. "We propose to take you into our confidence," was the easy response. "Mr. Raymond, Mr. Fobbs." I bowed to the man I saw before me, and stood uneasily waiting. Anxious as I was to know what we really had to fear, I still intuitively shrank from any communication with one whom I looked upon as a spy. "A matter of some importance," resumed the detective. "It is not necessary for me to remind you that it is in confidence, is it?" "No." "I thought not. Mr. Fobbs, you may proceed." Instantly the whole appearance of the man Fobbs changed. Assuming an expression of lofty importance, he laid his large hand outspread upon his heart, and commenced. "Detailed by Mr. Gryce to watch the movements of Miss Eleanor Leavenworth, I left this room upon her departure from it, and followed her and the two servants who conducted her upstairs to her own apartment. Once there—" Mr. Gryce interrupted him. "Once there, where?" "Her own room, sir." "Where situated?" "At the head of the stairs." "That is not her room. Go on." "Not her room? Then it was the fire she was after," he cried, clapping himself on one knee. "The fire?" "Excuse me, I am ahead of my story. She did not appear to notice me much, though I was right behind her. It was not until she had reached the door of this room, which was not her room," he interpolated dramatically, "and turned to dismiss her servants, that she seemed conscious of having been followed. Eyeing me then with an air of great dignity, quickly eclipsed, however, by an expression of patient endurance, she walked in, leaving the door open behind her in a courteous way I cannot sufficiently commend." I could not help frowning. Honest as the man appeared, this was evidently anything but a sore subject with him. Observing me frown, he softened his manner. Not seeing any other way of keeping her under my eye, except by entering the room, I followed her in, and took a seat in a remote corner. She flashed one look at me as I did so, and commenced pacing the floor in a restless kind of way I am not altogether unused to. At last she stopped abruptly, right in the middle of the room. "Get me a glass of water," she gasped. "I'm faint again. Quick! On the stand in the corner." Now in order to get that glass of water, it was necessary for me to pass behind a dressing mirror that reached almost to the ceiling, and I naturally hesitated. But she turned and looked at me, and—well, gentlemen, I think either of you would have hastened to do what she asked, or at least, with a doubtful look at Mr. Gryce, have given your 2 ears for the privilege, even if you didn't succumb to the temptation. "Well, well!" exclaimed Mr. Gryce impatiently. "I am going on," said he. "I stepped out of sight then for a moment, but it seemed long enough for her purpose, for when I emerged, glass in hand, she was kneeling at the grate full 5 feet from the spot where she had been standing, and was fumbling with the waist of her dress, in a way to convince me she had something concealed there which she was anxious to dispose of. I eyed her pretty closely as I handed her the glass of water, but she was gazing into the grate, and didn't appear to notice. Drinking barely a drop, she gave it back, and in another moment was holding out her hands over the fire. 'I am so cold,' she cried, 'so cold!' and I verily believe she was. At any rate, she shivered most naturally. But there were a few dying embers in the grate, and when I saw her thrust her hand again into the folds of her dress I became distrustful of her intentions, and drawing a step nearer, looked over her shoulder, when I distinctly saw her drop something into the grate that clinked as it fell. Suspecting what it was, I was about to interfere, when she sprang to her feet, seized the scuttle of coal that was upon the hearth, and with one move emptied the whole upon the dying embers. "I want a fire," she cried, "a fire!" "That is hardly the way to make one," I returned, carefully taking the coal out with my hands, piece by piece, and putting it back into the scuttle until— "Until what?" I asked, seeing him and Mr. Gryce exchange a hurried look. "Until I found this," opening his large hand and showing me a broken-handled key. End of chapter 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Kirsten Ferreri, Los Angeles, California. The Leavenworth Case, by Anna Katharine Green. Chapter 10. Mr. Gryce receives new impetus. There's nothing ill can dwell in such a temple. The Tempest. This astounding discovery made a most unhappy impression upon me. It was true, then. Elinor the beautiful, the lovesome, was— I could not finish the sentence, even in the silence of my own mind. "You look surprised," said Mr. Gryce, glancing curiously towards the key. "Now, I ain't. A woman does not thrill, blush, equivocate, and faint for nothing, especially such a woman as Miss Leavenworth." "A woman who could do such a deed would be the last to thrill, equivocate, and faint," I retorted. "Give me the key. Let me see it." He complacently put it in my hand. "It is the one we want. No getting out of that." I returned it. "If she declares herself innocent, I will believe her." He stared with great amazement. "You have strong faith in the women," he laughed. "I hope they will never disappoint you." I had no reply for this, and a short silence ensued, first broken by Mr. Gryce. "There is but one thing left to do," said he. "Fobbs, you will have to request Miss Leavenworth to come down. Do not alarm her, only see that she comes. To the reception-room," he added, as the man drew off. No sooner were we left alone than I made a move to return to Mary, but he stopped me. "Come and see it out," he whispered. "She will be down in a moment. See it out. You had best." Glancing back, I hesitated, but the prospect of beholding Elinor again drew me in spite of myself. Telling him to wait, I returned to Mary's side to make my excuses. "What is the matter? What has occurred?" she breathlessly asked. "Nothing as yet to disturb you much. Do not be alarmed." But my face betrayed me. "There is something," said she. "Your cousin is coming down." "Down here?" And she shrank visibly. "No, to the reception-room." "I do not understand. It is all dreadful, and no one tells me anything." "I pray God there may be nothing to tell. Judging from your present faith in your cousin, there will not be. Take comfort, then, and be assured I will inform you if anything occurs which you ought to know." Giving her a look of encouragement, I left her crushed against the crimson pillows of the sofa on which she sat, and rejoined Mr. Gryce. We had scarcely entered the reception-room when Elinor Leavenworth came in. More languid than she was an hour before, but haughty still, she slowly advanced, and, meeting my eye, gently bent her head. "I have been summoned here," said she, directing herself exclusively to Mr. Gryce, "by an individual whom I take to be in your employ. If so, may I request you to make your wishes known at once, as I am quite exhausted, and am in great need of rest." "Miss Leavenworth," returned Mr. Gryce, rubbing his hands together, and staring in a quite fatherly manner at the door-knob, "I am very sorry to trouble you, but the fact is, I wish to ask you—" But here she stopped him. "Anything in regard to the key which that man has doubtless told you he saw me drop into the ashes?" "Yes, miss." "Then I must refuse to answer any questions concerning it. I have nothing to say on the subject, unless it is this," giving him a look full of suffering, but full of a certain sort of courage too, "that he was right if he told you I had the key hiding about my person, and that I attempted to conceal it in the ashes of the grate." "Still, miss—" But she had already withdrawn to the door. "I pray you to excuse me," she said. "No argument you could advance would make any difference in my determination. Therefore it would be but a waste of energy on your part to attempt any." And with a flitting glance in my direction, not without its appeal, she quietly left the room. For a moment Mr. Gryce stood staring after her with a look of great interest. Then, bowing out with almost exaggerated homage, he hastily followed her out. I had scarcely recovered from the surprise occasioned by this unexpected movement, when a quick step was heard in the hall, and Mary, flushed and anxious, appeared at my side. "What is it?" she inquired. "What has Elinor been saying?" "Alas!" I answered, "she has not said anything. That is the trouble, Miss Leavenworth. Your cousin preserves a reticence upon certain points very painful to witness. She ought to understand that if she persists in doing this, that—" "That what?" There was no mistaking the deep anxiety prompting this question. "That she cannot avoid the trouble that will ensue." For a moment she stood gazing at me with great horror-stricken, incredulous eyes. Then, sinking back into a chair, flung her hands over her face with the cry, "Oh, why were we ever born? Why were we allowed to live? Why did we not perish with those who gave us birth?" In the face of anguish like this I could not keep still. "Dear Miss Leavenworth," I essayed, "there is no cause for such despair as this. The future looks dark, but not impenetrable. Your cousin will listen to reason, and in explaining—" But she, deaf to my words, had again risen to her feet, and stood before me in an attitude almost appalling. "Some women in my position would go mad!" I surveyed her with growing wonder. I thought I knew what she meant. She was conscious of having given the cue which had led to this suspicion of her cousin, and that in this way the trouble which hung over their heads was of her own making. I endeavoured to soothe her, but my efforts were all unavailing. Absorbed in her own anguish, she paid but little attention to me. Satisfied at last that I could do nothing more for her, I turned to go. The movement seemed to arouse her. "I am sorry to leave," said I, "without having afforded you any comfort. Believe me, I am very anxious to assist you. Is there no one I can send to your side? No woman friend or relative? It is sad to leave you alone in this house at such a time." "And do you expect me to remain here? Why, I should die! Here, to-night!" And long shudders shook her very frame. "It is not at all necessary for you to do so, Miss Leavenworth," broke in a bland voice over our shoulders. I turned with a start. Mr. Gryce was not only at our back, he had evidently been there for some moments. Seated near the door, one hand in his pocket, the other caressing the arm of his chair, he met our gaze with a sidelong smile that seemed at once to beg pardon for the intrusion and to assure us it was made with no unworthy motive. "Everything will be properly looked after, miss. You can leave with perfect safety." I expected to see her resent this interference, but instead of that, she manifested a certain satisfaction in beholding him there. Drawing me to one side, she whispered, "You think this Mr. Gryce very clever, do you not?" "Well," I cautiously replied, "he ought to be to hold the position he does. The authorities evidently repose great confidence in him." Stepping from my side as suddenly as she had approached it, she crossed the room and stood before Mr. Gryce. "Sir," said she, gazing at him with a glance of entreaty, "I hear you have great talents; that you can ferret out the real criminal from a score of doubtful characters, and that nothing can escape the penetration of your eye. If this is so, have pity on two orphan girls suddenly bereft of their guardian and protector, and use your acknowledged skill in finding out who has committed this crime. It would be folly in me to endeavour to hide from you that my cousin, in her testimony, has given cause for suspicion, but I here declare her to be as innocent of wrong as I am, and I am only endeavouring to turn the eye of justice from the guiltless to the guilty, when I entreat you to look elsewhere for the culprit who committed this deed." Pausing, she held her two hands out before him. "It must have been some common burglar or desperado. Can you not bring him, then, to justice?" Her attitude was so touching, her whole appearance so earnest and appealing, that I saw Mr. Gryce's countenance brim with suppressed emotion, though his eye never left the coffee urn upon which it had fixed itself at her first approach. "You must find out. You can," she went on. Hannah, the girl who is gone, must know all about it. Search for her, ransack the city, do anything. My property is at your disposal. I will offer a large reward for the detection of the burglar who did this deed." Mr. Gryce slowly rose. "Miss Leavenworth," he began, and stopped. The man was actually agitated. "Miss Leavenworth, I did not need your very touching appeal to incite me to my utmost duty in this case. Personal and professional pride were in themselves sufficient. But since you have honoured me with this expression of your wishes, I will not conceal from you that I shall feel a certain increased interest in the affair from this hour. What mortal man can do, I will do, and if in 1 month from this day I do not come to you for my reward, Ebenezer Gryce is not the man I have always taken him to be." "And Eleanor?" "We will mention no names," said he, gently waving his hand to and fro. A few minutes later I left the house with Miss Leavenworth, she having expressed a wish to have me accompany her to the home of her friend Mrs. Gilbert, with whom she had decided to take refuge. As we rolled down the street in the carriage Mr. Gryce had been kind enough to provide for us, I noticed my companion cast a look of regret behind her, as if she could not help feeling some compunction at this desertion of her cousin. But this expression was soon changed for the alert look of one who dreads to see a certain face start up from some unknown quarter. Glancing up and down the street, peering furtively into doorways as we passed, starting and trembling if a sudden figure appeared on the curbstone, she did not seem to breathe with perfect ease till we had left the avenue behind us and entered upon 37th Street. Then, all at once, her natural colour returned, and, leaning gently toward me, she asked if I had a pencil and a piece of paper I could give her. I fortunately possessed both. Handing them to her, I watched her with some little curiosity while she wrote 2 or 3 lines, wondering she could choose such a time and place for the purpose. "A little note I wish to send," she explained, glancing at the almost illegible scrawl with an expression of doubt. "Couldn't you stop the carriage a moment while I direct it?" I did so, and in another instant the leaf which I had torn from my notebook was folded, directed, and sealed with a stamp which she had taken from her own pocket-book. "That is a crazy-looking epistle," she muttered, as she laid it, direction downwards, in her lap. "Why not wait, then, till you arrive at your destination, where you can seal it properly, and direct it at your leisure?" "Because I am in haste. I wish to mail it now. Look, there is a box on the corner. Please ask the driver to stop once more." "Shall I not post it for you?" I asked, holding out my hand. But she shook her head, and without waiting for my assistance, opened the door on her own side of the carriage, and leaped to the ground. Even then she paused to glance up and down the street, before venturing to drop her hastily written letter into the box. But when it had left her hand she looked brighter and more hopeful than I had yet seen her. And when a few moments later she turned to bid me good-bye in front of her friend's house, it was with almost a cheerful air she put out her hand and entreated me to call on her the next day, and inform her how the inquest progressed. I shall not attempt to disguise from you the fact that I spent all that long evening in going over the testimony given at the inquest, endeavouring to reconcile what I had heard with any other theory than that of Eleanor's guilt. Taking a piece of paper, I jotted down the leading causes of suspicion as follows: 1. Her late disagreement with her uncle, and evident estrangement from him, as testified to by Mr. Harwell. 2. The mysterious disappearance of one of the servants of the house. 3. The forcible accusation made by her cousin, overheard, however, only by Mr. Gryce and myself. 4. Her equivocation in regard to the handkerchief found stained with pistol smut on the scene of the tragedy. 5. Her refusal to speak in regard to the paper which she was supposed to have taken from Mr. Leavenworth's table immediately upon the removal of the body. 6. The finding of the library key in her possession. A dark record, I involuntarily decided, as I looked it over, but even in doing so began jotting down on the other side of the sheet the following explanatory notes. 1. Disagreements and even estrangements between relatives were common. Cases where such disagreements and estrangements have led to crime, rare. 2. The disappearance of Hannah points no more certainly in one direction than in another.
3. If Mary's private accusation of her cousin was forcible and convincing, her public declaration that she neither knew nor suspected who might be the author of this crime was equally so. To be sure, the former possessed the advantage of being uttered spontaneously, but it was likewise true that it was spoken under momentary excitement, without foresight of the consequences, and possibly without due consideration of the facts. 4 and 5. An innocent man or woman, under the influence of terror, will often equivocate in matters that seem to criminate them. But the key, what could I say to that? Nothing. With that key in her possession, and unexplained, Eleanor Leavenworth stood in an attitude of suspicion which even I felt forced to recognize. Brought to this point, I thrust the paper into my pocket, and took up the Evening Express. Instantly my eye fell on these words: "Shocking murder. Mr. Leavenworth, the well-known millionaire, found dead in his room. No clue to the perpetrator of the deed. The awful crime committed with a pistol. Extraordinary features of the affair." Ah, here at least was one comfort. Her name was not yet mentioned as that of a suspected party. But what might not the morrow bring? I thought of Mr. Gryce's expressive look as he handed me that key, and shuddered. "She must be innocent. She cannot be otherwise," I reiterated to myself, and then, pausing, asked what warranty I had of this. Only her beautiful face. Only her beautiful face. Abashed, I dropped the newspaper, and went downstairs just as a telegraph boy arrived with a message from Mr. Veeley. It was signed by the proprietor of the hotel at which Mr. Veeley was then stopping, and ran thus: "Washington, D.C. Mr. Everett Raymond. Mr. Veeley is lying at my house, ill. Have not shown him telegram, fearing results. Will do so as soon as advisable. Thomas Loworthy." I went in musing. Why this sudden sensation of relief on my part? Could it be that I had unconsciously been guilty of cherishing a latent dread of my senior's return? Why, who else could know so well the secret springs which governed this family? Who else could so effectually put me upon the right track? Was it possible that I, Everett Raymond, hesitated to know the truth in any case? No, that should never be said. And sitting down again, I drew out the memoranda I had made, and looking them carefully over, wrote against number 6 the word "suspicious" in good round characters. There! One could say, after that, I had allowed myself to be blinded by a bewitching face from seeing what, in a woman with no claims to comeliness, would be considered at once an almost indubitable evidence of guilt. And yet, after it was all done, I found myself repeating aloud as I gazed at it, "If she declares herself innocent, I will believe her." So completely are we the creatures of our own predilections. End of chapter 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Kirsten Ferreri, Los Angeles, California, August of 2006. The Leavenworth Case, by Anna Katharine Green. Chapter 11. The Summons. The Pink of Courtesy. Romeo and Juliet. The morning papers contained a more detailed account of the murder than those of the evening before, but to my great relief in none of them was Eleanor's name mentioned in the connection I most dreaded. The final paragraph in the Times ran thus: "The detectives are upon the track of the missing girl Hannah," and in the Herald I read the following notice: "A liberal reward will be given by the relatives of Horatio Leavenworth, Esquire, deceased, for any news of the whereabouts of one Hannah Chester, disappeared from the house on Fifth Avenue since the evening of March 4th. Said girl was of Irish extraction, in age about 25, and may be known by the following characteristics: form tall and slender, hair dark brown with a tinge of red, complexion fresh, features delicate and well made, hands small, but with fingers much pricked by use of the needle, feet large, and of a coarser type than the hands. She had on, when last seen, a checked gingham dress, brown and white, and was supposed to have wrapped herself in a red and green blanket shawl, very old. Beside the above distinctive marks, she had upon her right hand wrist the scar of a large burn, also a pit or two of smallpox upon the left temple. This paragraph turned my thoughts in a new direction. Oddly enough, I had expended very little thought upon this girl, and yet how apparent it was that she was the one person upon whose testimony, if given, the whole case in reality hinged. I could not agree with those who considered her as personally implicated in the murder. An accomplice, conscious of what was before her, would have hid in her pockets whatever money she possessed. But the roll of bills found in Hannah's trunk proved her to have left too hurriedly for this precaution. On the other hand, if the girl had come unexpectedly upon the assassin at his work, how could she have been hustled from the house without creating a disturbance loud enough to have been heard by the ladies, one of whom had her door open? An innocent girl's first impulse upon such an occasion would have been to scream, and yet no scream was heard. She simply disappeared. What were we to think then? That the person seen by her was both known and trusted? I would not consider such a possibility. So, laying down the paper, I endeavoured to put away all further consideration of the affair till I had acquired more facts upon which to base the theory. But who can control his thoughts when over-excited upon any one theme? All the morning I found myself turning the case over in my mind, arriving ever at one of two conclusions. Hannah Chester must be found, or Eleanor Leavenworth must explain when and by what means the key of the library door came into her possession. At 2 o'clock I started from my office to attend the inquest, but being delayed on the way, missed arriving at the house until after the delivery of the verdict. This was a disappointment to me, especially as by these means I lost the opportunity of seeing Eleanor Leavenworth, she having retired to her room immediately upon the dismissal of the jury. But Mr. Harwell was visible, and from him I heard what the verdict had been: death by means of a pistol shot from the hand of some person unknown. The result of the inquest was a great relief to me. I had feared worse, nor could I help seeing that, for all his studied self-command, the pale-faced secretary shared in my satisfaction. What was less of a relief to me was the fact, soon communicated, that Mr. Gryce and his subordinates had left the premises immediately upon the delivery of the verdict. Mr. Gryce was not the man to forsake an affair like this while anything of importance connected with it remained unexplained. Could it be he meditated any decisive action? Somewhat alarmed, I was about to hurry from the house for the purpose of learning what his intentions were, when a sudden movement in the front lower window of the house on the opposite side of the way arrested my attention, and looking closer, I detected the face of Mr. Fobbs peering out from behind the curtain. The sight assured me I was not wrong in my estimate of Mr. Gryce, and struck with pity for the desolate girl left to meet the exigencies of a fate to which this watch upon her movements was but the evident precursor, I stepped back and sent her a note, in which, as Mr. Veely's representative, I proffered my services in case of any sudden emergency, saying I was always to be found in my rooms between the hours of 6 and 8. This done, I proceeded to the house in 37th Street where I had left Miss Mary Leavenworth the day before. Ushered into the long and narrow drawing-room which of late years had been so fashionable in our uptown houses, I found myself almost immediately in the presence of Miss Leavenworth. "Oh!" she cried, with an eloquent gesture of welcome. "I had begun to think I was forsaken." And advancing impulsively, she held out her hand. "What is the news from home?" "A verdict of murder, Miss Leavenworth." Her eyes did not lose their question. "Perpetrated by party or parties unknown." A look of relief broke softly across her features. "And they are all gone?" she exclaimed. "I found no one in the house who did not belong there." "Oh, then we can breathe easily again." I glanced hastily up and down the room. "There is no one here," said she. And still I hesitated. At length, in an awkward way enough, I turned toward her and said, "I do not wish either to offend or to alarm you, but I must say that I consider it your duty to return to your own home to-night." "Why?" she stammered. "Is there any particular reason for my doing so? Have you not perceived the impossibility of my remaining in the same house with Elinor?" "Miss Leavenworth, I cannot recognise any so-called impossibility of this nature. Elinor's your cousin, has been brought up to regard you as a sister. It is not worthy of you to desert her at the time of her necessity. You will see this as I do, if you will allow yourself a moment's dispassionate thought." "Dispassionate thought is hardly possible under the circumstances," she returned, with a smile of bitter irony. But before I could reply to this, she softened, and asked if I was very anxious to have her return; and when I replied, "More than I can say," she trembled, and looked for a moment as if she were half inclined to yield, but suddenly broke into tears, crying it was impossible, and that I was cruel to ask it. I drew back, baffled and sore. "Pardon me," I said. "I have indeed transgressed the bounds allotted to me. I will not do so again. You have doubtless many friends. Let some of them advise you." She turned upon me, all fire. "The friends you speak of are flatterers. You alone have the courage to command me to do what is right." "Excuse me, I do not command. I only entreat." She made no reply, but began pacing the room, her eyes fixed, her hands working convulsively. "You little know what you ask," said she. "I feel as though the very atmosphere of that house would destroy me. But why cannot Elinor come here?" she impulsively inquired. "I know Mrs. Gilbert would be quite willing, and I could keep my room, and we need not meet." "You forget that there is another call at home besides the one I have already mentioned. To-morrow afternoon your uncle is to be buried." "Oh yes, poor, poor uncle!" "You are the head of the household," I now ventured, "and the proper one to attend to the final offices towards one who has done so much for you." There was something strange in the look which she gave me. "It is true," she assented. Then, with a grand turn of her body, and a quick air of determination, "I am desirous of being worthy of your good opinion. I will go back to my cousin, Mr. Raymond." I felt my spirits rise a little. I took her by the hand. "May that cousin have no need of the comfort which I am now sure you will be ready to give her." Her hand dropped from mine. "I mean to do my duty," was her cold response. As I descended the stoop, I met a certain thin and fashionably dressed young man, who gave me a very sharp look as he passed. As he wore his clothes a little too conspicuously for the perfect gentleman, and as I had some remembrance of having seen him at the inquest, I set him down for a man in Mr. Gryce's employ, and hasted on toward the avenue, when what was my surprise to find on the corner another person who, while pretending to be on the look-out for a car, cast upon me, as I approached, a furtive glance of intense enquiry. As this latter was without question a gentleman, I felt some annoyance, and walking quietly up to him, asked if he found my countenance familiar, as he scrutinized it so closely. "I find it a very agreeable one," was his unexpected reply, as he turned from me and walked down the avenue. Nettled, and in no small degree mortified at the disadvantage in which his courtesy had placed me, I stood watching him as he disappeared, asking myself who and what he was; for he was not only a gentleman, but a marked one, possessing features of unusual symmetry, as well as a form of peculiar elegance. Not so very young, he might well be 40, there were yet evident on his face the impress of youth's strongest emotions, not a curve of his chin nor a glance of his eye betraying in any way the slightest leaning toward ennui, though face and figure were of that type which seems most to invite and cherish it. "He can have no connection with the police force," thought I, "nor is it by any means certain that he knows me, or is interested in my affairs; but I shall not soon forget him, for all that." The summons from Elinor Leavenworth came about 8 o'clock in the evening. It was brought by Thomas, and read as follows: "Come, oh come! I—" there breaking off in a tremble, as if the pen had fallen from a nerveless hand. It did not take me long to find my way to her home. Chapter 12.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Kirsten Ferreri, Los Angeles, California, August 2006. The Leavenworth Case, by Anna Katharine Green. Chapter 12. Eleanor. Constant you are, and for secrecy no lady closer. Henry IV. No, 'tis slander whose edge is sharper than the sword whose tongue outvenoms all the worms of Nile. Cymbeline. The door was opened by Molly. "You will find Miss Eleanor in the drawing-room, sir," she said, ushering me in. Fearing I knew not what, I hurried to the room thus indicated, feeling as never before the sumptuousness of the magnificent hall with its antique flooring, carved woods, and bronze ornamentations, the mockery of things for the first time forcing itself upon me. Laying my hand on the drawing-room door, I listened. All was silent. Slowly pulling it open, I lifted the heavy satin curtains hanging before me to the floor, and looked within. What a picture met my eyes! Sitting in the light of a solitary gas jet, whose faint glimmering just served to make visible the glancing satin and stainless marble of the gorgeous apartment, I beheld Eleanor Leavenworth. Pale as the sculptured image of the Psyche that towered above her from the mellow dusk of the bow window near which she sat, beautiful as it, and almost as immobile, she crouched with rigid hands frozen in forgotten entreaty before her, apparently insensible to sound, movement, or touch, a silent figure of despair in the presence of an implacable fate. Impressed by the scene, I stood with my hand upon the curtain, hesitating if to advance or to retreat, when suddenly a sharp tremble shook her impassive frame, the rigid hands unlocked, the stony eyes softened, and springing to her feet, she uttered a cry of satisfaction, and advanced toward me. "Miss Leavenworth!" I exclaimed, starting at the sound of my own voice. She paused, and pressed her hands to her face, as if the world and all she had forgotten had rushed back upon her at this simple utterance of her name. "What is it?" I asked. Her hands fell heavily. "Do you not know? They are beginning to say that I—" She paused and clutched her throat. "Read," she gasped, pointing to a newspaper lying on the floor at her feet. I stooped and lifted what showed itself at first glance to be the Evening Telegram. It needed but a single look to inform me to what she referred. There, in startling characters, I beheld: "The Leavenworth murder. Latest developments in the mysterious case. A member of the murdered man's own family strongly suspected of the crime. The most beautiful woman in New York under a cloud. Past history of Miss Eleanor Leavenworth." I was prepared for it, had schooled myself for this very thing, you might say, and yet I could not help recoiling. Dropping the paper from my hand, I stood before her, longing and yet dreading to look into her face. "What does it mean?" she panted. "What does it mean? Is the world mad?" And her eyes, fixed and glassy, stared into mine as if she found it impossible to grasp the sense of this outrage. I shook my head. I could not reply. "To accuse me!" she murmured. "Me! Striking her breast with her clenched hand, who loved the very ground he trod upon, who would have cast my own body between him and the deadly bullet if I had only known his danger. Oh," she cried, "it is not a slander they utter, but a dagger which they thrust into my heart." Overcome by her misery, but determined not to show my compassion until more thoroughly convinced of her complete innocence, I replied, after a pause: "This seems to strike you with great surprise, Miss Leavenworth. Were you not then able to foresee what must follow your determined reticence upon certain points? Did you know so little of human nature as to imagine that, situated as you are, you could keep silence in regard to any matter connected with this crime, without arousing the antagonism of the crowd, to say nothing of the suspicions of the police?" "But But," I hurriedly waved my hand, "when you defied the coroner to find any suspicious paper in your possession, when, I forced myself to speak, you refused to tell Mr. Gryce how you came in possession of the key." She drew hastily back, a heavy pall seeming to fall over her with my words. "Don't," she whispered, looking in terror about her. "Don't! Sometimes I think the walls have ears, and that the very shadows listen." "Ah," I returned, "then you hope to keep from the world what is known to the detectives?" She did not answer. "Miss Leavenworth," I went on, "I am afraid you do not comprehend your position. Try to look at the case for a moment in the light of an unprejudiced person. Try to see for yourself the necessity of explaining." "But I cannot explain," she murmured huskily. "Cannot?" I do not know whether it was the tone of my voice or the word itself, but that simple expression seemed to affect her like a blow. "Oh!" she cried, shrinking back, "you do not, cannot doubt me too! I thought that you—" and stopped. "I did not dream that I—" and stopped again. Suddenly her whole form quivered. "Oh, I see! You have mistrusted me from the first. The appearances against me have been too strong." And she sank inert, lost in the depths of her shame and humiliation. "Ah, but now I am forsaken," she murmured. The appeal went to my heart. Starting forward, I exclaimed, "Miss Leavenworth, I am but a man. I cannot see you so distressed. Say that you are innocent, and I will believe you, without regard to appearances." Springing erect, she towered upon me. "Can any one look in my face and accuse me of guilt?" Then, as I sadly shook my head, she hurriedly gasped, "You want further proof!" And quivering with an extraordinary emotion, she sprang to the door. "Come then!" she cried. "Come!" her eyes flashing full of resolve upon me. Aroused, appalled, moved in spite of myself, I crossed the room to where she stood, but she was already in the hall. Hastening after her, filled with a fear I dared not express, I stood at the foot of the stairs. She was half way to the top. Following her into the hall above, I saw her form standing erect and noble at the door of her uncle's bedroom. "Come!" she again cried, but this time in a calm and reverential tone, and flinging the door open before her, she passed in. Subduing the wonder which I felt, I slowly followed her. There was no light in the room of death, but the flame of the gas burner, at the far end of the hall, shone weirdly in, and by its glimmering I beheld her kneeling at the shrouded bed, her head bowed above that of the murdered man, her hand upon his breast. "You have said that if I declared my innocence you would believe me," she exclaimed, lifting her head as I entered. "See here!" and laying her cheek against the pallid brow of her dead benefactor, she kissed the clay-cold lips softly, wildly, agonizedly, then, leaping to her feet, cried, in a subdued but thrilling tone, "Could I do that if I were guilty? Would not the breath freeze on my lips, the blood congeal in my veins, and my heart faint at this contact? Son of a father loved and reverenced, can you believe me to be a woman stained with crime when I can do this?" And kneeling again, she cast her arms over and about the inanimate form, looking in my face at the same time with an expression no mortal touch could paint, nor tongue describe. "In olden times," she went on, "they used to say that a dead body would bleed if its murderer came into contact with it. What then would happen here if I, his daughter, his cherished child, loaded with benefits, enriched with his jewels, warm with his kisses, should be the thing they accuse me of? Would not the body of the outraged dead burst its very shroud and repel me?" I could not answer. In the presence of some scenes the tongue forgets its functions. "Oh!" she went on, "if there is a God in heaven who loves justice and hates a crime, let him hear me now. If I, by thought or action, with or without intention, have been the means of bringing this dear head to this pass, if so much as the shadow of guilt, let alone the substance, lies upon my heart and across these feeble woman's hands, may his wrath speak in righteous retribution to the world, and here, upon the breast of the dead, let this guilty forehead fall, never to rise again." An awed silence followed this invocation. Then a long, long sigh of utter relief rose tremulously from my breast, and all the feelings hitherto suppressed in my heart burst their bonds, and leaning toward her, I took her hand in mine. "You do not, cannot believe me tainted by crime now," she whispered, the smile which does not stir the lips, but rather emanates from the countenance, like the flowering of an inner peace, breaking softly out on cheek and brow. "Crime!" The word broke uncontrollably from my lips. "Crime!" "No," she said calmly. "The man does not live who could accuse me of crime here." For reply, I took her hand, which lay in mine, and placed it on the breast of the dead. Softly, slowly, gratefully, she bowed her head. "Now let the struggle come," she whispered. "There is one who will believe in me, however dark appearances may be." End of chapter 12.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Kirsten Ferreri. The Leavenworth Case, by Anna Katharine Green. Chapter 13. The Problem. But who would force the soul tilts with a straw against a champion cased in adamant? Wordsworth. When we re-entered the parlour below, the first sight that met our eyes was Mary, standing wrapped in her long cloak in the centre of the room. She had arrived during our absence, and now awaited us with lifted head and countenance fixed in its proudest expression. Looking in her face, I realized what the embarrassment of this meeting must be to these women, and would have retreated, but something in the attitude of Mary Leavenworth seemed to forbid my doing so. At the same time, determined that the opportunity should not pass without some sort of reconcilement between them, I stepped forward, and bowing to Mary, said, "Your cousin has just succeeded in convincing me of her entire innocence, Miss Leavenworth. I am now ready to join Mr. Gryce, heart and soul, in finding out the true culprit." "I should have thought one look into Eleanor Leavenworth's face would have been enough to satisfy you that she is incapable of crime," was her unexpected answer, and lifting her head with a proud gesture, Mary Leavenworth fixed her eyes steadfastly on mine. I felt the blood flash to my brow, but before I could speak, her voice rose again still more coldly than before. It is hard for a delicate girl, unused to aught but the most flattering expressions of regard, to be obliged to assure the world of her innocence in respect to the committal of a great crime. Eleanor has my sympathy." And sweeping her cloak from her shoulders, with a quick gesture, she turned her gaze for the first time upon her cousin. Instantly Eleanor advanced as if to meet it, and I could not but feel that for some reason this moment possessed an importance for them which I was scarcely competent to measure. But if I found myself unable to realize its significance, I at least responded to its intensity, and indeed it was an occasion to remember. To behold two such women, either of whom might be considered the model of her time, face to face and drawn up in evident antagonism, was a sight to move the dullest sensibilities. But there was something more in this scene than that. It was the shock of all the most passionate emotions of the human soul, the meeting of waters of whose depth and force I could only guess by the effect. Eleanor was the first to recover. Drawing back with the cold haughtiness which, alas, I had almost forgotten in the display of later and softer emotions, she exclaimed, "There is something better than sympathy, and that is justice," and turned as if to go. "I will confer with you in the reception-room, Mr. Raymond." But Mary, springing forward, caught her back with one powerful hand. "No," she cried, "you shall confer with me. I have something to say to you, Eleanor Leavenworth." And taking her stand in the centre of the room, she waited. I glanced at Eleanor, saw that this was no place for me, and hastily withdrew. For 10 long minutes I paced the floor of the reception-room, a prey to 1,000 doubts and conjectures. What was the secret of this home? What had given rise to the deadly mistrust continually manifested between these cousins, fitted by nature for the completest companionship and most cordial friendship? It was not a thing of to-day or yesterday. No sudden flame could awake such concentrated heat of emotion as that of which I had just been the unwilling witness. One must go back further than this murder to find the root of a mistrust so great that the struggle it caused made itself felt even where I stood, though nothing but the faintest murmur came to my ears through the closed doors. Presently the drawing-room curtain was raised, and Mary's voice was heard in distinct articulation. "The same roof can never shelter us both after this. To-morrow you or I find another home." And blushing and panting, she stepped into the hall and advanced to where I stood. But at the first sight of my face a change came over her. All her pride seemed to dissolve, and flinging out her hands, as if to ward off scrutiny, she fled from my side and rushed weeping upstairs. I was yet labouring under the oppression caused by this painful termination of the strange scene, when the parlour curtain was again lifted, and Elinor entered the room where I was. Pale but calm, showing no evidences of the struggle she had just been through, unless by a little extra weariness about the eyes, she sat down by my side, and, meeting my gaze with one unfathomable in its courage, said after a pause, "Tell me where I stand. Let me know the worst at once. I fear that I have not indeed comprehended my own position." Rejoiced to hear this acknowledgment from her lips, I hastened to comply. I began by placing before her the whole case as it appeared to an unprejudiced person, enlarged upon the causes of suspicion, and pointed out in what regard some things looked dark against her, which perhaps to her own mind were easily explainable and of small account, tried to make her see the importance of her decision, and finally wound up with an appeal. Would she not confide in me? "But I thought you were satisfied," she tremblingly remarked. "And so I am, but I want the world to be so too." "Ah, now you ask too much. The finger of suspicion never forgets the way it has once pointed," she sadly answered. "My name is tainted for ever." "And you will submit to this, when a word—" "I am thinking that any word of mine now would make very little difference," she murmured. I looked away, the vision of Mr. Fobbs, in hiding behind the curtains of the opposite house, recurring painfully to my mind. "If the affair looks as bad as you say it does," she pursued, "it is scarcely probable that Mr. Gryce will care much for any interpretation of mine in regard to the matter." "Mr. Gryce would be glad to know where you procured that key, if only to assist him in turning his enquiries in the right direction." She did not reply, and my spirits sank in renewed depression. "It is worth your while to satisfy him," I pursued, "and though it may compromise someone you desire to shield—" She rose impetuously. "I shall never divulge to any one how I came in possession of that key." And sitting again, she locked her hands in fixed resolve before her. I rose in my turn and paced the floor, the fang of an unreasoning jealousy striking deep into my heart. "Mr. Raymond, if the worst should come, and all who love me should plea on bended knees for me to tell, I will never do it." "Then," said I, determined not to disclose my secret thought, but equally resolved to find out if possible her motive for this silence, "you desire to defeat the cause of justice." She neither spoke nor moved. "Miss Leavenworth," I now said, "this determined shielding of another at the expense of your own good name is no doubt generous of you, but your friends and the lovers of truth and justice cannot accept such a sacrifice." She started haughtily. "Sir!" she said. "If you will not assist us," I went on, calmly but determinedly, "we must do without your aid. After the scene I have just witnessed above, after the triumphant conviction which you have forced upon me not only of your innocence, but of your horror of the crime and its consequences, I should feel myself less than a man if I did not sacrifice even your own good opinion in urging your cause and clearing your character from this foul aspersion." Again that heavy silence. "What do you propose to do?" she asked at last. Crossing the room, I stood before her. I propose to relieve you utterly and forever from suspicion, by finding out and revealing to the world the true culprit." I expected to see her recoil, so positive had I become by this time as to who that culprit was; but instead of that, she merely folded her hands still more tightly, and exclaimed, "I doubt if you will be able to do that, Mr. Raymond." "Doubt if I will be able to put my finger upon the guilty man, or doubt if I will be able to bring him to justice?" "I doubt," she said with strong effort, "if any one ever knows who is the guilty person in this case." "There is one who knows," I said, with a desire to test her. "One?" "The girl Hannah is acquainted with the mystery of that night's evil doings, Miss Leavenworth. Find Hannah, and we find one who can point out to us the assassin of your uncle." "That is mere supposition," she said, but I saw the blow had told. "Your cousin has offered a large reward for the girl, and the whole country is on the lookout. Within a week we shall see her in our midst." A change took place in her expression and bearing. "The girl cannot help me," she said. Baffled by her manner, I drew back. "Is there anything or anybody that can?" She slowly looked away. "Miss Leavenworth," I continued, with renewed earnestness, "you have no brother to plead with you, you have no mother to guide you. Let me then entreat, in default of nearer and dearer friends, that you will rely sufficiently upon me to tell me one thing." "What is it?" she asked. "Whether you took the paper imputed to you from the library table." She did not instantly respond, but sat looking earnestly before her with an intentness which seemed to argue that she was weighing the question as well as her reply. Finally, turning toward me, she said, "In answering you, I speak in confidence. Mr. Raymond, I did." Crushing back the sigh of despair that arose to my lips, I went on. "I will not inquire what that paper was," she waved her hand deprecatingly, "but this much more you will tell me. Is that paper still in existence?" She looked me steadily in the face. "It is not." I could with difficulty forbear showing my disappointment. "Miss Leavenworth," I now said, "it may seem cruel for me to press you at this time. Nothing less than my strong realization of the peril in which you stand would induce me to run the risk of incurring your displeasure by asking what, under other circumstances, would seem puerile and insulting questions. You have told me one thing which I strongly desired to know. Will you also inform me what it was you heard that night while sitting in your room between the time of Mr. Harwell's going upstairs and the closing of the library door, of which you made mention at the inquest?" I had pushed my enquiries too far, and I saw it immediately. "Mr. Raymond," she returned, "influenced by my desire not to appear utterly ungrateful to you, I have been led to reply in confidence to one of your urgent appeals, but I can go no further. Do not ask me to." Stricken to the heart by her look of reproach, I answered, with some sadness, that her wishes should be respected. "Not but what I intend to make every effort in my power to discover the true author of this crime. That is a sacred duty which I feel myself called upon to perform. But I will ask you no more questions, nor distress you with further appeals. What is done shall be done without your assistance, and with no other hope than that in the event of my success you will acknowledge my motives to have been pure and my actions disinterested." "I am ready to acknowledge that now," she began, but paused, and looked with almost agonized entreaty in my face. "Mr. Raymond, cannot you leave things as they are? Won't you? I don't ask for assistance, nor do I want it. I would rather—" But I would not listen. "Guilt has no right to profit by the generosity of the guiltless. The hand that struck this blow shall not be accountable for the loss of a noble woman's honour and happiness as well. I shall do what I can, Miss Leavenworth." As I walked down the avenue that night, feeling like an adventurous traveller that in a moment of desperation has set his foot upon a plank stretching in narrow perspective over a chasm of immeasurable depth, this problem evolved itself from the shadows before me. How, with no other clue than the persuasion that Eleanor Leavenworth was engaged in shielding another at the expense of her own good name, I was to combat the prejudices of Mr. Gryce, find out the real assassin of Mr. Leavenworth, and free an innocent woman from the suspicion that had, not without some show of reason, fallen upon her. End of chapter 13. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Kirsten Ferreri. The Leavenworth Case, by Anna Katharine Green. Book 2, Henry Clavering. Chapter 14, Mr. Gryce at Home. Nay, but hear me. Measure for measure. That the guilty person for whom Eleanor Leavenworth stood ready to sacrifice herself was one for whom she had formerly cherished affection, I could no longer doubt. Love, or the strong sense of duty growing out of love, being alone sufficient to account for such determined action. Obnoxious as it was to all my prejudices, one name alone, that of the commonplace secretary, with his sudden heats and changeful manners, his odd ways and studied self-possession, would recur to my mind whenever I asked myself who this person could be. Not that, without the light which had been thrown upon the affair by Eleanor's strange behaviour, I should have selected this man as one in any way open to suspicion, the peculiarity of his manner at the inquest not being marked enough to counteract the improbability of one in his relations to the deceased finding sufficient motive for a crime so manifestly without favourable results to himself. But if love had entered as a factor into the affair, what might not be expected? James Harwell, simple amanuensis to a retired tea merchant, was one man. James Harwell, swayed by passion for a woman as beautiful as Eleanor Leavenworth, was another, and in placing him upon the list of those parties open to suspicion, I felt I was only doing what was warranted by a proper consideration of probabilities. But between casual suspicion and actual proof, what a gulf! To believe James Harwell capable of guilt, and to find evidence enough to accuse him of it, were two very different things. I felt myself instinctively shrink from the task before I had fully made up my mind to attempt it. Some relenting thought of his unhappy position, if innocent, forcing itself upon me, and making my very distrust of him seem personally ungenerous if not absolutely unjust. If I had liked the man better, I should not have been so ready to look upon him with doubt. But Eleanor must be saved at all hazards. Once delivered up to the blight of suspicion, who could tell what the result might be? The arrest of her person, perhaps, a thing which, once accomplished, would cast a shadow over her young life that it would take more than time to dispel. The accusation of an impecunious secretary would be less horrible than this. I determined to make an early call upon Mr. Gryce. Meanwhile, the contrasted pictures of Eleanor standing with her hand upon the breast of the dead, her face upraised and mirroring a glory, I could not recall without emotion. And Mary, fleeing a short half-hour later indignantly from her presence, haunted me, and kept me awake long after midnight. It was like a double vision of light and darkness that, while contrasting, neither assimilated nor harmonized. I could not flee from it. Do what I would, the two pictures followed me, filling my soul with alternate hope and distrust, till I knew not whether to place my hand with Eleanor on the breast of the dead, and swear implicit faith in her truth and purity, or to turn my face like Mary, and fly from what I could neither comprehend nor reconcile. Expectant of difficulty, I started the next morning upon my search for Mr. Gryce, with strong determination not to allow myself to become flurried by disappointment, nor discouraged by premature failure. My business was to save Eleanor Leavenworth, and to do that it was necessary for me to preserve not only my equanimity, but my self-possession. The worst fear I anticipated was that matters would reach a crisis before I could acquire the right, or obtain the opportunity, to interfere. However, the fact of Mr. Leavenworth's funeral being announced for that day gave me some comfort in that direction, my knowledge of Mr. Gryce being sufficient, as I thought, to warrant me in believing he would wait till after that ceremony before proceeding to extreme measures. I do not know that I had any very definite ideas of what a detective's home should be, but when I stood before the neat 3-story brick house to which I had been directed, I could not but acknowledge there was something in the aspect of its half-open shutters, over closely drawn curtains of spotless purity, highly suggestive of the character of its inmate. A pale-looking youth, with vivid locks of red hair hanging straight down over either ear, answered my rather nervous ring. To my enquiry as to whether Mr. Gryce was in, he gave a kind of snort, which might have meant no, but which I took to mean yes. "My name is Raymond, and I wish to see him." He gave me one glance that took in every detail of my person and apparel, and pointed to a door at the head of the stairs. Not waiting for further directions, I hastened up, knocked at the door he had designated, and went in. The broad back of Mr. Gryce, stooping above a desk that might have come over in the Mayflower, confronted me. "Well," he exclaimed, "this is an honour!" And rising, he opened with a squeak and shut with a bang the door of an enormous stove that occupied the centre of the room. "Rather chilly day, huh?" "Yes," I returned, eyeing him closely to see if he was in a communicative mood. "But I have had but little time to consider the state of the weather. My anxiety in regard to this murder—" "Oh, to be sure," he interrupted, fixing his eyes upon the poker, though not with any hostile intention, I am sure. "A puzzling piece of business enough, but perhaps it is an open book to you. I see you have something to communicate." "I have, though I doubt if it is of the nature you expect. Mr. Gryce, since I saw you last, my convictions upon a certain point have been strengthened into an absolute belief. The object of your suspicions is an innocent woman." If I had expected him to betray any surprise at this, I was destined to be disappointed. "That is a very pleasing belief," he observed. "I honour you for entertaining it, Mr. Raymond." I suppressed a moment of anger. "So thoroughly is it mine," I went on, in the determination to arouse him in some way, "that I have come here to-day to ask you in the name of justice and common humanity to suspend action in that direction till we can convince ourselves there is no truer scent to go upon." But there was no more show of curiosity than before. "Indeed," he cried, "that is a singular request to come from a man like you." I was not to be discomposed. "Mr. Gryce," I went on, "a woman's name, once tarnished, remains so forever. Eleanor Leavenworth has too many noble traits to be thoughtlessly dealt with in so momentous a crisis. If you will give me your attention, I promise you shall not regret it." He smiled, and allowed his eyes to roam from the poker to the arm of my chair. "Very well," he remarked. "I hear you. Say on." I drew notes from my pocket-book and laid them on the table. "What, memoranda?" he exclaimed. "Unsafe, very. Never put your plans on paper." Taking no heed of this interruption, I went on. "Mr. Gryce, I have had fuller opportunities than yourself for studying this woman. I have seen her in a position which no guilty person could occupy, and I am assured beyond all doubt that not only her hands but her heart are pure from this crime. She may have some knowledge of its secrets, that I do not presume to deny. The key seen in her possession would refute me if I did. But what if she has? You can never wish to see so lovely a being brought to shame for withholding information which she evidently considers it her duty to keep back, when by a little patient finesse we may succeed in our purposes without it." "But," interposed the detective, "say this is so, how are we to arrive at the knowledge we want without following out the only clue which has yet been given us?" "You will never reach it by following out any clue given you by Eleanor Leavenworth." His eyebrows lifted expressively, but he said nothing. "Miss Eleanor Leavenworth has been used by someone acquainted with her firmness, generosity, and perhaps love. Let us discover who possesses sufficient power over her to control her to this extent, and we find the man we seek." "Humph!" came from Mr. Gryce's compressed lips, and no more. Determined that he should speak, I waited. "You have, then, someone in your mind," he remarked at last, almost flippantly. "I mention no names," I returned. "All I want is further time." "You are, then, intending to make a personal business of this matter?" "I am." He gave a long, low whistle. "May I ask," he inquired at length, "whether you expect to work entirely by yourself, or whether, if a suitable coadjutor were provided, you would disdain his assistance and slight his advice?" "I desire nothing more than to have you for my colleague." The smile upon his face deepened ironically. "You must feel very sure of yourself," said he. "I am very sure of Miss Leavenworth." The reply seemed to please him. "Let us hear what you propose doing." I did not immediately answer. The truth was, I had formed no plans. "It seems to me," he continued, "that you have undertaken a rather difficult task for an amateur. Better leave it to me, Mr. Raymond, better leave it to me." "I'm sure," I returned, "that nothing would please me better." "Not," he interrupted, "but that a word from you now and then would be welcome. I am not an egotist. I am open to suggestions, as for instance now, if you could conveniently inform me of all you have yourself seen and heard in regard to this matter, I should be most happy to listen." Relieved to find him so amenable, I asked myself what I really had to tell. Not much that he would consider vital. However, it would not do to hesitate now. "Mr. Gryce," said I have but few facts to add to those already known to you. Indeed, I am more moved by convictions than facts. That Eleanor Leavenworth never committed this crime, I am assured. That, on the other hand, the real perpetrator is known to her, I am equally certain, and that for some reason she considers it a sacred duty to shield the assassin, even at the risk of her own safety, follows as a matter of course from the facts. Now, with such data, it cannot be a very difficult task for you or me to work out satisfactorily, to our own minds at least, who this person can be. A little more knowledge of the family." "You know nothing of its secret history, then?" "Nothing." "Do not even know whether either of these girls is engaged to be married?" "I do not," I returned, wincing at this direct expression of my own thoughts. He remained a moment silent. "Mr. Raymond," he cried at last, "have you any idea of the disadvantages under which a detective labours? For instance, now, you imagine I can insinuate myself into all sorts of society, perhaps; but you are mistaken. Strange as it may appear, I have never, by any possibility of means, succeeded with one class of persons at all. I cannot pass myself off for a gentleman. Tailors and barbers are no good. I am always found out." He looked so dejected I could scarcely forbear smiling, notwithstanding my secret care and anxiety. "I have even employed a French valet, who understood dancing and whiskers, but it was all of no avail. The first gentleman I approached stared at me. Real gentlemen, I mean, none of your American dandies, and I had no stare to return. I had forgotten that emergency in my confabs with Pierre Camille Marie Makeface." Amused, but a little discomposed by this sudden turn in the conversation, I looked at Mr. Gryce inquiringly. "Now you, I dare say, have no trouble. Was born one, perhaps. Can even ask a lady to dance without blushing, huh?" "Well," I commenced. "Just so," he replied. "Now I can't. I can enter a house, bow to the mistress of it, let her be as elegant as she will, so long as I have a writ of arrest in my hand, or some such professional matter upon my mind. But when it comes to visiting in kid gloves, raising a glass of champagne in response to a toast, and such like, I am absolutely good for nothing." And he plunged his two hands into his hair, and looked dolefully at the head of the cane I carried in my hand. But it is much the same with the whole of us. When we are in want of a gentleman to work for us, we have to go outside of our profession. I began to see what he was driving at, but held my peace, vaguely conscious I was likely to prove a necessity to him after all. "Mr. Raymond," he now said, almost abruptly, "do you know a gentleman by the name of Clavering, residing at present at the Hoffman House?" "Not that I'm aware of." "He is very polished in his manners. Would you mind making his acquaintance?" I followed Mr. Gryce's example and stared at the chimney-piece. "I cannot answer until I understand matters a little better," I returned at length. "There is not much to understand. Mr. Henry Clavering, a gentleman and a man of the world, resides at the Hoffman House. He is a stranger in town without being strange, drives, walks, smokes, but never visits, looks at the ladies, but is never seen to bow to one. In short, a person whom it is desirable to know, but whom, being a proud man, with something of the old world prejudice against Yankee freedom and forwardness, I could no more approach in the way of acquaintance than I could the Emperor of Austria." "And you wish—" "He would make a very agreeable companion for a rising young lawyer of good family and undoubted respectability. I have no doubt, if you undertook to cultivate him, you would find him well worth the trouble." "But—" "Might even desire to take him into familiar relations, to confide in him, and—" "Mr. Gryce," I hastily interrupted, "I can never consent to plot for any man's friendship for the sake of betraying him to the police." "It is essential to your plans to make the acquaintance of Mr. Clavering," he drily replied. "Oh," I returned, a light breaking in upon me. "He has some connection with this case, then?" Mr. Gryce smoothed his coat sleeve thoughtfully. "I don't know as it will be necessary for you to betray him. You wouldn't object to being introduced to him?" "No." "Nor, if you found him pleasant, to converse with him?" "No." "Not even if, in the course of the conversation, you should come across something that might serve as a clue in your efforts to save Eleanor Leavenworth?" The "no" I uttered this time was less assured. The part of a spy was the very last one I desired to play in the coming drama. "Well, then," he went on, ignoring the doubtful tone in which my assent had been given, I advise you to immediately take up your quarters at the Hoffman House." "I doubt if that would do," I said. "If I am not mistaken, I have already seen this gentleman, and spoken to him." "Where?" "Describe him first." "Well, he is tall, finely formed, of very upright carriage, with a handsome dark face, brown hair streaked with grey, a piercing eye, and a smooth address. A very imposing personage, I assure you." "I have reason to think I have seen him," I returned, and in a few words told him when and where. "Humph!" said he at the conclusion. "He is evidently as much interested in you as we are in him. How's that? I think I see," he added after a moment's thought. "Pity you spoke to him; may have created an unfavourable impression, and everything depends upon your meeting without any distrust." He rose and paced the floor. "Well, we must move slowly, that's all. Give him a chance to see you in other and better lights. Drop into the Hoffman House reading room. Talk with the best men you meet while there, but not too much or too indiscriminately. Mr. Clavering is fastidious, and will not feel honoured by the attentions of one who is hail fellow well met with everybody. Show yourself for what you are, and leave all advances to him. He'll make them." "Supposing we are under a mistake, and the man I met on the corner of 37th Street was not Mr. Clavering?" "I should be greatly surprised, that's all." Not knowing what further objection to make, I remained silent. "And this head of mine would have to put on its thinking cap," he pursued jovially. "Mr. Gryce," I now said, anxious to show that all this talk about an unknown party had not served to put my own plans from my mind, "there is one person of whom we have not spoken." "No," he exclaimed softly, wheeling around until his broad back confronted me. "And who may that be?" "Why, who but Mr. " I could get no further. What right had I to mention any man's name in this connection, without possessing sufficient evidence against him to make such mention justifiable? "I beg your pardon," said I, "but I think I will hold to my first impulse and speak no names." "Harwell?" he ejaculated easily. The quick blush rising to my face gave an involuntary assent. "I see no reason why we shouldn't speak of him," he went on. "That is, if there is anything to be gained by it." "His testimony at the inquest was honest, you think?" "It has not been disproved." "He is a peculiar man." "And so am I." I felt myself slightly nonplussed, and, conscious of appearing at a disadvantage, lifted my hat from the table and prepared to take my leave, but suddenly thinking of Hannah, turned and asked if there was any news of her. He seemed to debate with himself, hesitating so long that I began to doubt if this man intended to confide in me after all, when suddenly he brought his two hands down before him, and exclaimed vehemently, "The Evil One himself is in this business! If the earth had opened up and swallowed this girl, she couldn't have more effectually disappeared." I experienced a sinking of the heart. Elinor had said, "Hannah can do nothing for me." Could it be that the girl was indeed gone, and for ever? "I have innumerable agents at work, to say nothing of the general public, and yet not so much as a whisper has come to me in regard to her whereabouts or situation. I am only afraid we shall find her floating in the river some fine morning, without a confession in her pocket." "Everything hangs upon that girl's testimony," I remarked. He gave a short grunt. "What does Miss Leavenworth say about it?" "That the girl cannot help her." I thought he looked a trifle surprised at this, but he covered it with a nod and an exclamation. "She must be found for all that," said he, "and shall if I have to send out Q." "Q?" "An agent of mine who is a living interrogation point, so we call him Q, which is short for query." Then, as I turned again to go, "When the contents of the will are made known, come to me." The will? I had forgotten the will. End of chapter 14. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Kirsten Ferrari. The Leavenworth Case, by Anna Katharine Green. Chapter 15. Ways Opening. It is not, and it cannot come to, good. Hamlet. I attended the funeral of Mr. Leavenworth, but did not see the ladies before or after the ceremony.
I had, however, a few moments' conversation with Mr. Harwell, which, without eliciting anything new, provided me with food for abundant conjecture. For he had asked, almost at first greeting, if I had seen the telegram of the night before, and when I responded in the affirmative, turned such a look of mingled distress and appeal upon me, I was tempted to ask how such a frightful insinuation against a young lady of reputation and breeding could ever have got into the papers. It was his reply that struck me: that the guilty party might be driven by remorse to own himself the true culprit. A curious remark to come from a person who had no knowledge or suspicion of the criminal in his character, and I would have pushed the conversation further, but the secretary, who was a man of few words, drew off at this, and could be induced to say no more. Evidently it was my business to cultivate Mr. Clavering, or any one else who could throw any light upon the secret history of these girls. That evening I received notice that Mr. Veeley had arrived home, but was in no condition to consult with me upon so painful a subject as the murder of Mr. Leavenworth. Also a line from Elinor, giving me her address, but requesting me at the same time not to call unless I had something of importance to communicate, as she was too ill to receive visitors. The little note affected me. Ill, alone, and in a strange home. 'Twas pitiful. The next day, pursuant to the wishes of Mr. Gryce, I stepped into the Hoffman House, and took a seat in the reading room. I had been there but a few moments when a gentleman entered whom I immediately recognized as the same I had spoken to on the corner of 37th Street and 6th Avenue. He must have remembered me also, for he seemed to be slightly embarrassed at seeing me, but recovering himself, took up a paper, and soon became, to all appearance, lost in its contents, though I could feel his handsome black eye upon me, studying my features, figure, apparel, and movements with a degree of interest which equally astonished and disconcerted me. I felt that it would be injudicious on my part to return his scrutiny, anxious as I was to meet his eye and learn what emotion had so fired his curiosity in regard to a perfect stranger. So I rose, and, crossing to an old friend of mine who sat at a table opposite, commenced a desultory conversation, in the course of which I took occasion to ask if he knew who the handsome stranger was. Dick Furbish was a society man, and knew everybody. "His name is Clavering, and he comes from London. I don't know anything more about him, though he is to be seen everywhere except in private houses. He has not been received into society yet, waiting for letters of introduction, perhaps." "A gentleman?" "Undoubtedly." "One you speak to?" "Oh yes, I talk to him, but the conversation is very one-sided." I could not help smiling at the grimace with which Dick accompanied this remark. "Which same goes to prove," he went on, "that he is the real thing." Laughing outright this time, I left him, and in a few minutes sauntered from the room. As I mingled again with the crowd on Broadway, I found myself wondering immensely over this slight experience. That this unknown gentleman from London, who went everywhere except into private houses, could be in any way connected with the affair I had so at heart, seemed not only improbable but absurd, and for the first time I felt tempted to doubt the sagacity of Mr. Gryce in recommending him to my attention. The next day I repeated the experiment, but with no greater success than before. Mr. Clavering came into the room, but, seeing me, did not remain. I began to realize it was no easy matter to make his acquaintance. To atone for my disappointment, I called on Mary Leavenworth in the evening. She received me with an almost sister-like familiarity. "Ah!" she cried, after introducing me to an elderly lady at her side, some connection of the family, I believe, who had come to remain with her for a while. "You are here to tell me Hannah is found. Is it not so?" I shook my head, sorry to disappoint her. "No," said I, "not yet." "But Mr. Gryce was here to-day, and he told me he hoped she would be heard from within 24 hours." "Mr. Gryce here?" "Yes, came to report on how matters were progressing. Not that they seem to have advanced very far." "You could hardly have expected that yet. You must not be so easily discouraged." "But I cannot help it. Every day, every hour that passes in this uncertainty is like a mountain weight here." And she laid one trembling hand upon her bosom. "I would have the whole world at work. I would leave no stone unturned. What would you do?" "Oh, I don't know," she cried, her whole manner suddenly changing. "Nothing, perhaps." Then, before I could reply to this, "Have you seen Elinor to-day?"
I answered in the negative. She did not seem satisfied, but waited till her friend left the room before saying more. Then, with an earnest look, inquired if I knew whether Elinor was well. "I fear she is not," I returned. "It is a great trial to me, Elinor being away. Not," she resumed, noting perhaps my incredulous look, "that I would have you think I wish to disclaim my share in bringing about the present unhappy state of things. I am willing to acknowledge that I was the first to propose a separation, but it is none the easier to bear on that account." "It is not as hard for you as for her," said I. "Not as hard! Why? Because she is left comparatively poor, while I am rich. Is that what you would say? Ah," she went on, without waiting for my answer, "would I could persuade Elinor to share my riches with me! Willingly I would bestow upon her half I have received, but I fear she could never be induced to accept so much as $1 from me. Under the circumstances it would be better for her not to." "Just what I thought, yet it would ease me of a great weight if she would. This fortune, suddenly thrown into my lap, sits like an incubus upon me, Mr. Raymond. When the will was read to-day which makes me the possessor of so much wealth, I could not but feel that a heavy blinding pall had settled upon me, spotted with blood and woven of horrors. Oh, how different from the feelings with which I have been accustomed to anticipate this day! For, Mr. Raymond," she went on, with a hurried gasp, "dreadful as it seems now, I have been reared to look forward to this hour with pride, if not with actual longing. Money has been made so much of in my small world. Not that I wish in this evil time of retribution to lay blame upon any one, least of all upon my uncle. But from the day 12 years ago when for the first time he took us in his arms, and looking down upon our childish faces, exclaimed, 'The light-haired one pleases me best, she shall be my heiress,' I have been petted, cajoled, and spoiled, called little princess and uncle's darling, till it is only strange I retain in this prejudiced breast any of the impulses of generous womanhood. Yes, though I was aware from the first that whim alone had raised the distinction between myself and cousin, a distinction which superior beauty, worth, or accomplishments could never have drawn, Elinor being more than my equal in all these things." Pausing, she choked back the sudden sob that rose in her throat, with an effort at self-control which was at once touching and admirable. Then, while my eyes stole to her face, murmured in a low, appealing voice, "If I have faults, you see, there is some slight excuse for them. Arrogance, vanity, and selfishness being considered in the gay young heiress as no more than so many assertions of a laudable dignity." "Ah!" she bitterly exclaimed, "money alone has been the ruin of us all." Then, with a falling of her voice, "And now it has come to me with its heritage of evil, and I would give it all for—but this is weakness. I have no right to afflict you with my griefs. Pray forget all I have said, Mr. Raymond, or regard my complaints as the utterances of an unhappy girl loaded down with sorrows, and oppressed by the weight of many perplexities and terrors." "But I do not wish to forget," I replied. "You have spoken some good words, manifested much noble emotion. Your possessions cannot but prove a blessing to you if you enter upon them with such feelings as these." But with a quick gesture she ejaculated, "Impossible! They cannot prove a blessing." Then, as if startled at her own words, bit her lip and hastily added, "Very great wealth is never a blessing." "And now," said she, with a total change of manner, "I wish to address you on a subject which may strike you as ill-timed, but which nevertheless I must mention, if the purpose I have at heart is ever to be accomplished. My uncle, as you know, was engaged at the time of his death in writing a book on Chinese customs and prejudices. It was a work which he was anxious to see published, and naturally I desire to carry out his wishes. But in order to do so I find it necessary not only to interest myself in the matter now, Mr. Harwell's services being required, and it being my wish to dismiss that gentleman as soon as possible, but to find someone competent to supervise its completion. Now I have been told, that you were the one of all others to do this, and though it is difficult if not improper for me to ask so great a favour of one who but a week ago was a perfect stranger to me, it would afford me the keenest pleasure if you would consent to look over this manuscript, and tell me what remains to be done." The timidity with which these words were uttered proved her to be in earnest, and I could not but wonder at the strange coincidence of this request with my secret wishes, it having been a question with me for some time how I was to gain free access to this house without in any way compromising either its inmates or myself. I did not know then that Mr. Gryce had been the one to recommend me to her favour in this respect. But whatever satisfaction I may have experienced, I felt myself in duty bound to plead my incompetence for a task so entirely out of the line with my profession, and to suggest the employment of some one better acquainted with such matters than myself. But she would not listen to me. "Mr. Harwell has notes and memoranda in plenty," she exclaimed, "and can give you all the information necessary. You will have no difficulty. Indeed you will not." "But cannot Mr. Harwell himself do all that is requisite? He seems to be a clever and diligent young man." But she shook her head. "He thinks he can, but I know uncle never trusted him with the composition of a single sentence." "But perhaps he will not be pleased, Mr. Harwell I mean, with the intrusion of a stranger into his work." She opened her eyes with astonishment. "That makes no difference," she cried. "Mr. Harwell is in my pay, and has nothing to say about it. But he will not object. I have already consulted him, and he expresses himself as satisfied with the arrangement." "Very well," said I. "Then I will promise to consider the subject. I can, at any rate, look over the manuscript, and give you my opinion of its condition." "Oh, thank you," said she, with the prettiest gesture of satisfaction. "How kind you are! And what can I ever do to repay you? But would you like to see Mr. Harwell himself?" And she moved toward the door, but suddenly paused, whispering, with a short shudder of remembrance, "He is in the library. Do you mind?" Crushing down the sick qualm that arose at the mention of that spot, I replied in the negative. "The papers are all there, and he says he can work better in his old place than anywhere else, but if you wish I can call him down." But I would not listen to this, and myself led the way to the foot of the stairs. "I have sometimes thought I would lock up that room," she hurriedly observed, "but something restrains me. I can no more do so than I can leave this house. A power beyond myself forces me to confront all its horrors. And yet I suffer continually from terror, sometimes in the darkness of the night. But I will not distress you. I have already said too much. Come." And with a sudden lift of the head she mounted the stairs. Mr. Harwell was seated, when we entered that fatal room, in the one chair of all others I expected to see unoccupied; and as I beheld his meagre figure bending where, such a little while before, his eyes had encountered the outstretched form of his murdered employer, I could not but marvel over the unimaginativeness of the man who, in the face of such memories, could not only appropriate that very spot for his use, but pursue his avocations there with so much calmness and evident precision. But in another moment I discovered that the disposition of the light in the room made that one seat the only desirable one for his purpose, and instantly my wonder changed to admiration at this quiet surrender of personal feeling to the requirements of the occasion. He looked up mechanically as we came in, but did not rise, his countenance wearing the absorbed expression which bespeaks the preoccupied mind. "He is utterly oblivious," Mary whispered. "That is a way of his. I doubt if he knows who or what it is that has disturbed him." And advancing into the room, she passed across his line of vision, as if to call attention to herself, and said, "I have brought Mr. Raymond upstairs to see you, Mr. Harwell. He has been so kind as to accede to my wishes in regard to the completion of the manuscript now before you." Slowly Mr. Harwell rose, wiped his pen, and put it away, manifesting, however, a reluctance in doing so that proved this interference to be in reality anything but agreeable to him. Observing this, I did not wait for him to speak, but took up the pile of manuscript arranged in one mass on the table, saying, "This seems to be very clearly written. If you will excuse me, I will glance over it, and thus learn something of its general character." He bowed, uttered a word or so of acquiescence, then, as Mary left the room, awkwardly reseated himself, and took up his pen. Instantly the manuscript and all connected with it vanished from my thoughts, and Elinor, her situation, and the mystery surrounding this family returned upon me with renewed force. Looking the secretary steadily in the face, I remarked, "I am very glad of this opportunity of seeing you a moment alone, Mr. Harwell, if only for the purpose of saying—" "Anything in regard to the murder?" "Yes," I began. "Then you must pardon me," he respectfully but firmly replied. "It is a disagreeable subject which I cannot bear to think of, much less discuss."
Disconcerted, and what was more, convinced of the impossibility of obtaining any information from this man, I abandoned the attempt, and taking up the manuscript once more, endeavoured to master in some small degree the nature of its contents. Succeeding beyond my hopes, I opened a short conversation with him in regard to it, and finally, coming to the conclusion I could accomplish what Miss Leavenworth desired, left him and descended again to the reception-room. When, an hour or so later, I withdrew from the house, it was with the feeling that one obstacle had been removed from my path. If I failed in what I had undertaken, it would not be from lack of opportunity of studying the inmates of this dwelling. End of chapter 15. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Kirsten Ferreri. The Leavenworth Case, by Anna Katharine Green. Chapter 16. The Will of a Millionaire. Our remedies oft in ourselves do lie, which we ascribe to heaven. All's well that ends well. The next morning's Tribune contained a synopsis of Mr. Leavenworth's will. Its provisions were a surprise to me, for while the bulk of his immense estate was, according to the general understanding, bequeathed to his niece Mary, it appeared by a codicil, attached to his will some 5 years before, that Eleanor was not entirely forgotten, she having been made the recipient of a legacy which, if not large, was at least sufficient to support her in comfort. After listening to the various comments of my associates on the subject, I proceeded to the house of Mr. Gryce, in obedience to his request to call upon him as soon as possible after the publication of the will. "Good morning," he remarked as I entered, but whether addressing me or the frowning top of the desk before which he was sitting it would be difficult to say. "Won't you sit?" nodding with a curious back movement of his head toward a chair in his rear. I drew up the chair to his side. "I am curious to know," I remarked, "what you have to say about this will, and its probable effect upon the matters we have in hand." "What is your own idea in regard to it?" "Well, I think, upon the whole, it will make but little difference in public opinion. Those who thought Eleanor guilty before will feel that they possess now greater cause than ever to doubt her innocence, while those who have hitherto hesitated to suspect her will not consider that the comparatively small amount bequeathed her would constitute an adequate motive for so great a crime." "You've heard men talk. What seems to be the general opinion among those you converse with?" "That the motive of the tragedy will be found in the partiality shown in so singular a will, though how they do not profess to know." Mr. Gryce suddenly became interested in one of the small drawers before him. "And all this has not set you thinking?" said he. "Thinking?" returned I. "I don't know what you mean. I am sure I have done nothing but think for the last 3 days. Of course, he cried. "I didn't mean to say anything disagreeable. And so you've seen Mr. Clavering?" "Just seen him. No more." "And are you going to assist Mr. Harwell in finishing Mr. Leavenworth's book?" "How did you learn that?" He only smiled. "Yes," said I. "Miss Leavenworth has requested me to do her that little favour." "She is a queenly creature!" he exclaimed in a burst of enthusiasm. Then, with an instant return to his businesslike tone, "You are going to have opportunities, Mr. Raymond. Now there are 2 things I want you to find out. First, what is the connection between these ladies and Mr. Clavering?" "There is a connection, then?" "Undoubtedly. And secondly, what is the cause of the unfriendly feeling which evidently exists between the cousins?" I drew back and pondered the position offered me. A spy in a fair woman's house! How could I reconcile it with my natural instincts as a gentleman? "Cannot you find some one better adapted to learn these secrets for you?" I asked at length. "The part of a spy is anything but agreeable to my feelings, I assure you." Mr. Gryce's brows fell. "I will assist Mr. Harwell in his efforts to arrange Mr. Leavenworth's manuscript for the press," I said. "I will give Mr. Clavering an opportunity to form my acquaintance, and I will listen if Miss Leavenworth chooses to make me her confidant in any way. But any hearkening at doors, surprises, unworthy feints, or ungentlemanly subterfuges, I herewith disclaim as outside of my province. my task being to find out what I can in an open way, and yours to search into the nooks and corners of this wretched business. In other words, you are to play the hound, and I the mole. Just so, I know what belongs to a gentleman. And now, said I, what news of Hannah? He shook both hands high in the air. None. I cannot say I was greatly surprised that evening when, upon descending from an hour's labour with Mr. Harwell, I encountered Miss Leavenworth standing at the foot of the stairs. There had been something in her bearing the night before which prepared me for another interview this evening, though her manner of commencing it was a surprise. "Mr. Raymond," said she, with an air of marked embarrassment, "I want to ask you a question. I believe you to be a good man, and I know you will answer me conscientiously, as a brother would," she added, lifting her eyes for a moment to my face. "I know it will sound strange, but remember, I have no adviser but you, and I must ask someone. Mr. Raymond, do you think a person could do something that was very wrong, and yet grow to be thoroughly good afterwards?" "Certainly," I replied, "if he were truly sorry for his fault." "But say it was more than a fault. Say it was an actual harm. Would not the memory of that one evil hour cast a lasting shadow over one's life?" "That depends upon the nature of the harm and its effect upon others. If one had irreparably injured a fellow being, it would be hard for a person of sensitive nature to live a happy life afterwards, though the fact of not living a happy life ought to be no reason why one should not live a good life." "But to live a good life, would it be necessary to reveal the evil you had done? Cannot one go on and do right without confessing to the world a past wrong?" "Yes, unless by its confession he can in some way make reparation." My answer seemed to trouble her. Drawing back, she stood for one moment in a thoughtful attitude before me, her beauty shining with an almost statuesque splendour in the glow of the porcelain-shaded lamp at her side. Nor, though she presently roused herself, leading the way into the drawing-room with a gesture that was allurement itself, did she recur to this topic again, but rather seemed to strive, in the conversation that followed, to make me forget what had already passed between us. That she did not succeed was owing to my intense and unfailing interest in her cousin. As I descended the stoop, I saw Thomas, the butler, leaning over the area gate. Immediately I was seized with an impulse to interrogate him in regard to a matter which had more or less interested me ever since the inquest, and that was, who was the Mr. Robbins who had called upon Elinor the night of the murder? But Thomas was decidedly uncommunicative. He remembered such a person called, but could not describe his looks any further than to say that he was not a small man. I did not press the matter. End of chapter 16. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Kirsten Ferreri. The Leavenworth Case by Anna Katharine Green. Chapter 17. The Beginning of Great Surprises. And now followed days in which I seemed to make little or no progress. Mr. Clavering, disturbed perhaps by my presence, forsook his usual haunts, thus depriving me of all opportunity of making his acquaintance in any natural manner, while the evenings spent at Miss Leavenworth's were productive of little else than constant suspense and uneasiness. The manuscript required less revision than I supposed, but in the course of making such few changes as were necessary, I had ample opportunity of studying the character of Mr. Harwell. I found him to be neither more nor less than an excellent amanuensis. Stiff, unbending, and sombre, but true to his duty and reliable in its performance, I learned to respect him and even to like him. And this, too, though I saw the liking was not reciprocated, whatever the respect may have been. He never spoke of Elinor Leavenworth, or indeed mentioned the family or its trouble in any way, till I began to feel that all this reticence had a cause deeper than the nature of the man, and that if he did speak, it would be to some purpose. This suspicion, of course, kept me restlessly eager in his presence. I could not forbear giving him sly glances now and then, to see how he acted when he believed himself unobserved, but he was ever the same,
a passive, diligent, unexcitable worker. This continual beating against a stone wall, for thus I regarded it, became at last almost unendurable. Clavering shy, and the secretary unapproachable, how was I to gain anything? The short interviews I had with Mary did not help matters. Haughty, constrained, feverish, pettish, grateful, appealing, everything at once and never twice the same, I learned to dread, even while I coveted, an interview. She appeared to be passing through some crisis which occasioned her the keenest suffering. I have seen her, when she thought herself alone, throw up her hands with the gesture which we use to ward off a coming evil, or shut out a hideous vision. I have likewise beheld her standing with her proud head abased, her nervous hands drooping, her whole form sinking and inert, as if the pressure of a weight she could neither upbear nor cast aside had robbed her even of the show of resistance. But this was only once. Ordinarily she was at least stately in her trouble. Even when the softest appeal came into her eyes, she stood erect, and retained her expression of conscious power. Even the night she met me in the hall, with feverish cheeks and lips trembling with eagerness, only to turn and fly again without giving utterance to what she had to say, she comported herself with a fiery dignity that was well nigh imposing. That all this meant something I was sure, and so I kept my patience alive with the hope that some day she would make a revelation. Those quivering lips would not always remain closed. The secret involving Elinor's honour and happiness would be divulged by this restless being, if by no one else. Nor was the memory of that extraordinary, if not cruel, accusation I had heard her make enough to destroy this hope, for hope it had grown to be, so that I found myself insensibly shortening my time with Mr. Harwell in the library, and extending my tete-a-tete visits with Mary in the reception-room, till the imperturbable secretary was forced to complain that he was often left for hours without work. But, as I say, days passed, and a second Monday evening came round without seeing me any further advanced upon the problem I had set myself to solve, than when I first started upon it 2 weeks before. The subject of the murder had not even been broached, nor was Hannah spoken of, though I observed the papers were not allowed to languish an instant upon the stoop, mistress and servants betraying equal interest in their contents. All this was strange to me. It was as if you saw a group of human beings eating, drinking, and sleeping upon the sides of a volcano, hot with a late eruption, and trembling with the birth of a new one. I longed to break this silence as we shiver glass, by shouting the name of Elinor through these gilded rooms and satin-draped vestibules. But this Monday evening I was in a calmer mood. I was determined to expect nothing from my visits to Mary Leavenworth's house, and entered it upon the eve in question with an equanimity such as I had not experienced since the first day I passed under its unhappy portals. But when, upon nearing the reception-room, I saw Mary pacing the floor with the air of one who is restlessly awaiting something, or somebody, I took a sudden resolution, and advancing toward her, said, "Do I see you alone, Miss Leavenworth?" She paused in her hurried action, blushed and bowed, but, contrary to her usual custom, did not bid me enter. "Will it be too great an intrusion on my part if I venture to come in?" I asked. Her glance flashed uneasily to the clock, and she seemed about to excuse herself, but suddenly yielded, and drawing up a chair before the fire, motioned me toward it. Though she endeavoured to appear calm, I vaguely felt I had chanced upon her in one of her most agitated moods, and that I had only to broach the subject I had in mind, to behold her haughtiness disappear before me like melting snow. I also felt that I had but few minutes in which to do it. I accordingly plunged immediately into the subject. "Miss Leavenworth," said I, "in obtruding upon you to-night, I have a purpose other than that of giving myself a pleasure. I have come to make an appeal." Instantly I saw that in some way I had started wrong. "An appeal to make to me?" she asked, breathing coldness from every feature of her face. "Yes," I went on, with passionate recklessness. "Balked in every other endeavour to learn the truth, I have come to you, whom I believe to be noble at the core, for that help which seems likely to fail us in every other direction; for the word which, if it does not absolutely save your cousin, will at least put us on the track of what will." "I do not understand what you mean," she protested, slightly shrinking. Miss Leavenworth, I pursued, it is needless for me to tell you in what position your cousin stands. You, who remember both the form and drift of the questions put to her at the inquest, comprehend it all without any explanation from me. But what you may not know is this, that unless she is speedily relieved from the suspicion which, justly or not, has attached itself to her name, the consequences which such suspicion entails must fall upon her, and— "Good God!" she cried, "you do not mean she will be—" "Subject to arrest? Yes." It was a blow. Shame, horror, and anguish were in every line of her white face. "And all because of that key," she murmured. "Key? How do you know anything about a key?" "Why," she cried, flushing painfully, "I cannot say. Didn't you tell me?" "No," I returned. "The papers, then?" "The papers have never mentioned it." She grew more and more agitated. "I thought every one knew. No, I did not either," she avowed, in a sudden burst of shame and penitence. "I knew it was a secret, but, Mr. Raymond, it was Elinor herself who told me." "Elinor?" "Yes, that last evening she was here. We were together in the drawing-room." "What did she tell?" "That the key to the library had been seen in her possession." I could scarcely conceal my incredulity. Elinor, conscious of the suspicion with which her cousin regarded her, inform that cousin of a fact calculated to add weight to that suspicion? I could not believe this. "But you knew it?" Mary went on. "I revealed nothing I ought to have kept secret?" "No," said I, "and, Miss Leavenworth, it is this thing which makes your cousin's position absolutely dangerous. It is a fact that, left unexplained, must ever link her name with infamy. A bit of circumstantial evidence no sophistry can smother, and no denial obliterate. Only her hitherto spotless reputation, and the efforts of one who, notwithstanding appearances, believes in her innocence, keeps her so long from the clutch of the officers of justice. That key, and the silence preserved by her in regard to it, is sinking her slowly into a pit from which the utmost endeavours of her best friends will soon be inadequate to extricate her." "And you tell me this—" "That you may have pity on the poor girl, who will not have pity on herself, and by the explanation of a few circumstances which cannot be mysteries to you, assist in bringing her from under the dreadful shadow that threatens to overwhelm her." "And would you insinuate, sir," she cried, turning upon me with a look of great anger, "that I know any more than you do of this matter? That I possess any knowledge which I have not already made public, concerning the dreadful tragedy which has transformed our home into a desert, our existence into a lasting horror? Has the blight of suspicion fallen upon me too? And have you come to accuse me in my own house?" "Miss Leavenworth," I entreated, "calm yourself. I accuse you of nothing. I only desire you to enlighten me as to your cousin's probable motive for this criminating silence. You cannot be ignorant of it. You are her cousin, almost her sister, have been at all events her daily companion for years, and must know for whom or for what she seals her lips, and conceals facts which, if known, would direct suspicion to the real criminal. That is, if you really believe what you have hitherto stated, that your cousin is an innocent woman." She not making any answer to this, I rose and confronted her. "Miss Leavenworth, do you believe your cousin guiltless of this crime or not?" "Guiltless! Elinor! Oh, my God! If all the world were only as innocent as she!" "Then," said I, "you must likewise believe that if she refrains from speaking in regard to matters which to ordinary observers ought to be explained, she does it only from motives of kindness toward one less guiltless than herself." "What? No, no, I do not say that. What made you think of any such explanation?" "The action itself. With one of Elinor's character, such conduct as hers admits of no other construction. Either she is mad, or she is shielding another at the expense of herself." Mary's lip, which had trembled, slowly steadied itself. "And whom have you settled upon as the person for whom Elinor thus sacrifices herself?" "Ah," said I, "that is where I seek assistance from you. With your knowledge of her history—" But Mary Leavenworth, sinking haughtily back into her chair, stopped me with a quiet gesture. "I beg your pardon," said she, "but you make a mistake. I know little or nothing of Elinor's personal feelings. The mystery must be solved by someone besides me." I changed my tactics. When Elinor confessed to you that the missing key had been seen in her possession, did she likewise inform you where she obtained it, and for what reason she was hiding it?" "No." "Merely told you the fact, without any explanation?" "Yes." Was not that a strange piece of gratuitous information for her to give to one who, but a few hours before, had accused her to the face of committing a deadly crime? "What do you mean?" she asked, her voice suddenly sinking. "You will not deny that you were once not only ready to believe her guilty, but that you actually charged her with having perpetrated this crime?" "Explain yourself!" she cried. "Miss Leavenworth, do you not remember what you said in that room upstairs when you were alone with your cousin on the morning of the inquest, just before Mr. Gryce and myself entered your presence?" Her eyes did not fall, but they filled with sudden terror. "You heard?" she whispered. "I could not help it. I was just outside the door, and—" "What did you hear?" I told her. "And Mr. Gryce?" "He was at my side." It seemed as if her eyes would devour my face. "Yet nothing was said when you came in?" "No." "You, however, have never forgotten it?" "How could we, Miss Leavenworth?" Her head fell forward in her hands, and for one wild moment she seemed lost in despair. Then she roused, and desperately exclaimed, "And that is why you come here tonight! With that sentence written upon your heart, you invade my presence and torture me with questions." "Pardon me," I broke in. "Are my questions such as you, with reasonable regard for the honour of one with whom you are accustomed to associate, should hesitate to answer? Do I derogate from my manhood in asking you how and why you came to make an accusation of so grave a nature, at a time when all the circumstances of the case were freshly before you, only to insist fully as strongly upon your cousin's innocence when you found there was even more cause for your imputation than you had supposed?" She did not seem to hear me. "Oh, my cruel fate!" she murmured. "Oh, my cruel fate!" "Miss Leavenworth," said I, rising, and taking my stand before her, "although there is a temporary estrangement between you and your cousin, you cannot wish to seem her enemy. Speak, then. Let me at least know the name of him for whom she thus immolates herself. A hint from you—" But rising, with a strange look, to her feet, she interrupted me with a stern remark. "If you do not know, I cannot inform you. Do not ask me, Mr. Raymond." And she glanced at the clock for the second time. I took another turn. "Miss Leavenworth, you once asked me if a person who had committed a wrong ought necessarily to confess it, and I replied no, unless by the confession reparation could be made. Do you remember?" Her lips moved, but no words issued from them. "I begin to think," I solemnly proceeded, following the lead of her emotion, "that confession is the only way out of this difficulty; that only by the words you can utter Elinor can be saved from the doom that awaits her. Will you not then show yourself a true woman by responding to my earnest entreaties?" I seemed to have touched the right chord, for she trembled, and a look of wistfulness filled her eyes. "Oh, if I could!" she murmured. "Why can you not? You will never be happy until you do. Elinor persists in silence, but that is no reason why you should emulate her example. You only make her position more doubtful by it. I know it, but I cannot help myself. Fate has too strong a hold upon me. I cannot break away." "That is not true. Any one can escape from bonds imaginary as yours." "No," she protested, "you do not understand." "I understand this, that the path of rectitude is a straight one, and that he who steps into devious byways is going astray." A flicker of light, pathetic beyond description, flashed for a moment across her face. Her throat rose as with one wild sob. Her lips opened. She seemed yielding, when— A sharp ring at the front door bell. "Oh!" she cried, sharply turning, "tell him I cannot see him. Tell him—" "Miss Leavenworth," said I, taking her by both hands, "never mind the door, never mind anything but this. I have asked you a question which involves the mystery of this whole affair. Answer me then, for your soul's sake. Tell me what the unhappy circumstances were which could induce you—" But she tore her hands from mine. "The door!" she cried. "It will open." Stepping into the hall, I met Thomas coming up the basement stairs. "Go back," said I. "I will call you when you are wanted." With a bow he disappeared. "Do you expect me to answer?" she exclaimed when I re-entered. "Now? In a moment? I cannot." "But—" Impossible!" fastening her gaze upon the front door. "Miss Leavenworth!" She shuddered. "I fear the time will never come if you do not speak now." "Impossible," she reiterated. Another twang at the bell. "You hear," said she. I went into the hall and called Thomas. "You may open the door now," said I, and moved to return to her side. But with a gesture of command she pointed upstairs. "Leave me!" And her glance passed on to Thomas, who stopped where he was. "I will see you again before I go," said I, and hastened upstairs. Thomas opened the door. "Is Miss Leavenworth in?" I heard a rich, tremulous voice inquire. "Yes, sir," came in the butler's most respectful and measured accents, and leaning over the banisters I beheld, to my amazement, the form of Mr. Clavering enter the front hall and move toward the reception room. End of chapter 17. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Kirsten Ferreri. The Leavenworth Case by Anna Katharine Green. Chapter 18. On the Stairs. You cannot say I did it. Macbeth. Excited, tremulous, filled with wonder at this unlooked-for event, I paused for a moment to collect my scattered senses, when the sound of a low, monotonous voice breaking upon my ear from the direction of the library, I approached, and found Mr. Harwell reading aloud from his late employer's manuscript. It would be difficult for me to describe the effect which this simple discovery made upon me at this time. There, in that room of late death, withdrawn from the turmoil of the world, a hermit in his skeleton-lined cell, this man employed himself in reading and rereading with passive interest the words of the dead, while above and below human beings agonized in doubt and shame. Listening, I heard these words: "By these means their native rulers will not only lose their jealous terror of our institutions, but acquire an actual curiosity in regard to them." Opening the door, I went in. "Ah, you are late, sir," was the greeting with which he rose and brought forward a chair. My reply was probably inaudible, for he added, as he passed to his own seat, "I am afraid you are not well." I roused myself. "I am not ill." And pulling the papers toward me, I began looking them over. But the words danced before my eyes, and I was obliged to give up all attempt at work for that night. "I fear I am unable to assist you this evening, Mr. Harwell. The fact is, I find it difficult to give proper attention to this business while the man who, by a dastardly assassination, has made it necessary, goes unpunished." The secretary in his turn pushed the papers aside, as if moved by a sudden distaste of them, but gave me no answer. "You told me, when you first came to me with news of this fearful tragedy, that it was a mystery, but it is one which must be solved, Mr. Harwell. It is wearing out the lives of too many whom we love and respect." The secretary gave me a look. "Miss Eleanor?" he murmured. "And Miss Mary," I went on. "Myself, you, many others." "You have manifested much interest in the matter from the beginning," said he, methodically dipping his pen into the ink. I stared at him in amazement. "And you," said I, "do you take no interest in that which involves not only the safety, but the happiness and honour of the family in which you have dwelt so long?" He looked at me with increased coldness. "I have no wish to discuss the subject. I believe I have before prayed you to spare me its introduction." And he arose. "But I cannot consider your wishes in this regard," I persisted. "If you know any facts connected with this affair which have not yet been made public, it is manifestly your duty to state them. The position which Miss Eleanor occupies at this time is one which should arouse the sense of justice in every true breast, and if I knew anything which would serve to release her from her unhappy position, Mr. Raymond, I should have spoken long ago." I bit my lip, weary of these continual bafflings, and rose also. "If you have nothing more to say," he went on, "and fear utterly disinclined to work, why, I should be glad to excuse myself, as I have an engagement out." "Do not let me keep you," I said bitterly. "I can take care of myself." He turned upon me with a short stare, as if this display of feeling was well nigh incomprehensible to him, and then with a quiet, almost compassionate bow, left the room. I heard him go upstairs, felt the jar when his room door closed, and sat down to enjoy my solitude. But solitude in that room was unbearable. By the time Mr. Harwell again descended, I felt I could remain no longer, and stepping into the hall, told him that if he had no objection I would accompany him for a short stroll. He bowed a stiff assent, and hastened before me down the stairs. By the time I had closed the library door he was half-way to the foot, and I was just remarking to myself upon the unpliability of his figure and the awkwardness of his carriage, as seen from my present standpoint, when suddenly I saw him stop, clutch the banister at his side, and hang there with a startled, deathly expression upon his half-turned countenance, which fixed me for an instant where I was in breathless astonishment, and then caused me to rush down to his side, catch him by the arm, and cry, "What is it? What is the matter?" But thrusting out his hand, he pushed me upwards. "Go back," he whispered, in a voice shaking with intensest emotion. "Go back!" And catching me by the arm, he literally pulled me up the stairs. Arrived at the top, he loosened his grasp, and leaning, quivering from head to foot over the banisters, glared below. "Who is that?" he cried. "Who is that man? What is his name?" Startled in my turn, I bent beside him, and saw Henry Clavering come out of the reception-room and cross the hall. "That is Mr. Clavering," I whispered, with all the self-possession I could muster. "Do you know him?" Mr. Harwell fell back against the opposite wall. "Clavering, Clavering," he murmured, with quaking lips. Then, suddenly bounding forward, clutched the railing before him, and fixing me with his eyes, from which all the stoic calmness had gone down for ever in flame and frenzy, gurgled into my ear. "You want to know who the assassin of Mr. Leavenworth is, do you? Look there, then! That is the man, Clavering!" And with a leap he bounded from my side, and swaying like a drunken man, disappeared from my gaze in the hall above. My first impulse was to follow him. Rushing upstairs, I knocked at the door of his room, but no response came to my summons. I then called his name into the hall, but without avail. He was determined not to show himself. Resolved that he should not thus escape me, I returned to the library, and wrote him a short note in which I asked for an explanation of his tremendous accusation, saying I would be in my rooms the next evening at 6, when I should expect to see him. This done, I descended to rejoin Mary. But the evening was destined to be full of disappointments. She had retired to her room while I was in the library, and I lost the interview from which I expected so much. "The woman is as slippery as an eel," I inwardly commented, pacing the hall in my chagrin. "Wrapped in mystery, she expects me to feel for her the respect due to one of frank and open nature." I was about to leave the house when I saw Thomas descending the stairs with a letter in his hand. "Miss Leavenworth's compliments, sir, and she is too fatigued to remain below this evening." I moved aside to read the note he handed me, feeling a little conscience-stricken as I traced the hurried, trembling handwriting through the following words: "You ask more than I can give. Matters must be received as they are without explanation from me. It is the grief of my life to deny you, but I have no choice. God forgive us all and keep us from despair. M." And below: "As we cannot now meet without embarrassment, it is better we should bear our burdens in silence and apart. Mr. Harwell will visit you. Farewell." As I was crossing 32nd Street, I heard a quick footstep beside me, and, turning, saw Thomas at my side. "Excuse me, sir," said he, "but I have something a little particular to say to you. When you asked me the other night what sort of person the gentleman was who called on Miss Eleanor the evening of the murder, I didn't answer you as I should. The fact is, the detectives have been talking to me about that very thing, and I felt shy. But, sir, I know that you are a friend of the family, and I want to tell you now that that same gentleman, whoever he was, Mr. Robbins he called himself then, was at the house again to-night, sir, and the name he gave me this time to carry to Miss Leavenworth was Clavering. Yes, sir," he went on, seeing me start, "and as I told Molly, he acts queer for a stranger. When he came the other night, he hesitated a long time before asking for Miss Eleanor, and when I wanted his name, took out a card and wrote on it the one I told you of, sir, with a look on his face a little peculiar for a caller. Besides—" "Well?" "Mr. Raymond," the butler went on, in a low, excited voice, edging up very closely to me in the darkness, There is something I have never told any living being but Molly, sir, which may be of use to those as wishes to find out who committed this murder." "A fact or a suspicion?" I inquired. "A fact, sir, which I beg your pardon for troubling you with at this time, but Molly will give me no rest unless I speak of it to you or Mr. Gryce, her feelings being so worked up on Hannah's account, whom we all know is innocent, though folks do dare to say as how she must be guilty just because she's not to be found the minute they want her." "But this fact?" I urged. "Well, the fact is this. You see, I would tell Mr. Gryce," he resumed, unconscious of my anxiety, "but I have my fears of detectives, sir. They catch you up so quick at times, and seem to think you know so much more than you really do." "But this fact?" I again broke in. "Oh yes, sir. The fact is that night, the one of the murder, you know, I saw Mr. Clavering, Robbins, or whatever his name is, enter the house, but neither I nor anyone else saw him go out of it, nor do I know that he did." "What do you mean?" "Well, sir, what I mean is this. When I came down from Miss Eleanor and told Mr. Robbins, as he called himself at that time, that my mistress was ill and unable to see him, the words she gave me, sir, to deliver, Mr. Robbins, instead of bowing and leaving the house like a gentleman, stepped into the reception room and sat down. He may have felt sick, he looked pale enough. At any rate, he asked me for a glass of water. Not knowing any reason then for suspicionating anyone's actions, I immediately went down to the kitchen for it, leaving him there in the reception room alone. But before I could get it, I heard the front door close. 'What's that?' said Molly, who was helping me, sir. 'I don't know,' said I, 'unless it's the gentleman has got tired of waiting and gone.' 'If he's gone, he won't want the water,' she said. So down I set the pitcher, and upstairs I come, and sure enough he was gone, or so I thought then. But who knows, sir, if he was not in that room, or the drawing room, which was dark that night, all the time I was a-shutting up of the house." I made no reply to this. I was more startled than I cared to reveal. "You see, sir, I wouldn't speak of such a thing about any person that comes to see the young ladies. But we all know someone was in the house that night murdered my master, and as it was not Hannah—" "You say that Miss Eleanor refused to see him," I interrupted, in the hope that the simple suggestion would be enough to elicitate further details of his interview with Eleanor. "Yes, sir. When she first looked at the card she showed a little hesitation, but in a moment she grew very flushed in the face, and bade me say what I told you. I should never have thought of it again if I had not seen him come blazoning and bold into the house this evening with a new name on his tongue. Indeed, and I do not like to think any evil of him now, but Molly would have it I should speak to you, sir, and ease my mind. And that is all, sir." When I arrived home that night, I entered into my memorandum book a new list of suspicious circumstances, but this time they were under the caption C instead of E. End of chapter 18. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Kirsten Ferreri. The Leavenworth Case, by Anna Katharine Green. Chapter 19. In My Office. Something between a hindrance and a help. Wordsworth. The next day, as, with nerves unstrung and an exhausted brain, I entered my office, I was greeted by the announcement, "A gentleman, sir, in your private room. Been waiting some time, very impatient." Weary, in no mood to hold consultation with clients new or old, I advanced with anything but an eager step towards my room, when, upon opening the door, I saw Mr. Clavering. Too much astounded for the moment to speak, I bowed to him silently, whereupon he approached me with the air and dignity of a highly bred gentleman, and presented his card, on which I saw written, in free and handsome characters, his whole name, Henry Ritchie Clavering. After this introduction of himself, he apologized for making so unceremonious a call, saying in excuse that he was a stranger in town, that his business was one of great urgency, that he had casually heard honourable mention of me as a lawyer and a gentleman, and so had ventured to seek this interview on behalf of a friend who was so unfortunately situated as to require the opinion and advice of a lawyer upon a question which not only involved an extraordinary state of facts, but was of a nature peculiarly embarrassing to him, owing to his ignorance of American laws, and the legal bearing of these facts upon the same. Having thus secured my attention, and awakened my curiosity, he asked me if I would permit him to relate his story. Recovering in a measure from my astonishment, and subduing the extreme repulsion, almost horror, I felt for the man, I signified my assent; at which he drew from his pocket a memorandum book, from which he read in substance as follows: An Englishman travelling in this country meets, at a fashionable watering place, an American girl, with whom he falls deeply in love, and whom, after a few days, he desires to marry. Knowing his position to be good, his fortune ample, and his intentions highly honourable, he offers her his hand, and is accepted. But a decided opposition arising in the family to the match, he is compelled to disguise his sentiments, though the engagement remained unbroken. While matters were in this uncertain condition, he received advices from England demanding his instant return, and alarmed at the prospect of a protracted absence from the object of his affections, he writes to the lady, informing her of the circumstances, and proposing a secret marriage. She consents with stipulations, the first of which is that he should leave her instantly upon the conclusion of the ceremony, and the second, that he should entrust the public declaration of the marriage to her. It was not precisely what he wished, but anything which served to make her his own was acceptable at such a crisis. He readily enters into the plans proposed. Meeting the lady at a parsonage, some 20 miles from the watering place at which she was staying, he stands up with her before a Methodist preacher, and the ceremony of marriage is performed. There were 2 witnesses, a hired man of the minister, called in for the purpose, and a lady friend who came with the bride, but there was no licence, and the bride had not completed her 21st year. Now, was that marriage legal? If the lady, wedded in good faith upon that day by my friend, chooses to deny that she is his lawful wife, can he hold her to a compact entered in so informal a matter? In short, Mr. Raymond, is my friend the lawful husband of that girl or not? While listening to this story, I found myself yielding to feelings greatly in contrast to those with which I greeted the relator but a moment before. I became so interested in his friend's case as to quite forget, for the time being, that I had ever seen or heard of Henry Clavering, and after learning that the marriage ceremony took place in the state of New York, I replied to him, as near as I can remember, in the following words: In this state, and I believe it to be American law, marriage is a civil contract, requiring neither license, priest, ceremony, nor certificate, and in some cases witnesses are not even necessary to give it validity. Of old, the modes of getting a wife were the same as those of acquiring any other species of property, and they are not materially changed at the present time. It is enough that the man and woman say to each other, "From this time we are married," or "You are now my wife or my husband," as the case may be. The mutual consent is all that is necessary. In fact, you may contract marriage as you contract to lend a sum of money, or to buy the merest trifle. Then your opinion is, that upon your statement, your friend is the lawful husband of the lady in question, presuming of course that no legal disabilities of either party existed to prevent such a union. As to the young lady's age, I will merely say that any 14-year-old girl can be party to a marriage contract. Mr. Clavering bowed, his countenance assuming a look of great satisfaction. "I am very glad to hear this," said he. "My friend's happiness is entirely involved in the establishment of his marriage." He appeared so relieved, my curiosity was yet further aroused. I therefore said, "I have given you my opinion as to the legality of this marriage, but it may be quite another thing to prove it, should the same be contested." He started, cast me an inquiring look, and murmured, "True." "Allow me to ask you a few questions. Was the lady married under her own name?" "She was." "The gentleman?" "Yes, sir." "Did the lady receive a certificate?" "She did." "Properly signed by the minister and witness?" He bowed his head in assent. "Did she keep this?" "I cannot say, but I presume she did." "The witnesses were?" "A hired man of the minister." "Who can be found?" "Who cannot be found." "Dead or disappeared?" "The minister is dead. The man has disappeared." "The minister dead?" "3 months since." "And the marriage took place when?" "Last July." "The other witness, the lady friend, where is she?" "She can be found, but her action is not to be depended upon." "Has the gentleman himself no proofs of this marriage?" Mr. Clavering shook his head. He cannot even prove he was in the town where it took place on that particular day." "The marriage certificate was, however, filed with the clerk of the town," said I. "It was not, sir." "How was that?" "I cannot say. I only know that my friend has made enquiry, and that no such paper is to be found." I leaned slowly back and looked at him. "I do not wonder your friend is concerned in regard to his position, if what you hint is true, and the lady seems disposed to deny that any such ceremony ever took place. Still, if he wishes to go to law, the court may decide in his favour, though I doubt it. His sworn word is all he would have to go upon, and if she contradicts his testimony under oath, why, the sympathy of a jury is, as a rule, with the woman." Mr. Clavering rose, looked at me with some earnestness, and finally asked, in a tone which, though somewhat changed, lacked nothing of its former suavity, if I would be kind enough to give him in writing that portion of my opinion which directly bore upon the legality of the marriage; that such a paper would go far towards satisfying his friend that his case had been properly presented, as he was aware that no respectable lawyer would put his name to a legal opinion, without having first carefully arrived at his conclusions by a thorough examination of the law bearing upon the facts submitted. This request seeming so reasonable, I unhesitatingly complied with it, and handed him the opinion. He took it, and after reading it carefully over, deliberately copied it into his memorandum book. This done, he turned toward me, a strong though hitherto subdued emotion showing itself in his countenance. "Now, sir," said he, rising upon me to the full height of his majestic figure, "I have but one more request to make, and that is, that you will receive back this opinion into your own possession, and in the day you think to lead a beautiful woman to the altar, pause and ask yourself, am I sure that the hand I clasp with such impassioned fervour is free? Have I any certainty for knowing that it has not already been given away, like that of the lady whom, in this opinion of mine, I have declared to be a wedded wife according to the laws of my country?" "Mr. Clavering—" But he, with an urbane bow, laid his hand upon the knob of the door. "I thank you for your courtesy, Mr. Raymond, and I bid you good day. I hope you will have no needs of consulting that paper before I see you again." And with another bow he passed out. It was the most vital shock I had yet experienced, and for a moment I stood paralysed. Me! Why should he mix me up with the affair, unless— But I would not contemplate that possibility. Elinor married, and to this man! No, anything but that. And yet I found myself continually turning the supposition over in my mind, until, to escape the torment of my own conjectures, I seized my hat, and rushed into the street in the hope of finding him again, and extorting from him an explanation of his mysterious conduct. But by the time I reached the sidewalk he was nowhere to be seen. 1,000 busy men, with their various cares and purposes, had pushed themselves between us, and I was obliged to return to my office with my doubts unsolved. I think I never experienced a longer day, but it passed, and at 5 o'clock I had the satisfaction of inquiring for Mr. Clavering at the Hoffman House. Judge of my surprise when I learned that his visit to my office was his last action before taking passage upon the steamer leaving that day for Liverpool, that he was now on the high seas, and all chance of another interview with him was at an end. I could scarcely believe the fact at first, but after a talk with the cabman who had driven him off to my office, and thence to the steamer, I became convinced. My first feeling was one of shame. I had been brought face to face with the accused man, had received an intimation from him that he was not expecting to see me again for some time, and had weakly gone on attending to my own affairs, and allowed him to escape, like the simple tyro that I was. My next, the necessity of notifying Mr. Gryce of this man's departure. But it was now 6 o'clock, the hour set apart for my interview with Mr. Harwell. I could not afford to miss that, so merely stopping to dispatch a line to Mr. Gryce, in which I promised to visit him that evening, I turned my steps toward home. I found Mr. Harwell there before me. End of chapter 19. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Kirsten Ferreri. The Leavenworth Case by Anna Katharine Green. Chapter 20. Truman, Truman, Truman.
Often do the spirits of great events stride on before the events, and in to-day already walks to-morrow. Coleridge. Instantly a great dread seized me. What revelations might not this man be going to make? But I subdued the feeling, and greeting him with what cordiality I could, settled myself to listen to his explanations. But Truman Harwell had no explanations to give, or so it seemed. On the contrary, he had come to apologize for the very violent words he had used the evening before, words which, whatever their effect upon me, he now felt bound to declare had been used without sufficient basis in fact to make their utterance of the least importance. "But you must have thought you had grounds for so tremendous an accusation, or your act was that of a madman." His brow wrinkled heavily, and his eyes assumed a very gloomy expression. "It does not follow," he returned. "Under the pressure of surprise, I have known men utter convictions no better founded than mine, without running the risk of being called mad." "Surprise! Mr. Clavering's face or form must then have been known to you. The mere fact of seeing a strange gentleman in the hall would have been insufficient to cause you astonishment, Mr. Harwell." He uneasily fingered the back of the chair before which he stood, but made no reply. "Sit down," I again urged, this time with a touch of command in my voice. "This is a serious matter, and I intend to deal with it as it deserves. You once said that if you knew anything which might serve to exonerate Eleanor Leavenworth from the suspicion under which she stands, you would be ready to impart it." "Pardon me, I said that if I had ever known anything calculated to release her from her unhappy position, I would have spoken," he coldly corrected. "Do not quibble. You know and I know that you are keeping something back, and I ask you in her behalf and in the cause of justice to tell me what it is." "You are mistaken," was his dogged reply. "I have reasons, perhaps, for certain conclusions I may have drawn, but my conscience will not allow me in cold blood to give utterance to suspicions which may not only damage the reputation of an honest man, but place me in the unpleasant position of an accuser without substantial foundation for my accusations." "You occupy that position already," I retorted, with equal coldness. "Nothing can make me forget that in my presence you have denounced Henry Clavering as the murderer of Mr. Leavenworth. You had better explain yourself, Mr. Harwell." He gave me a short look, but moved around and took the chair. "You have me at a disadvantage," he said in a lighter tone. "If you choose to profit by your position and press me to disclose the little I know, I can only regret the necessity under which I lie, and speak." "Then you are deterred by conscientious scruples alone?" "Yes, and by the meagreness of the facts at my command." "I will judge the facts when I've heard them." He raised his eyes to mine, and I was astonished to observe a strange eagerness in their depths. Evidently his convictions were stronger than his scruples. "Mr. Raymond," he began, "you are a lawyer, and undoubtedly a practical man, but you may know what it is to scent danger before you see it, to feel influences working in the air over and about you, and yet be in ignorance of what it is that affects you so powerfully, till chance reveals that an enemy has been at your side, or a friend passed your window, or the shadow of death crossed your book as you read, or mingled with your breath as you slept." I shook my head, fascinated by the intensity of his gaze into some sort of response. "Then you cannot understand me, or what I have suffered these last 3 weeks." And he drew back with an icy reserve that seemed to promise but little to my now thoroughly awakened curiosity. "I beg your pardon," I hastened to say, "but the fact of my never having experienced such sensations does not hinder me from comprehending the emotions of others more affected by spiritual influences than myself." He drew himself slowly forward. "Then you will not ridicule me if I say that upon the eve of Mr. Leavenworth's murder I experienced in a dream all that occurred afterwards, saw him murdered, saw—" and he clasped his hands before him in an attitude inexpressibly convincing, while his voice sank to a horrified whisper, "saw the face of his murderer." I started, looked at him in amazement, a thrill as at a ghostly presence running through me. "And was that," I began, "my reason for denouncing the man I beheld before me in the hall of Miss Leavenworth's house last night?" "It was." And taking out his handkerchief, he wiped his forehead, on which the perspiration was standing in large drops. "You would then intimate that the face you saw your dream and the face you saw in the hall last night were the same?" He gravely nodded his head. I drew my chair nearer to his. "Tell me your dream," said I. "It was the night before Mr. Leavenworth's murder. I had gone to bed feeling especially contented with myself and the world at large, for though my life is anything but a happy one," and he heaved a short sigh, "some pleasant words had been said to me that day, and I was revelling in the happiness they conferred, when suddenly a chill struck my heart, and the darkness, which a moment before had appeared to me as the abode of peace, thrilled to the sound of a supernatural cry, and I heard my name, Truman, 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 repeated 3 times in a voice I did not recognize, and starting from my pillow, beheld at my bedside a woman. Her face was strange to me," he solemnly proceeded, "but I can give you each and every detail of it, as bending over me she stared into my eyes with a growing terror that seemed to implore help, though her lips were quiet, and only the memory of that cry echoed in my ears." "Describe the face," I interposed. It was a round, fair lady's face, very lovely in contour, but devoid of colouring, not beautiful, but winning from its childlike look of trust. The hair, banded upon the low, broad forehead, was brown; the eyes, which were very far apart, were grey; the mouth, which was its most charming feature, delicate of make and very expressive. There was a dimple in the chin, but none in the cheeks. It was a face to be remembered. "Go on," said I. Meeting the gaze of those imploring eyes, I started up. Instantly the face and all vanished, and I became conscious, as we sometimes do in dreams, of a certain movement in the hall below, and the next instant the gliding figure of a man of imposing size entered the library. I remember experiencing a certain thrill at this, half terror, half curiosity, though I seemed to know, as if by intuition, what he was going to do. Strange to say, I now seemed to change my personality, and to be no longer a third person watching these proceedings, but Mr. Leavenworth himself, sitting at his library table and feeling his doom crawling upon him, without capacity for speech or power of movement to avert it. Though my back was towards the man, I could feel his stealthy form traverse the passage, enter the room beyond, pass to that stand where the pistol was, try the door, find it locked, turn the key, procure the pistol, weigh it in an accustomed hand, and advance again. I could feel each footstep he took, as though his feet were in truth upon my heart, and I remember staring at the table before me as if I expected every moment to see it run with my own blood. I can see now how the letters I had been writing danced upon the paper before me, appearing to my eyes to take the phantom shapes of persons and things long ago forgotten, crowding my last moments with regrets and dead shames, wild longings and unspeakable agonies, through all of which that face, the face of my former dream, mingled pale, sweet, and searching, while closer and closer behind me crept that noiseless foot, till I could feel the glaring of the assassin's eyes across the narrow threshold separating me from death, and hear the click of his teeth as he set his lips for the final act. Ah! And the secretary's livid face showed the touch of awful horror. What words can describe such an experience as that? In one moment, all the agonies of hell in the heart and brain; the next, a blank through which I seemed to see afar, and as if suddenly removed from all this, a crouching figure looking at its work with starting eyes and pallid, back-drawn lips, and seeing, recognized no face that I had ever known, but one so handsome, so remarkable, so unique in its formation and character, that it would be as easy for me to mistake the countenance of my father as the look and figure of the man revealed to me in my dream. "And this face?" said I, in a voice I failed to recognize as my own. "Was that of him whom we saw leave Mary Leavenworth's presence last night and go down the hall to the front door." End of chapter 20.